Shit. Everything is shit. I've always questioned the purpose of living, always hated the fact that I'm breathing just to feel pain, to be hurt, as if the main goal of life is to hurt the living, and the only way out is death. Ironically enough, we all still fight in the face of death, as if when death decided to free you of that burden, you have this last-minute urge to live, as if you wanted to be dead all your life, but you can't let yourself be killed anyway. As if you imagine yourself jumping off a cliff, but when you're on that top of the cliff, you start chickening out and back the fuck out. Then just wait for you to grow old and crusty and let life get tired of you instead. It's a whole different level of fucked up, if you ask me. Gotta admit, I've always been a fuck up, but Dione was a different fuck up. That fucker should have just hid behind me and let me die in the claws of those rogues. She should have just let me have that honor of being buried deep in the ground. She should have been the one crying and mourning for my death. She should have been the one continuing her life. She should have. Snap out of it. Damos hit the side of my left thigh with his wooden sword. My thoughts were cut short as I let my mind be back to reality. I've always been zoning out these days, and Damos has been noticing that it's been happening quite a lot in the past days. He looks genuinely concerned, even when I try to brush it off. Why can't he be just a normal gamma with loud mouths and empty brains? Geez, fuck, I hissed, holding the large bruise in my thigh. I've been accumulating a lot of bruises in the past days, but this one is the biggest of them all. And Damos decided to hit me on that same spot. I glared at him. He shook his shoulder. You were at it again. You want me amputated? I snarled at him, and a couple of gammas looked our way to watch what was happening. Easy there, Damos says. You don't want to challenge me in front of the rest of the gammas. I wanted to snap and challenge him, but I know he was right. He's been training all his life, and he could probably have easily killed me if he wanted to. Damos is a sweetheart, but his wolf is still a gamma. And the higher the rank, the higher the ego. Wolves move based on their instincts, and if I threaten his wolf, its instinct would be to kill me, especially with all of the gammas around us that he could impress to feed off that male ego. My bare feet felt the rough wooden floor below me, just as I sat on a wooden bench. The barracks was filled with gammas, both men and women, although mostly there are men. The place is crowded, loud, and humid. It's obviously packed with too much male ego and testosterone. I feel like gagging. Too much authority being held in a closed room is too much for an Omega to handle. Even if I've already spent a week in the barracks together with the gammas, I still don't have it in me to get used to the place. Sometimes I have to get out and breathe. I guess that's why I started zoning out a lot. The only thing that keeps me from vomiting is the memory of Dione getting killed. It only makes me want this even more. It makes me want to train my body for vengeance. There is no way I'd let Dione die in vain. There is no fucking way in hell. Alpha Dionysus is a kind man to let us in his pack. Granted, his and our previous pack were alliances. Well, that was before the rogues decided to burn it down into ashes. But yes, our packs used to be alliances, so I guess that's why they took us in. Gamma Damos, Beta Zeus, Alpha Kratos, Delta Solomon, Gamma Zealos, Persephone, and I were the only ones left from our pack. It's not that hard to take us in since we don't take up that much space. In addition to that, they're high-ranking wolves. Why would Alpha Dionysus let them go to waste when he can use them for his advantage? But of course, as an Omega, he didn't like the fact of letting me stay as another cook. He challenged me that if I want to stay in his pack, I have to live. And the only way to live is to kill. And the only way to kill is to be a pack warrior. And with all my pent-up anger over Dione's death, I knew I needed the training more than me cooking. I didn't even have to think twice. I joined the pack Gamma training and swore my loyalty in this new pack by serving them in the war with the rest of its warriors. Damos was concerned, thinking that I couldn't handle it, and he was right. For the first 3 days, I feel like dying, but still breathing. Gammas challenge me not because they want to train me, but just because they wanted a live punching bag for themselves. The only reason these gammas haven't killed me yet is because of Damos and Zealos. These fuckers seem to have small penises around them. They all act mighty and shit around me, an Omega. but you can see them tuck their tails around those two. And believe me, I've been smelling nothing but inflated male ego whenever I'm with those two. With me spending a lot of time with Damos and sometimes training with Zealos, killing me was never these gammas' option. Because that would anger Damos, and that's the last thing they want to happen. So they torture me instead. As if I haven't been tortured as an Omega enough. But just because Damos is my friend doesn't mean I have everything on a silver platter. He trains me the way a gamma should be trained. I don't get a free pass on punishments just because I'm his friend. He's strict to me the way he's strict to everyone else. And I think that's awesome. With every bruise I got from him felt like every medal a child could ever receive in school. I know I'm not the best out there, considering that my strength is still that of an Omega, but I know I'm getting stronger. My wolf is getting stronger. I can see it. I can feel it. But I still have a long way to go. Phoebe, Damos called me as he hit my left arm with his wooden sword, but this time, harsher than the first time, snap out of it. I looked at him and his face was stoic. He makes that face whenever we're in training. It's as if he doesn't have any emotions when we're in the barracks. But that's the basic rule. You don't need emotions when killing people. Emotions only complicate things. I looked up at him, and he hit me on my right arm. Snap. Then he hit me on my left thigh. Out. He hit me on my left cheek. Then finally hit me on my right cheek. It. He hit me so fast, I didn't have the time to fully understand what he was doing. That was until seconds later, when I felt my cheeks bleed. I tasted blood in my mouth, and I spit it out on the floor. I looked up at him, glaring. I can feel my wolf's anger, as she wanted to have control over my body. She wanted to hurt Damos, kill him if possible. Snarling, I stood up and was about to shift. My wolf has always been like this since I spent a lot of time with the gammas. My wolf is easily angered, as if she always wants to kill someone. It doesn't matter who, but she's ready to kill. That's what's on her mind when my eyes turned black and my canines started showing. I even started growling in anger, making more gammas turn to look and watch. Some even smirked at our direction, knowing that I would be dead meat if I challenged Damos. But then he hit my left cheek again. Shift, and I'll break your neck, he says in a low, threatening voice. The same voice he uses to claim authority over anyone. And I was scared. My wolf was scared. But she's still angry, and she felt the need to hurt Damos back because he hurt us. She was too hungry for revenge. Her logic is out the window. So I didn't fully shift. But I didn't fully go back to being human either. With only my elongated claws, I motioned to claw Damos's face out of pure wolf anger. But before I could do that, he caught my hand and twisted it in a way that had me wincing in pain. My claws retracted, and my wolf was practically whimpering at the back of my mind. Fuck. There were no other words in my mind but fuck. 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 Good, you're angry, Damos says in a monotone voice. First step to a successful kill is extreme anger. He lets go of me before he pushed me hard enough for me to fall flat on the floor. My body had enough bruises to endure, and I think my arm is getting a new one. I groaned in pain as I struggled to keep myself up. I didn't realize the barracks was silent until I looked up to see every gamma looking down at me. Some looked emotionless, and some were smirking. At least someone seemed to like this situation. Glad to know. Next step to a successful kill, Damos continued talking, his voice booming over the silence that surrounds us, is to be alive. Harder, Phoebe, harder. Damos yelled from outside of the circle, veins popping on his neck with a steely gaze at my every move. He's been checking how fast my reflexes are, how strong I could give punches, and how long I could handle pain. As a gamma who has been through different training camps, he's had a lot of knowledge when it comes to fighting strategies, without a doubt. And he sure is smart for calling Zealos and asking him to duel me in the circle for a match. The circle is where all the official duels happen. Since the barracks is full of gammas, challenges are inevitable. I mean, these gammas like to fight, not only the enemies, but also each other. So duels aren't really a new thing for them. These gammas like to force their authority over one another. So they had to have the circle. They needed an official place where they could beat each other up while others watch for their own entertainment. Killing wolves yourself and having a VIP seat when watching other wolves getting killed? This is the life. Phoebe, that's not even hard, Damos continued blabbing as I missed hitting Zealos' jaw by a millimeter. The circle is nothing but a huge cage. It has black railings from up the ceiling down to the bottom. The floor is a thin mat, so it really hurt like a bitch when Zealos kicked my gut in the 6th fight and I fell, face first. And in the 9th fight, when Zealos tackled me on the floor after he punched me squarely in the face and I lost my own balance. Come on, Phoebe. Damos clapped his hands together with a frustrated look on my face, just as Zealos caught my uppercut. Even Persephone can punch better than that. My head snapped at his direction. Watch it, I hissed. I want to claw his face as he watched us through the railings. Damos shrugged his shoulders. Facts, babe, he said, and I felt like both Zealos and I wanted to kill Damos instead of each other at that point. I know he's doing this on purpose, partnering me with Zealos and reminding me of Persephone. Those two are my triggers. They make me want to kill as much as I could. Damos, knowing me all too well, is deliberately riling me up so I could do better in training. For the first few days, it was good, but weeks later, I feel like killing Damos himself rather than my dueling match. He's right, though, Zealos muttered as he swung his right arm from left to right, hitting my neck. Then he continued to lock my head with the same arm. You suck. I glared at him as I attempted to hook his left leg with mine, thinking of tackling him down, but he was too fast and too experienced to fall for my shit. You wish. I rolled my eyes. You would have been dead by now if this battle was real, he deadpanned as we stayed in this position. He was waiting for me to tap out. You died for like 15 times now. I tried to loosen his grip on my neck with both my hands, but against his sweaty, bare arms, my fingers kept slipping. At this point, I just want to knee his balls and get it over with. No one asked for your opinion, Zealos, I hissed, feeling a bit lightheaded. I tried ignoring the sparks I've been getting from touching him since we started this duel. And now that he's this close and holding me this tight, I'm feeling all woozy. Zealos tilted his head on Damos's direction. Oh, but he did, he says, and sighed. Will you just tap out? You're too prideful for your own good. Whether or not you admit defeat, it doesn't change the fact that you suck at this. I'll kill you, I hissed, my voice thick with menace. Damos would have believed I could manage to do my own threat. Then I tapped out. Without a word, Zealos released me and raised both his hands in the air as I tried to get my breathing pattern back to normal. Clutching my neck with both hands, I glared at Damos, who looked like he's having fun seeing me struggling in life. Such a friend. Assessment? Damos asked. Zealos answered, his voice monotonous. Average punches, below average strategy, cluttered headspace, too aggressive, all talk. Damos let out a low whistle. My head snapped at Zealos. That's bullshit. I almost had you in the 4th fight. No, babe, you didn't, Damos deadpanned. I felt Zealos twitch at Damos's endearment, and I felt like grabbing him by the collar to duel him instead. Will you stop calling me that? I said between gritted teeth. Sure, babe. Damos unlocked the entrance to the circle with a smirk on his face. As long as you're angry, I'm happy. As if a pair of birds being set free, Zealos and I immediately walked out of the circle. We've been locked in there for 6 hours straight, and we want nothing but get out of it. 6 hours straight of being close to your soulmate who rejected you for his chosen mate? Not really how I want to waste my time. But at least I get to have the excuse of actually punching him as much as I want. When we got out, Zealos stopped right in front of Damos and muttered, If she says don't call her that, just quit it. Damos raised a brow, then smirked. Look, you never cared about her before. How about you continue doing that, Zealos then left without another word, and I watched his retreating form with a frown on my face. What's that about? Had I actually hit his head hard enough for him to act like this? Or was it just because of the bond? Damos draped his arm over my shoulder. You should have kissed him in the 4th fight, kneed his gut, elbowed the back of his neck, and he would have been too shocked to even respond to that. He noted, making a tsking sound. I shrugged his arm off. I don't need you acting all matchmaker on us. We didn't end up together for a reason, and you know it. Damos looked down at me and patted my head. Oh, I didn't want you back with him. Then why pair me up with him in the circle? First, you needed the time to vent out your anger towards him, and he seemed like he received some of your punches well. As if he felt like he deserved those hits, he said. Second, I want to see how you fight with someone you care about. I frowned. I don't care about him. Sure, you do. Your care for him is the root of all your hatred. You wouldn't be angry at him to this degree if you didn't care one bit, he says. You are such a softy. I gave him a scrutinizing look. This is why my brother didn't want to be with you. You're incredibly annoying. Damos's eyes went wide in panic before he looked around to see if someone heard us. He immediately grabbed me away from the circle and into the benches where there were less gammas in sight. And you're annoyingly loud, he hissed, still looking around in panic mode. He's been craning his neck here and there like a giraffe. No one is supposed to know that. What, that my brother is your second chance mate, and… Shh! Damos interrupted me almost immediately, clamping my mouth shut with both his hands. He looked at me with a warning glare. One more word and I'll get you back there in the circle and beat your ass up. Phobos, my brother, is a gamma here in this pack under Alpha Dionysus. He's known by many because of his insane battle skills. He met Damos during the camp training for all gammas months ago. It was an annual thing since gammas need constant training. We never know when there would be war, so they have to be prepared. Damos, after being rejected by his own mate, busied himself through training, even lashing out his frustrations towards other gammas during training. Both Damos and Phobos were at the upper class rank of all gammas. They were that good. They were the role model, exactly what other lower-ranked gammas are looking up to. They are the epitome of real men. Well, that was until they realized their second chance mates, and all that went down the drain. Of course, my dearest brother rejected Damos. He's too prideful to admit that his second chance mate is a guy. As a gamma, raised by the strongest wolves and living with them, he feels like being with a man will bring shame to him and his name. And Damos knows that, because if ever Phobos did accept him, he knows he would feel the same embarrassment. Gammas are trained to be strong and authoritative, and the last thing to be expected of them is to be vulnerable, especially not with another gamma who is a man. Apparently, real men shouldn't be soft and shouldn't be gay. As if having a dick isn't enough. Blame the fragile masculinity of these guys. It's too complicated to explain their situation. I rolled my eyes at Damos just as he clamped my mouth harder. One word and you're dead. Got it? He hissed. I gave him a look which said that I got his message loud and clear. He calmed a little, and I feel his grip getting softer. He was about to let it go, just as we heard a growl. Do not touch her. It was a low, challenging growl. Being an Omega, I have a lot of experience when it comes to distinguishing if the challenger is of the same rank or higher. And just by the goosebumps over my body, I can safely say that I'm dead meat. The growl was definitely not from an Omega. My wolf's tail was immediately tucked between her hind legs. Damos and I shared a look before our heads snapped at the direction of the wolf. Just behind Damos stood a guy in mid-shift. His canines and fur was showing, but his body is still that of a human. It was as if he was trying so hard to keep himself from shifting. Surprisingly enough, my wolf seemed to snap out of it. She seemed to recognize this man in front of us, and I felt her wanting to take over just as my eyes turned from pure black to its normal color, then back again. Phoebe? Damos didn't move, his eyes fixated on me. He gave me a look as if he knows what's happening, but can't believe it's happening. But it's happening. Just as my canines started to show up, I heard the guy give me an appreciative growl when I said, "Mate." Red velvet cake with buttercream. That's what the man, who claims to be my mate, smelled like. And for a quick second, my wolf is all over my mind. She's jumping aimlessly from one direction to another, going batshit crazy from the scent that is our mate, like a worm sprinkled with salt. She's too much to handle, with only his scent. Imagine how crazy she would be if he started to come closer and touch us. Imagine the feeling of actually completing the mating process and just claim him ours. Okay, not exactly the best time to be feeding my wolf with mental images that her hormones can't handle. So many emotions came into me in waves, and I felt like it showed clearly on my face. I'm certain it did, because the guy in front of me kept his ground as he observed my facial features. He didn't take a step forward, nor a step back. He just stood there, watching me as I get a hold of myself, watching me as my mind processes this bullshit. A second chance, mate? Bullshit. I would have appreciated it if we met months ago, maybe even 3 weeks ago, when I actually wanted one. When I'm trying not to kill myself every night thinking why I wasn't enough for my soulmate. Where was he when I needed him? Where was he when I pleaded for him to come and save me? Where was he when my broken heart yearns for a fix? He was nowhere. And now, when everything is all in havoc, and when everything needs more mind than heart, he comes in front of me. He makes his existence known, as if this is what he thinks of a right timing. And I kid you not, I'd rather have him reject me right now. It would hurt, definitely without a doubt. But if that means fueling my anger more, then I'm fine with it. Anger keeps my eye on my goal. I need to avenge Dione. I do not need a second chance mate right now. I do not need my feelings to possibly be all over the place, not when I need to be focused on my main goal. He, whatever his name is, would be nothing but utter distraction. Alastor? I heard Delta Solomon before I saw him enter the barracks. I didn't even smell him as he slowly came closer to where we stand. Alastor. Even his mere name had my mind going haywire, as if his scent wasn't enough. That red velvet scent is too damn intoxicating, like it has already stayed under my nose. Alpha Dionysus won't be particularly pleased if he was to be informed of this. You were expected to. Delta Solomon started to tell my mate, Alastor, before he paused. Solomon looked at me, then at Damos beside me, then at Alastor, then back at me. In 5 seconds, he has already read our body languages and has already made his accurate conclusion. It only took him 5 seconds before he realized what's happening. Oh, Solomon mutters, 5 minutes. He tells Alastor before he looked at me, Delta duties. He tells me and then calmly walked out on us, as if he knows nothing. I bet he already read my mind. He always knows what everyone is up to. He's smart like that. He probably will wait outside of the barracks. Deltas like him prefers a safe space where it's rather quiet, and Gammas aren't exactly that type of wolves. While I'm waiting, I spoke up just when I saw Solomon leave. I looked at Alastor straight in his eyes. You won't be needing 5 minutes to reject me. I felt Damos shift his weight from one foot to another, quite uncomfortably at that. Don't be stupid, he whispered as he eyes Alastor. I'm not, I said blankly, my eyes not leaving Alastor's pair of pure black ones. All he has to do is say the words, and we're done. I felt Damos heave a sigh. Look, Phoebe, I don't think it's wise to do this, he whispered behind me. That was the time when Alastor decided to stop staring back at me. He cut our staring contest short, then looked at Damos straight in the eyes. Leave, he simply says, his velvety voice seeming to echo in the barracks even with the noisiest Gammas around. I looked at Damos and found him standing straighter than before. His posture has always been great, and he always seemed intimidating. But in front of Alastor, he seemed to look at him with utter respect that he didn't even question the command he was given. Damos simply gave Alastor a nod before he looked at me and whispered, He's the Delta. He's the boss. And then left. A Delta. I smirked. Of all possible ranks, my mate is a Delta. Although I know nothing about him, one thing is for sure. If a Gamma cannot accept me, why would a Delta do? I guess making him reject me is easier than I would have imagined. A Delta, huh? I muttered, mostly to myself before I looked back at Alastor, whose eyes seemed to never actually left me. Never seen you in this pack before. Eastern pack, Delta duties. He simply says, but didn't bother saying anything more. He just stood there, watching me. I guess I'll be doing all the initiative in this conversation. Like Damos, who participated in the Gamma training, Deltas do have duties to fulfill as well. That's why Solomon and other Deltas were sometimes missing in our pack. They all have their Delta simulation. Delta stuff. For advanced war strategies against rogues, other packs, or even in internal conflicts. An exercise of the mind, if you will. They go missing for months, like Gammas do. I'm guessing he's a Delta too, because Solomon is a Delta 1. Delta 1s usually go to their simulations first. Then after months they get back, and now it's time for Delta 2s to do their training. All in all, there are 4 groups for Deltas. So all of the Delta 3s in this pack will probably go missing for months starting tomorrow, if not today. Gammas, unlike Deltas, have 15 groups, Damos being a Gamma 5 and Zealos being a Gamma 4. There are more Gammas than Deltas, so the distribution of groups is understandable. After the Gamma 15s, it's back to Gamma 1s, and it would be in 2 years' time before Damos start to go missing again. However, with Alastor, he only has to wait for 3 Delta batches before he's sent back again to train. Okay, so I'm an Omega, I simply told him, as if he hadn't figured that out yet. See, rejecting me will be easier. He regarded me for a second before he started to move for the first time in what felt like forever. He took a step forward, and as a shocked response, I took a step back with my eyes wide. He might not have done physical training as much as a Gamma would, but he's still a Delta. He could most definitely kill me if he wanted to, and given the chance. Am I your second chance, mate? He asks, his face blank as he took another step towards me. But this time, I didn't take a step back. I buried my heels on the floor and looked him in the eye as if I wasn't at all intimidated by him in the first place. I raised a brow at him. Aren't I yours? No, he simply says, before he reached out and put his arm around my waist. His hand stopped on the small of my back. I almost choked in my own saliva when he pulled me closer to him. I felt the sparks running through my waist, going to my back, where our skin touched. And with him invading my personal space, his scent was clouding all my senses. It was as if there was nothing but red velvet. Even his breath, as it fans my nose ever so slightly, smelled like buttercream, and that's not fair. He literally smells delicious. And now my wolf is getting delirious, and delusional, and hungry, and hormonal, and just all over the place. You're my soulmate, he continued, and this was the first time he actually said something longer than a phrase, and that might be considered a sentence. I blinked at him, my hands on his chest. It was my stupid attempt of trying to push him away, but the moment I felt the sparks, I just can't seem to let go of him. He doesn't seem to mind, though. For all I know, he'd rather want as much physical contact as we can, or at least as much physical contact in the eyes of the public, because he looked like he was still holding back. And I feel like if we were alone in his private room while I say certain words, he would most immediately ravish me, and I would most definitely let him do so. The goal, Phoebe. The goal. Yes, goal is to fuck mate. My wolf yipped at the back of my mind, and that's when I realized that my eyes had been pure black all this time. And so is Alastor's. At this point, I'm so scared that Alastor would claim me inside the circle. Right here, right now. So scared and excited. I started to shake my head. Is it my attempt to say no, or my attempt to shake away the thoughts in my mind? That's impossible. We can't be soulmates. You're my second chance mate. You can't be my second chance mate if I had not been rejected before, he tells me, which was true. Second chance mates only appears when you're already rejected. If he wasn't rejected before, how can I be his second chance? He didn't even have his first. Then that's good news for you. If you reject me, you still have your second chance mate. Rejecting you isn't an option, he says, because it shouldn't be an option. There shouldn't be a choice whether to reject me or not. There is simply one answer, and that is rejection. Alastor stared at me for a couple of beats before I felt his hand trace circles on my back. It sent me in a euphoric state where my eyes went pure black that I almost let my wolf take over. With his simple touch, I feel like I would do anything for him, just so I could feel him like that again. Pray tell, my love, why is it that you speak of rejection? He leaned towards me and softly whispered in my ear, when your eyes speak of a different feeling. And that's when it hit me. I was too into the intense feeling of having my mate finally in my arms that I was hypnotized by my own feelings. I stayed here and trained as much as I can for one purpose only. And that's to avenge Dione, my best friend who died in a rogue attack. She, someone who has done a lot of good things in her life, died instead of me, who did nothing but bad things. How could I let my goal, the goal that I have been setting for weeks, be forgotten by letting a man I at minutes cloud my senses? I looked up at Alastor, and I knew I had to do this if he doesn't want to do it himself. Phoebe from the... But before I could finish my sentence, he captured my lips. And I let a man I've met in minutes cloud my senses. After 10 minutes, Solomon came back to retrieve Alastor like he promised prior. I know he would have jumped in after 5 minutes like he initially told us, but I guess he felt like Alastor and I needed another 5. And damn, do we need another 500 more? There were so many questions, feelings, and words to be exchanged that we cannot do all in 10 minutes. It was as if we both know we need both our lifetimes combined to even get to the point of accomplishing those things, or to even get to the point of actually understanding the answers to those questions. Questions like, why didn't he reject me? Oh, don't miss him too much, Phoebe. Damos patted the top of my head with a teasing smile on his face and a glint of mischief in his eyes. He did say he'll be back tomorrow. I swatted his hand away with my right arm, making sure to not have any more unnecessary actions than that. Persephone, Eris's and Kratos' daughter, is sleeping against my chest, held by a strong left arm, and we would rather not want her to wake up at this hour of the night, or else Damos and I would end up staying up all night while we start to question our life choices. He will? I asked Damos as he nestled comfortably in the bed on my right. He said that? Well, you would have heard him say that if you actually listen to him, then stare up at him with those dreamy eyes, as if you've been planning your mating ceremony already. I was not, I hissed, then looked away. I murmured, he was the one who gave me the mental images of a mating ceremony. Demos gave me a sideways glance. Look at you, getting all soft after meeting your mate. I hit his forehead with the back of my hand. Hey! Shh! I immediately shushed him, then pointed at Persephone as she snuggled closer to my chest. You'll wake up the devil. Eris, don't bless her soul because I hate her, died during the first rogue attack in our pack. It was understandable since she was in a horrible state after giving birth to this little devil, Persephone. So basically, she can't defend herself, so she can't live any longer. Thank Goddess, I've lived my life enough to witness that. But I guess I have lived too much to end up being stuck with her child. Should have died after Eris did, so I wouldn't have ended up with this despicable creature who cries loudly at night as if her main agenda is to keep the whole pack awake. To top it all off, Persephone can't sleep if it's not against my chest. Or at least we have to have some sort of physical connection. So as much as I hate her, if I want to have my sleep, I'll let her sleep while cradling her. Then I'll let her go afterwards. Good thing she can sleep after 30 minutes, because my tolerance isn't longer than that. Any longer than 30 minutes, and I'll throw her out the window. Although I am thankful for Alpha Dionysus to take us all in and provide us a house, I feel like my anger is contained in this house. It is small, after all, since we all had to pair up and share rooms. And sooner or later, it will all blow up. With Kratos, Zeus, Zealos, and Persephone with me in one house, I have to be a saint to actually not have any thoughts of killing at least one of them. And believe me, I've always thought of starting up with Persephone. Ah, she likes you. Dione cooed while looking at the baby and clapping her hands. But every time I tried to rid of this good-for-nothing daughter of Kratos, who is also good for nothing, Dione comes into my mind. The memories of her and her words would start hitting me like a tidal wave, and it would soften my anger until it vanishes, and then I wouldn't feel like killing the baby anymore. It was as if every time Dione keeps reminding me that she wants Persephone alive. Because it's not the pup's fault. The pup didn't choose to be born, that if I was to be angry, it should be towards her parents. And since one died, that leaves Kratos. And if I can't even beat up Zealos properly, how could I kill an alpha? So I guess I settled into the lesser strength, which was his pup. Maybe that would hurt Kratos. But I doubt it. He doesn't want anything to do with his own daughter. He can't even look at her. Maybe because Persephone is starting to become Kratos' living mirror, which makes it painful for him to see her. Persephone looked like Eris at first, but as time went by, she started to look like Kratos, and he always stiffens at the presence of her. I bet if I killed the pup, he wouldn't even mind. But Dione would. And Damos would. Let me get Persephone, Damos mutters before he started to get the baby from me. I didn't even stop him. Heck, if he started throwing the baby, I wouldn't have stopped him either. He started to cradle the baby against his own arms, trying his best not to wake her up. Not having enough kindness in me to watch Persephone any longer than I needed to be, I turned my back on Damos. Nestling on my bed, I started to get comfortable to get a good night's sleep. I whispered, our lives would be easier if we rid of that thing. Well, this thing is a pup, with an alpha blood at that. Are you insane? Damos answered in a hushed tone as I felt him get out of bed to put the pup in her crib before we could both sleep. Well, keeping that thing is insane, I answered back in a hushed tone, but I was starting to heat up in irritation. Would you have killed her if she was an Omega then? Phoebe, we've had this talk for weeks now, Damos answered back as I felt the bed dipped on his weight when he got back in. It isn't the pup's fault. She didn't kill Dione. And we'll have this talk for years, and I still won't want that thing, I snapped. Persephone will be the death of me. I feel like if I have to stay with her a little longer, I would just claw her dead. So I'll do anything in my power for you not to cry again. I looked down at the pup in my hands, even if it means killing the persons behind your tears. I closed my eyes shut, as memories of Dione can't seem to leave me alone tonight. Like all the other nights before this and the other nights before that too. I know I want her to stay by my side, even when it's physically impossible. But if she stays in my mind like this, I swear I would end up being crazy. Did you just call me an idiot? I sighed, looking frustrated. Yes, I did. You're an idiot. Now, if you don't want to be an idiot without your limbs, get out of this house now. But memories of her, although I cherish all of them, seem to be taunting me, mocking me, as if I've been nothing but a liar, that I'm all talk, that I'm not a real friend. Because if I was, I wouldn't have let her die in front of me. So if I couldn't keep my promise to keep her safe, the least I can do is kill for her. Kill everyone that has hurt her. Every rogue that was still alive from that attack. That's the only way. Hey, I felt Damos's concern through that one word alone. He grabbed me by my shoulders so I could look at him. You're doing it again. Snap out of it. Dione, I blinked. I have to avenge Dione soon, Damos. This training, everything is taking too much time. Worry flashed Damos's eyes before he reached out to cup my face securely with both his hands. Phoebe, calm down. I need you to calm down. I am calm, I snapped, and then Persephone started to stir in her sleep on the crib. Damos and I watched as her facial expression started to morph into that of a really displeased pup. Seconds later, Persephone started crying with her limbs flailing everywhere. Fuck that pup! Why can't she shut the fuck up? My voice started to rise as much as Persephone's cries started to get louder. But Damos wasn't getting his attention away from me. Make the pup stop, Damos, or I will. Phoebe, sweetheart, calm down, Damos soothed, taking his right hand away from my face and reaching for my hands. Don't do this again. I felt it. I felt his cold hand reach towards mine. I didn't even know I was harshly scratching my left palm with my nails on my right hand. Some parts of my palm were raw, but I definitely wounded myself. It wasn't fatal, but it was still surprising how I did that without me noticing. For weeks, I've been doing this without noticing. Damos always made sure to cut my nails when he found out I scratch myself until I bleed. He always says it was so I wouldn't scratch anyone in the circle during practice, but I don't think that's his actual reason. Phoebe, sweetheart, come on, Damos continued soothing me in a calm voice, just as he continued separating both my hands. I'm here, okay? We'll find a way. We'll talk to Kratos. It's time he takes care of his pup. At this point, Persephone started wailing loudly, that her voice started to ring on my ears. My attention immediately flew onto where she is, and I swear I see nothing but red. She'd have to shut up, or I'll make her. But before I could do so, Damos must have seen the look in my eyes. He started to hug me. With him on top of me, his heavy weight was keeping me grounded. And as a strong Gamma, how could I, an Omega, push him away? Faster, Zealos, I heard Damos whisper against my ear. And it was too late before I realized what's happening. Damos mind-linked Zealos for help, as both were Gammas. Zealos didn't even bother knocking. He went in, grabbed Persephone, and looked at me for a second. His eyes flashed guilt, like it did in the circle earlier. After that, he ran out with Persephone crying wildly against his chest. Damos kept us in our position for 5 minutes until he felt like I've calmed down. or until I felt like killing Persephone shouldn't be as urgent as I felt like it did minutes ago. When he's sure I wouldn't start scratching myself again, he pulled away, looked at me in the eyes, and cupped my face. He looked at me with so much worry. "Where is Athena when you need her?" he whispered to himself. And it was a question I'm afraid I cannot answer. Breakfast has never been this unappetizing. The dining room looked beautiful with its high ceiling and white walls. The soft carpeted floor sometimes silences the noise of the furniture whenever we fight and we throw things. Sometimes I feel like throwing Persephone on the carpet so she could shut up as well. But then, even with a house as cozy and beautiful as this, when the ones living in it are the spawns of Satan, no one wants to live in it anymore. Especially when there are 3 of them looking at me and my bruises, which I got from Zealos yesterday. Well, I would make that 4, but Delta Solomon has always been the quiet one. He never gave a shit about others' shit. A good Delta with a good head on top of his shoulders, unlike the rest of his comrades. Damos and I walked side by side towards the dining table. He squeezed my shoulder for reassurance that no one would bring up what happened last night, no matter how they were all awake with Persephone's cries. It's about damn time that I don't get to suffer alone in this. If I get to suffer with a pup that isn't mine, we might as well suffer together. They all looked at me all at once, then continued on with their meals as if I'm only a minor detail in the house. As if, as long as they don't bother me that much, there wouldn't be a problem. At least Solomon gave me a small smile before looking down at the book in his hands. Of course, Kratos, being the head of this house and claiming authority, sat on one of the ends of the table. I had to keep myself from clawing at him as he sat there, unbothered. He acts all composed and calm and all that jazz, as if his soulmate didn't just brutally die because he lacked the balls to claim her. Zeus, with his signature smirk, sat on Kratos' right, just as always. In a pack, the beta sits on the alpha's right because he's the one he trusts the most. The Luna sits on the alpha's left because she's the one closest to his heart. I want to sit on his left and tear away that organ of his. Zealos sat on the other side of Zeus, taking the good out of the morning. 3 douchebags sitting next to each other really made me wish we're in the circle again. Zealos didn't even give me another look as he ate his breakfast. But then I remembered last night, and I guess Zealos is a lesser douchebag. Solomon sat on the other end of the table, facing Kratos. He had a book in front of him, his attention not fully on the food on the table. As much as I'd rather sit on a chair beside him, I don't think I would have the appetite when Zealos is directly in front of me. The only time I want to be near Zealos is when we're trying to kill each other. I'd rather waste less of my time with an old soulmate who rejected me without thinking twice. Someone looks like they woke up from the wrong side of the bed. Beta Zeus smirked at me the moment I finally decided to take the empty seat in front of him. Damos took the one in front of Zealos. Well, if only a certain someone would retrieve his own damn pup so Damos and I could have more space on our bed, I would have been waking up on the right side of it. I said between gritted teeth, my eyes darting from Kratos to Zeus. As much as I hate seeing Zeus's smug face, the only other empty seat is in front of Zealos, and I'd rather see a face I wouldn't think twice to kill than a face that almost killed me. I can eat breakfast better that way. If I could ever stomach the fact that Zealos prepared this breakfast, that is. I've always wondered how Dione still wanted Kratos even after he rejected her. When I look at Zealos, all I see is a douchebag who rejected his soulmate because his balls can't handle the fact that his mate is an Omega. Correction, lesser douchebag. Now look at him, all alone. He had the same fate as Kratos, his chosen mate died. Except that Kratos still had his pup, and Zealos lost both of his during the rogue attack. I want to spit at him and tell him I told him so. His pups shouldn't have been born. That's why the moon goddess took them away in an instant. She always takes the lives of those who are not worthy to have it. But then again, I guess the moon goddess forgot a minor detail, leaving Persephone behind. Zeus snorted. You're always grumpy, too stiff. Just shag Damos, One shag a day keeps the grumpiness away, he told me with a wink, then looked at Zealos on his left. Am I right, Zealos? If it was ever possible for the room temperature to drop, I think it did. Zeus, who always uses his head below his shoulders, Didn't look like he felt the change in atmosphere. He just gave me and Zelos a goofy smile that I would like to punch right off his face in this instant. Good thing my hands were still on my lap, so they wouldn't see how my knuckles turned white when I clenched my fists. I eyed the bread knife on the table and contemplated whether I would want Zeus to have a slow death or a quick life. Can't choose. Kratos, who felt the tension in the room, looked up at Zeus after clearing his throat. "I believe we already talked about this, Zeus," he simply said, without sparing me a glance. Zeus grabbed one of his pancakes with his bare hands and chomped at it with a look that had me wishing I could stick my fork up his ass. His eyes gleamed when he spoke with his mouth full. What that they're soulmates? Come on, Zelos rejected her already. It's all in the past. Zelos took one of the table napkins to wipe his mouth with. He looked at Zeus and said quietly, "I'd rather not discuss this over breakfast or any time soon. Just let it go, will you?" Zeus let out a laugh. "Why? I can't believe this. You still like this Omega, don't you?" He insisted. "Go on, don't be shy. Is the bond still there, making you all soft and shit? Want her back, chap?" I blinked, and just then, Zelos and I met each other's gaze. I didn't know what I looked like, but I sure know what he did. He looked like he was torn to answering that simple question, because he looked guilty. "Shut your trap, Zeus," Damos growled beside me. I'm guessing he's been holding himself back all this time, and he couldn't take Zeus's shit any longer. We're about to move the circle in this house. We have more fights in here than in the barracks. At this point, Solomon looked up at us from the book he was reading. He gave me a long look before he gave Zeus a warning gaze. "I don't think it's wise that you continue talking." "Yeah, smartass, whatever. You think too much," Zeus rolled his eyes, giving Solomon a wave of dismissal before he patted Zelos back with a smirk still on his face. "Don't you think, Zelos? It was a harmless joke is all." "Harmless joke?" I huffed. Glad to know he can still go on with his life, treating all this shit as a harmless joke. If there's something that looked like a joke here, that's Zeus himself. "And you don't think at all, Zeus," I finally spat out, feeling my eyes turning completely black. My wolf is on edge, and I am done sitting here and doing nothing like the Omega Dione and I used to be. Zeus turned to look at me. The enthusiasm in his smirk was gone. He was still smirking, but I feel like I hit a nerve when he leaned on the table so his face would be closer to mine. "Call me that again, pup, and you'll meet that Omega friend of yours soon." "What? Your male ego can't handle it, Zeus?" I taunted, clearly asking for a challenge. What a better way to challenge a beta than doing it in front of breakfast at 8 in the morning. As an Omega, calling wolves with higher ranks without their ranks acknowledged before their actual names is practically a sin. Unless, of course, they let you call them by their names. But usually, that only happens if you're friends with them. In our pack, before it burnt down to ashes, has always established the fact that Omegas are too far down for anyone else in the pack. And we always have to feed their egos by reminding ourselves that they are the wolves with higher ranks, with more worth, with better lives. And I'm done with that shit. "Why you? What, want to kill me? Go on," I interjected Zeus. "That's what you all like to do with Omegas in the first place, right? Toy them, hurt them, and kill them. That's what you all enjoy doing, because you all feel so powerful when you make Omegas feel shit." Zelos paused at my words, gave me a quick glance before he went back to eating, as if he didn't hear anything. His gaze was completely on his food when he said, "Stop it, Zeus," and his voice rang around the room, and straight to my heart. I knew I wouldn't last 20 minutes in this breakfast table without losing my appetite and picking a fight, but I came here anyway. With all the composure I could muster, I stood up from my seat without even touching any of the food Zelos prepared. Zeus's eyes lingered on me, watching my every move with an annoying smirk on his face. I stared back at him as if he's one of the gammas in the barracks that I'd love to kill. "Whether I shag Damos or not, that's not your business." I spat out. "Please don't," Damos whispered beside me. I can't see him, but he's probably internally cringing. The nerve. "But that won't happen, because I already found my mate," I continued. I felt Zelos froze at my words. He visibly swallowed the lump in his throat, probably curious as to who I am referring to. His brain is probably going haywire, thinking of who my second chance mate is, and I'm not giving him the satisfaction by telling them all now who he is. I'll let him torture himself with his thoughts running wild. He might have rejected me, but Zeus was right. We can still feel the bond. I can't believe I just mentally agreed on Zeus on this one. I never thought I would ever agree with him on anything. Everyone in the breakfast table, except Kratos, looked up at me as I continued having a staring contest with Zeus. I gave Zeus one last look before I tried to meet Kratos' eyes. And if you don't retrieve your pup in our room within this day, you'll have to fuck off when I decide to throw Persephone on the ocean to feed the sharks. Why does Kratos keep on evading me? He never, since being taken in this pack, once spared me a look, nor a glimpse. It was as if he was afraid that if I looked at him, I could see everything in his eyes, all his secrets. Zeus huffed in front of me before he harshly stood up from his seat as well. He pointed his index finger at me with his eyes turning completely black. "You can't do this to your alpha and beta, omega," he growled, and I heard the voice of his wolf together with his normal voice. He's about to break hell loose. I gave Zeus a small smile. "I dare you to point a finger at me again, and next time you won't have one." Throwing Persephone in the ocean to feed the sharks, really? Damos asks in a low voice, his eyes as wide as saucers. He was looking at me with concern, both his hands on either side of my arms. "That wouldn't be happening if Kratos would take his daughter back, so don't overreact," I huffed. "You know Kratos doesn't want anything to do with the baby," he reasoned out, as if that would suddenly want me taking back whatever I said earlier during breakfast. He wouldn't take her. I rolled my eyes, making myself clear that nothing would ever change my mind. That sounds a lot like Kratos' problem, not mine. What is Kratos' choice, some kind of permission for you to finally kill Persephone? "Oh, I didn't need anyone's permission, really," I said, shrugging my shoulders as if feeding a pup to the sharks is my normal habit. I mean, I've seen enough death in my life to not fear anything at all. Damos sighed in defeat, realizing that giving me the talk here in the barracks isn't going as he planned. He lets go of me, both his hands dropping to his sides. He looked deflated. He looked like he would have jumped with Persephone in the ocean if I threw her there. I kind of understand him. We've been caring for the pup for weeks now, and he's grown attached since he's the one doing mostly everything for her. The only times I ever touched the baby was when Damos forced me to do so. With him in midshift in all fur and canines and growling at my face, threatening me that he's had enough of my petty actions towards the innocent pup. So I guess that's why I let the baby sleep against me for not more than 30 minutes, and then she has to go or I'll throw her out the window. I mean, she has to sleep first before we could. That pup is a living ambulance siren. It's just that before Dione died, I can bear holding the pup. Because Dione accepted that pup out of her own kindness. But after she died, I can't hold the pup without me thinking that she's the reason my best friend is dead. And I don't have enough kindness in my heart to accept that pup, not over my dead body. So petty or not, I don't even have the heart to care. Just then, I felt Damos look at me intensely, as if he wanted to say something, but thinking twice if he should tell me. It's making me feel weird. I looked away. "What?" I snapped, feeling goosebumps run through my arm. "Zealos," he mutters under his breath, and I looked back at him, only to see him now blankly staring at someone from behind me. "He's been staring at you for a while now." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, goddess, don't even get me started with that douchebag. I'm in the barracks right now, full of angry energy from gammas who want me dead. I'm not in the mood to be all understanding and soft at the moment. Not that I was ever understanding and soft in the first place. But that's not the point. The point is, if Zealos ticked me today, I'd end up wanting to challenge him in a duel. It's about damn time I get more bruises since some of them were almost gone anyway. Plus, I needed an excuse to beat Zealos up in front of everybody. No one would ever let me kill Zealos in the house, so I guess this is my chance. My wolf badly needed to lash out on the guy who rejected us for a chosen mate just because we're a weak omega. Well, guess who's alive now? Surely not his chosen mate. Does he look deadly? I excitedly asked Damos, who finally looked at me again, making me feel weird again. Does he look like he would want to go back in the circle with me? But this time without holding back? I knew Zealos was holding back his powers yesterday. Simply because that's a training. You don't want to kill someone during training. But in an actual duel, that changes everything. Damos gave me a small smile before he cupped my face with his hands. Well, he definitely would want to go in that circle, he said. My eyes lit up. You think I should challenge him? I asked, as I felt more goosebumps forming on other parts of my body. And I'm getting excited for no apparent reason. But he doesn't look like he would go in there for a duel with you, he says, before chuckling a little. Stahat. He looked like he would rather kill himself while you watch him up close. Well, that's no fun, I frowned. He looked rather guilty and full of regret. I can see it in his face, Damos quietly said. Then I saw something in his eyes. It was gone as quick as it came, but I know it was there. I wasn't hallucinating. He had that look of a man who is also rather guilty and full of regret. It only takes one to know one. You okay? I asked, which was a stupid question because he doesn't look okay, and I don't think he would ever even admit that. Damos always kept things to himself. He gave me a smile before he let go of me. He reached out to pat my head before deciding to ruffle my hair. Just be happy, sweetie. Don't bruise too much. Stay alive. I am, I nodded. For now, that is. He gave me one last smile before he straightened up and turned around to leave. I watched his retreating figure, noticing every muscle in his back move with his every step. Just like all gammas, he looks very trained. The kind you'd want to stay away from. Slowly, a frown made its way to my face. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my wolf felt on edge. It felt wary. Suddenly, goosebumps covered my body as my fur threatened to come out of my skin. Since training here in the barracks, I've been feeling these things. These weird things, as if someone is watching me with my every move. And it's not the good kind of weird. It's an irritating kind of weird. Makes me want to kill someone in the circle every time I felt it. Hey, Phoebe? I heard a familiar voice call out my name. It sounded like the origin of the voice is behind me, and that the owner of the voice is standing very close to me, as if invading my personal space. But at the same time, that voice has been nothing but far from me, so out of reach, so impossible to hold. I hastily turned around, bracing myself for the fact that I knew it was Zealos before I could see his face. Turning around only confirmed it. What? I asked just so we could get this done and over with. Our eyes locked for a few seconds before he diverted his eyes. He looked at everywhere but me, as if everything looked interested as long as it's not me he's staring at. And it hurt. Because that's how it has always been. Old pack or new pack, he's not interested as long as it's me. Earlier, he cleared his throat. During breakfast, you see, Zeus has always been impossible. That's one way to put it. He flashed me a small smile before he bit his lower lip and raked his hair with his fingers. He looked like he's struggling to say the things he wanted to say, while I stood here patiently waiting for him to finish. As a gamma, he was really never good with words. They're always used to doing things they want instead of talking about things they want. An added factor is that I'm the soulmate he rejected. So yeah, he definitely feels fucked up. I just want to apologize in his behalf, Zealos continued, before he took a deep breath and let out a shaky chuckle. I'm doing quite an awful job at apologizing, no? You were always bad at apologizing. I shrugged my shoulders. I just don't get why you would make such an effort to apologize to me for an act your friend did, but you never apologized to me for an act you did. Surprisingly enough, I didn't sound bitter. I actually sounded as if I was merely stating a fact, as if the words came out of my mouth a matter-of-factly, like it was a normal conversation asking for the weather. He blinked at me. But you said you were. Okay with it. I didn't think I needed to apologize. I stared at him. Then I blinked. When he talked to me about being with his chosen mate, I told him it was fine. When he told me he's having his first pup with that chosen mate, I told him I was okay. When Damos gave me the news that Zealos is having his second pup, I dismissed it as if it didn't matter. But it did matter. I wasn't fine. I wasn't okay. I cried for nights for what? For this same gamma standing in front of me with a brain smaller than a pea? He actually believed I was okay with all that bullshit? Didn't he feel the excruciating pain of our bond breaking? He looked at me, scared at the thought that I might blow off on him any second now. He looked like he's bracing himself for a duel in the circle with me at the moment. But I didn't. I laughed. I laughed at how stupid our situation is. I laughed at how much of an idiot he is, and how I'm glad we didn't have pups together. Because I sure as hell won't like it if my pups had Zealos. Lack of good sense. I laughed so hard, some of the gammas were looking at us. Some didn't bother and kept doing their thing. Some paused and gave us a raised brow. Some didn't even look our way, too busy watching the fight happening in the circle. I even saw Damos pause while he's in that same circle having a duel with my brother Phobos, which earned him a kick in the gut. I grimaced. Why the hell would you take your eyes away from your challenger in the circle? Isn't that one of the rules? Keep your eyes in the enemy. That way, you'll predict their next move. And then it dawned on me. Damos is in the circle, dueling with my brother. Where do you think you're going? A velvety voice said behind me, before I felt two huge arms hug me from behind, engulfing my whole being. You're not thinking of stopping the fight, are you? Maybe? I whispered, sounding out of breath. And damn, is it New Year already? These sparks are better than the fireworks, even at the 4th of July. Immediately stiffening at his touch, I felt Alastor put his chin on top of my head while he tried to soothe my arms by rubbing it with his hands, as if that would actually calm me down and not get my wolf all woozy and hormonal and illogical. I could practically hear my wolf wanting to get pregnant there and then. I don't think you should. It's a thing between mates that you shouldn't try to meddle in, he whispered. I tried to crane my head to the side to look at him, but my head only went as far as seeing his shoulders. You know? It's basic deduction and reasoning, babe. Alastor slightly chuckled, his chest vibrating against my back. Although I calmed down a bit at the sound of his steady heartbeat behind me, I'm still too aware of his presence to not be conscious around him. Being rejected and being so used to being alone, I don't know exactly what to do when you're not alone anymore. I kind of always thought that as an Omega, no one would really accept me as their mate unless we're of the same rank, and that I should never depend on anyone because I only have myself. And so I got used to it. I got used to only thinking of myself, especially now that Dion's gone. Besides Dione, I never actually looked out for anyone else. I mean, Damos is a good friend, but he can look out for himself. Come on, how can an Omega look out for a Gamma? So that only left me looking out for myself. And then this huge teddy bear named Alastor decided to pop into my life. And now I'm a bit confused, since I don't think it'll be easy for me to adjust to be caring for a relationship. Not when I haven't been into one. Not when I don't know what exactly love is. Dione claimed to have loved Kratos, but he rejected her. Same happened for Atlas. Kratos claimed to have loved Eris and had a pup with her, but he can't seem to care a shit or two about Persephone. Zealos claimed to have loved his chosen mate and pups, but he ended up losing all of them in the end. If love is that painful, why would I even bother engaging in it? I've never really grown seeing love around me. I've grown through pain and rejection and anger and death. How is that going to make a relationship last? Don't you have Delta duties or something? I squeaked out at Alastor. He hugged me tighter. I did say I'll come visit. Haven't trained yet. Looking at Damos and Phobos trying to kill each other in the circle, I grimaced. Damn, that must be hard. You're angry at someone, but can't kill them because simply touching them makes you feel other things. Pleasant things. I bet both of them are so conflicted at this point. So I'm sure no one's going to die in that circle today. Just two wolves with lesser limbs, but alive. Can't really train at the moment. I winced as I saw Phobos hit Damos in his stomach. It might have been good if it was Damos's jaw or something, but Damos has always had a weaker spot in his stomach. So that must have hurt like a female dog. Want me to train you instead? Don't you have a lot to do? I blinked, not really sure what to feel about training with him. I bet that'll be horrendous. Just imagine me wanting to train but ends up only trying to tame my wolf from devouring our mate alive. I'd rather train with Damos. I'd like my wolf not being hormonal while I train. Excuse me, but what is the meaning of this? Zealos, my goddess, I totally forgot I was just talking to him earlier. Looked over at me, at Alastor, then back at me again. I felt Alastor's chin on top of my head turn to Zelos' direction as I did too. But no one answered him. We just stared at him. Alastor and I have been in this position for at least 3 minutes, and Zelos just stood there and watched us be all touchy-feely. He has to have gotten the hint already. Babe, Alastor said in a bored tone, kindly introduce me to this insignificant fool. I blinked. Then I blinked again. I looked at Zelos and his facial expression is priceless. I tried my best not to snort, really, but it slipped out my mouth anyway. Without even looking at Alastor, I can imagine him wearing a blank face. I bet he's looking down at Zelos like he's another brainless gamma. Which he is. Because damn, who rejects his mate and believes she's okay after feeling their bonds break just because she told him it was okay? Zelos huffed indignantly, but I bet he knows he's talking to someone of a higher rank. This insignificant fool is her mate. I believe you should keep your hands to yourself. Zelos said, and I saw for a split second that his eyes turned pure black. Ah, damn primal instincts. Zelos probably doesn't want anything to do with me, but his wolf probably still does. Kind of stupid, really. But I can't blame him. They're wolves. They're supposed to be stupid and irrational and not make sense most of the times. Oh, are you now? Alastor replied in a bored tone, not even sounding perplexed at the fact that he's looking at my soulmate. He doesn't even sound threatened at all. Zelos looked at me. Tell him, he said, sounding as if he's so sure that if I told Alastor that he's indeed my soulmate, Alastor would just up and leave. I felt Alastor move. He removed his chin from the top of my head, grabbed my chin with his index finger and thumb, and turned my head around so I could look at him. Alastor stared at me with those intense pair of eyes, as if they were telling me 1,000 stories unwritten, 1,000 words unsaid, 1,000 flowers blooming, 1,000 wolves killed. It was the most beautiful thing I've seen. Alastor has always kept a neutral face, no matter who he spoke to, or what he says, or whatever the situation is, but I swear I saw a ghost of a smile on his lips when he leaned down to kiss me gently on my lips. And when he pulled away, his kiss lingered, that I bet my eyes turned pure black at that point. And I don't care anymore. Fuck with controlling my wolf. I want more. Alastor looked back at Zelos. You claim to be this woman's mate, he says, then looked back at me. But all I see is that she's mine from head to toe. With those words, I've felt more sparks than I could have ever felt before. I felt more sparks than when he was holding me against him. I felt more sparks than when he kissed me. It was as if right there and then, he could send me to heaven with just saying my name. At this point, I turned to look at Zealos. You know, this is a thing between mates that you shouldn't meddle in. Mates, I heard Alastor whisper breathlessly, and I turned to look at him only to see him giving me a weird look. He was looking at me as if I just told him that he's won the lottery, or as if I just saved his life, or as if I have answered one of his deepest prayers, or something like that. I blinked at him, and I started vomiting random words. I mean, unless, of course, if you reject me. He cupped my face. No, say it again. What? Unless if you reject me? On normal days, he might have rolled his eyes, but he looked too excited to be smart about anything right now. No, before that. This is a thing between mates? After I said those words, I didn't even have time to react. All I know is that Alastor grabbed me by my legs and threw me over his shoulders. Now I'm upside down, facing his ass. His really nice, round ass. Alastor! I started hitting his back. Put me down. He only patted my bum. You know, babe, tell me more about this thing between mates in my room. I hit his bum back, but harder. I'm not kidding. Oh, you're into that kind of stuff? He says as he patted my bum again and continued walking away from Zealos, who watched us now with a shocked expression on his face. I guess I learn something new every day. I can walk, you know, I protested. I felt him chuckle. Not after finishing this thing between mates, you can't. When Alastor told me he's more than willing to train with me, staying beside him on his bed is not exactly what I had expected. Not that anyone's complaining. Besides, this was better than all of whatever I had in mind. And believe me, with him beside me, my wolf has been nothing but imaginative. Most of the mental images include a pup here and there. I have noticed that Alastor is quiet most of the times, but he looks at you with such observant eyes, you feel like he won't miss a single detail, not even if you try. And sometimes I feel like he knew something about me first before I could know it myself, such as how my brow slightly twitches when I'm irritated. I didn't know I was doing it until he pointed out that my brow slightly twitched at least twice at the sight of Zealos. He thought that maybe my brow twitching was either good or bad, but judging how I spoke to Zealos back in the barracks, he knew all too well it was the latter. "Stop it," I giggled, reaching out to cover his face with both my hands, but he kept playfully biting my fingers that I had to take my hands off his face. We've been laying on his bed for at least an hour now, facing each other. He had his arm over my waist, the weight of his arm pinning me down, as if I'll up and run anytime soon. We didn't really talk much since he wasn't talkative, and I'm really bad with conversations. What do mates talk about? All I know is they make pups. Shouldn't these kinds of things have a manual? How to Relationship 101 for Dummies. Hold up. I'm in a relationship with Alastor. Me and him and I, together. Holy fucker. Never would I have thought that a day like this would come. Damn, if Dione was here, I would have knocked her doors down and tell her everything that happened. I'll tell her every juicy details. It doesn't even matter in detail or how much that would embarrass her. I'll tell her anyway. I can already imagine her turning deep red, covering her face with both hands. The things I'll do just to spend that moment with her. I didn't know Alastor was staring at me, watching me like a hard mathematical problem that needs to be solved. With his calculating gaze, I looked away, too scared of what he might find. Any moment now, I feel like he's going to ask a lot about everything. About Dione, about our friendship, about Kratos and Zealos and Damos. How our pack ended, how my best friend died in front of me without me doing anything to save her. I almost braced myself for unending questions. I almost racked my brain trying to find the words to answer him when he asked, because that look he gave me looked like a man who wanted answers to everything. And I really don't know how to tell him that I was the worst best friend in the world. I don't know how to tell him that I still have the audacity to call myself Dione's best friend when I obviously don't deserve to be called that. Not when I did nothing but stare at her as she bled to death through the claws of a rogue. I was mentally and emotionally preparing myself for the longest explanation that I have to tell anyone in my life. And I'm scared. I'm so scared that time hasn't healed me enough to be openly talking about it yet. To be frankly honest, I don't want to talk about it. I don't feel like I'm prepared enough to be talking about one of my greatest heartbreaks. I don't feel like I can handle telling him everything without ending up crying in front of him. I just am not ready yet. But at the same time, he's my mate. He deserves to know things about me, doesn't he? There's no point in me not being open with him when we're basically about to spend our lives loving each other until we die. And even beyond death, we'll still be. I can tell him bits and pieces, I guess, just to give him answers, but not vivid enough to trigger my unresolved feelings from my nasty past. I guess I could do that. I could. "Stop," I heard a male voice tell me from a distance. My train of thought slowly faded from my mind as I felt warm fingers hold my hands. "Babe, listen, stop it," the male voice said, now sounding closer. I blinked, and my mind got me back to reality when my eyes landed on Alastor's pair of worried eyes. He was still looking at me like a math problem, but this time, a more complicated one that seemed near impossible to solve. He didn't say anything as he continued making eye contact with me, making sure my eyes never left his. But with the sparks I'm feeling through my fingers, I know he was keeping both my hands still. And it dawned on me. I didn't know I was doing it again. Scratching my palm with my other hand. I sometimes do this when I'm in deep thought or if I'm stressing about something. And most of the times, I'm not even aware that I'm doing it. Not even until I bleed. Will Alastor hate me now? Will he reject me now that he'd seen this part of me? That I'm this crazy person who's obviously complicated to deal with? Will he rather find a woman more unproblematic than I am? "Stop," I said. Alastor leaned on my ears and whispered, "Don't make me." And in that instant, my hand stopped. So did my heart. Well, at least my heart did stop for the first few seconds, and then it started to somersault in the next minute. Damn, he rarely speaks, and when he does, he gives me a heart attack. There's just no in between with this guy. We continued to stay in the same position while he added, "No need to tell me anything when you're not ready to do so. We have the rest of our lives to heal. No rush." With those words, I didn't know I was holding my breath until I let out a heavy sigh. I leaned onto his body while I started to play with his fingers. Will you not get tired of waiting? Sooner or later, you'll start to want answers. Honestly, of course I would. But what satisfaction would your answers be to me if I see your heart struggling with every word? I waited enough for you to be in my life. Waiting for a couple more is nothing. A smile slowly crept into my face with his words, and I bit the insides of my cheeks. The dinosaurs, not butterflies, in my stomach are going wild, and he's not even doing anything yet. Just imagine him kissing me. I bet those dinosaurs would start to devour him alive for me. With me being inexperienced with relationships and being intimate, I continued playing with his fingers. Your fingers are really long. I felt his chest vibrate as he chuckled. Feeling nothing but mirth, I am more than willing to notify you, babe, that my fingers aren't the only thing you'll be praising for being long. With my eyes wide, I hit his chest playfully while he just looked down at me with a wide smile on his face, flashing his pearly white teeth at me. And his eyes have never smiled brighter than his mouth did. Damn, he looks so hot. As if I'm not turned on enough, Alastor takes my bleeding palm against his lips and started licking it. As mates, we could tend to each other's wounds through touching, kissing, or licking. The latter is the fastest way to heal. And damn, isn't it weird and romantic at the same time? I never knew having someone's fluids smeared on me is a romantic thing. But it is. Just ignore how weird it feels for the first few seconds. Then after that, you'll feel instant relief as you feel his hot breath fanning across your skin. And then suddenly you want a bigger wound because damn smaller ones healed too fast. He knew I was liking it. Because he was giving me a look on his face before he gave my palm one last lick. I had to look away and try not to blush harder than I already am. And so we wasted an hour with him staring at me most of the time while I feel sparks at our physical contact and proximity. Although Alastor is lovely, he's been staring at me long enough that I can feel my face heating up. In a split second, Alastor grabbed both my hands. Then he rose up above me and pinned both my hands on either side of me on the bed. He leaned towards me, his nose touching mine. As his hot breath fanned my slightly open lips, my heart skipped a beat. His gaze went down my lips, and my bottom lip quivered. He looked so handsome, I felt goosebumps run down my spine. And then his eyes met mine. Both of ours are pure black. "Pray tell," he started in a rather raspy voice, "how many pups do you prefer?" "What? Is 6 pups sufficient enough?" "6!" I stared at Alastor as if he'd gone insane, like he had one screw loose on his head, like he grew another head on top of his shoulders, like he just told me 1 + 1 is 11. "No." He looked at me and nodded, sounding like he actually considers my reaction. "Yes, I agree. Having 6 pups isn't sufficient. Maybe twice the amount would be. How does a dozen pups sound, babe? Decent enough?" My mouth dropped open. A dozen? Why is he opening the idea of birthing to many pups when he's not the one who's about to carry the pup for 9 months? Can't imagine myself being big and round for 9 months 12 times. He poked my nose with a smile on his face, looking proud. "A dozen it is." As I was honestly contemplating whether or not having 12 pups is considered both decent and sufficient, as Alastor adamantly insists on putting it, there were 3 short and soft knocks on the door of his bedroom. I stiffened below Alastor, a bit frightened as to being seen in such an intimate position, regardless if it was with my mate. This house, after all, is full of deltas from the Eastern Pack. Except for the deltas who are still in training, and mated deltas who moved into separate houses with their respective partners. So basically, this is a house with numerous rooms filled with unmated deltas. Nonetheless, I don't know any one of them except Alastor, and I don't want my first impressions to strangers be some delta's bottom or something. Since, Alastor's a top and everything. On the other hand, Alastor doesn't even look fazed, not even bothered in the slightest. He looks like he doesn't even want to move for the next hour. He gave me a smile and gave me a peck on the cheek, as if his main goal is to ignore the next set of 3 knocks and hope they would give up and just stop knocking. I looked at the door before I looked back at him. "It may be urgent," I said. "They see me every day. You don't, so they'll have to wait," he playfully said, which earned him a playful hit on his chest. He chuckled. "Alastor!" A strong voice of a woman was heard on the other side of the door. "Make me wait, and you'll see my fist!" I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat. I remember being able to hear Dion's and Atlas's voices from the other side of the room, even if they were both whispering and trying to keep things down. With heightened werewolf senses, I could still hear shit, although I still have the option to block their noises. But sometimes I hear juicy stuff. It saved Dion quite the trouble of explaining herself because I already heard about it before she could tell me. Take note, I'm an Omega and I hear those things. Imagine being a higher-ranked werewolf. That means you have more heightened senses than I do, which means you can basically hear me swallowing the sudden lump in my throat if you wanted to. Damn, I won't be even surprised if she can also hear my breathing. Alastor huffed. "Later, Brianna." "Alastor," the girl. Brianna answered as a warning almost immediately. Her voice sounded stern, demanding, and authoritative that even my wolf started to cower in my mind. Damn, that wolf might kill me in the circle if she wanted to. Alastor's facial expression didn't change, however. If anything, he looked bored. "Then suit yourself. If knocking on my door is what pleases you, I wouldn't stop you." I know Alastor is damn strong. He could snap Brianna's neck in an instant, without even batting an eye. I haven't seen him fight, but with how confident his wolf is, we both know it's strong. Everything under his quiet facade is a strong killing machine. Maybe I should train with him? I reached out to cup Alastor's face with both my hands, and his facial expression turned from bored to interested in a second, with his eyes fixated on my face. It was an adorable thing to watch, my heart feeling full. I felt so loved and wanted that my heart is about to explode. It feels so good, it hurts. Talk to her. It's evening anyway. I have to go back, I told him, my thumbs making circular motions on his cheeks. He leaned onto my touch lovingly, closing his eyes as if cherishing every last second we have. But then his eyes fluttered open. "Go back?" he asked, sounding like I've gone insane. "Your home is here now, with me." Home. The only home I've ever known is with Dion. Now my new home is Alastor. Although both my heart and wolf are happy, this is all too sudden. One day, a Delta got home from his training, and the next day, he claims me and brings me home. Too much going on in 2 days. I am more than willing to be moving with him and start living with him. But I feel like I have to prepare for something first, as if there's something I needed to finish before this. And Alastor, even without my words, seemed to understand me just by looking at my eyes. He nodded before leaning down to kiss my forehead. "Fine. One night. Tomorrow, you're living with me." I smiled, thinking that one night is all I needed for whatever I have to do. O nodded my head and looked up at him, my eyes swirling with delight. "How about you give me a week?" I teased. Although damn, a week. I don't think I want to not live with him longer than a night. I want to be with him as much as he wants to be with me. And we're both too impatient to wait for a week. If he wants 12 pups, we better start now, don't we? He blankly stared at me for a couple of seconds before he said, "You're bluffing." Sometimes I feel like he's such a mind reader, like he knows everything I think about. I pouted. "How'd you know?" "Your facial expression." He reached out to pinch my nose. "You looked like you already want to start making our first pup." I swatted his hands away. "Or first 2 pups. I want twins." He continued on, a small smile on his face. I know he's low-key teasing me, but with how his eyes turned from pure black to its normal color in 2 seconds, I know he wants it too. Damn, my wolf's hormonal. His is hormonal too. I don't think our wolves would ever stop making babies, even after the 12th pup. "You done?" We both heard Brianna's bored tone on the other side of the door. I almost forgot she was there in the first place. "You can make a whole battalion of pups later, but this is urgent." A thought came in my mind. A whole battalion? Imagine having an army of pups. Isn't that the most adorable thing? "Sorry, babe," Alastor says before giving me one last kiss on the lips. I gave him a smile before he finally got off of me and went straight to the door. And now I feel cold without his body pressed onto mine. We're still in the same room, but I miss him already. Sometimes I feel like if maybe he's an Omega, we both could live simply. We both have nothing but each other. We could have a quiet life away from everything and everyone. But then we could not live a peaceful life if that happens. If we're both Omegas, we're both easy targets. I guess we really can't have it all. When Alastor opened the door, a girl with a really long hair that reached her bum appeared. She looked sharp and smart, even if she stands on the shorter side. Small that she is, I bet she could still take down anyone that goes against her effortlessly. Just imagine throwing her in the circle with Zeus. I'd bet everything I have that no matter how strong of a beta Zeus is, Brianna could outsmart him and beat him in her own way. She looked like any other deltas, silent but deadly. But there was something about her that had my wolf perking up in alert. I couldn't point my finger on it, but something about her facial features and the way she talked to Alastor that had me thinking of a really bad memory. They only discussed shortly, and they both nodded as Brianna was about to leave. I didn't even hear whatever they talked about because I was too busy staring at her. She looked very familiar, but I'm not sure if I want to remember how that is. Before Alastor closed the door on her, she gave me a look and acknowledged my presence by giving me a small, friendly smile and a nod. "Nice meeting you, Phoebe," she said, and her voice sounded genuine and kind. And she didn't look like she had other hidden agendas. She doesn't look cunning or manipulative. She looked light and welcoming, and I'm sure I've never had the opportunity to meet her before. I'm sure this is our first time seeing each other, but I can't seem to brush off the thought that I knew a bit of her before in my life. I gave her a small smile and a nod. "Likewise," I mumbled, but I was certain she heard me before she left. "Babe." Alastor called me as he was about to come back beside me on his bed. "You okay?" he asked, sounding a bit bothered himself. The bed dipped on his weight, but I welcomed his warmth with open arms. "No, I'm good." "What did she say?" I asked, curious as to why he felt a bit weird. He looked at me for a couple of beats, trying to weigh the pros and cons of him telling me about whatever they talked about. He spoke seconds later. "You didn't hear?" I shook my head, but didn't say anything. Can't tell him I'm too busy staring at Brianna to listen in. That would be borderline creepy. He looked hesitant as he said, "A new intel from the previous rogue attack in the Western Pack." I froze. My mind and heart seemed to stop functioning altogether. I can't even think of any proper words to describe how I should be feeling or thinking at the moment. My hands ran cold and clammy as I merely stared at Alastor. He watched me as he cupped my face with both his hands. "I apologize. I should have." "It's fine," I softly interjected. "What about the rogue attack?" I asked, staring into an empty space, seeing nothing but all the blood that was shed into that same attack just a month ago. "Brianna said she had samples of fur from some of the dead rogues in your previous pack. It went through a series of tests, and they, all members of the Delta strategic team, have finally come into a single conclusion." Alastor paused and looked at me, not sure if he should continue. I gave him a look. "Tell me," I said, quite firmer than I initially thought it would sound like. He reached out to brush the hair off my face and tuck it in my ear. "The wolf was from the Southern Pack," was all he murmured, letting me figure things out by myself with only those hints, and I was furious. Because Eris, Kratos' chosen mate, and Atlas, Dion's second chance mate, are both from the Southern Pack. If the rogue attack originated from that same pack, there's only one main reason why Dion is dead right now. And they made a terrible mistake of keeping me alive. Fucking hell. That bitch Eris, she is such a manipulative bitch. I knew I should have killed her that night of her vulnerability when she birthed that devil, Persephone. Fuck with Athena sticking a scalpel up my ass. I should have killed Eris with my bare hands together with that irritating pup who shouldn't have been born in the first place. My wolf is on edge, throwing everything that goes against me. How could someone who's already dead irritate me beyond belief, beyond imaginable? It makes me want to kill Eris over and over again. Or maybe keep her alive and kill her pup in front of her over and over again. so she could feel the excruciating pain of loving someone so much and watching them die in front of you through the claws of someone else. She never had to live her life trying to fit in. She never once had to wake up every morning being pushed over just because of being an Omega. But instead of being grateful for her life, she had to fuck everything up the moment she set foot into our pack. When I told Alastor I had to go back in the house, I finally remembered what I had to do. I had to make sure Persephone isn't in our damned room, or else I would really throw her in the ocean without second thoughts. My wolf is angry right now, and she wants to kill whoever she feels like killing, and she wants to start with the pup, the tragedy that is the daughter of our douche of an alpha, Kratos. I didn't even go to the main door entrance. I went straight at the window of our room, right at the back of the house. I don't remember how I managed to climb it, but I did, making a harsh thud against the floor when I landed ungracefully in the room. Looking up, I saw Damos on the bed, looking at me with wide eyes. I tried to ignore the bruises on his arms and face while I sniffed the air. I frowned. "Where's the damned pup?" I growled lowly, not looking at Damos. I walked all around the room to find any trace of Persephone. "You wanted her gone. She's gone." Damos shrugged his shoulders and then pointed at the window. "What's with the grand entrance?" I looked at Damos and narrowed my eyes at him. "Gone as in dead, or gone as in not physically present?" I asked, wanting the former to happen even if that's less likely. If the pup's dead, Damos wouldn't be so calm in our bed. "No one threw her into the ocean," Damos deadpanned. "You could have just entered the room normally. What are doors for?" "Shut up, or I'll throw you out the window myself," I snapped before I flopped myself on the bed, the soft mattress wobbling at the impact. "You have some serious window pet peeve," Damos commented, covering himself with the blanket. Then he sniffed my hair. "You don't even have the decency to wash yourself up before going to bed?" He scrunched his nose up in disgust. "I've been having a lot of trouble identifying what decency means for hours now," I remarked, remembering how Alastor's definition of decency involves no less than 12 pups. Besides, with what I learned, decency is my least priority. It was never your priority. I ignored what he said and looked up to his face, stared at his eyes with cold, hard determination. The rogue attacks came from the southern pack, I told him, trying to bite back an ugly snarl from my wolf. Damos, with his bruised face, gaped at me for the first few seconds. He was in utter shock until my words slowly dawned on him. I saw how his facial expression turned from shock to understanding to betrayal down to retribution. His wolf now seeks vengeance like is mine. His eyes shifted from pure black to its normal color rapidly in mere seconds. I've always known him to be different from other impulsive gammas who are over their heads. Damos always strategized before and during the fight. He always trains me. I know he doesn't like blindly going to a war. He'll be dead meat if he did that. He has to stay alive to actually kill someone. But at this moment, I'm seeing the gamma side of Damos, who looked like he would make impulsive decisions such as challenging everyone he sees into a battle, regardless of their ranks. Hell, he could be challenging Kratos now, for all we know. Stupid decision, if you ask me. And for someone like me, I've always made stupid decisions, so I'm a professional at detecting if someone's about to do it. With both his hands fisted against the bedsheet, Damos roughly swallowed a lump in his throat. "Is your source credible?" "It was from Alastor." "Need I say more?" I asked, feeling Damos's anger radiate through his body in waves, slowly touching me. We weren't touching each other, but our anger seemed to keep us closer, warming us up. Our wolves are zeroing into one goal, and we both know we'll be needing each other to achieve it. Damos closed his eyes, keeping himself from shifting when I saw his fur peeking out of his skin. "Eris was from the south," he murmured, piecing up the puzzle himself. "Dead or alive, that bitch continues to get under my skin," I uttered, and a sudden face flashed into my eyes, like a long-lost memory. And it was a memory, except it wasn't from a long time ago. It was from an hour earlier. "Brianna?" I immediately sat up from the bed, as if having a bad dream at 3 a.m. after watching a horror movie. My eyes went wide, and I felt the sweat that trickled down my temples ran cold. "Fuck," I muttered to myself, realizing now why she looked so familiar earlier. Why she somehow made my wolf on edge without actually doing anything at all. She fucking resembles Eris. I thought with Eris dead, I'd have to deal with my life with less drama. But no, I just have to meet someone who looked just like her, who seemed nice and smart, but with her mere existence mocking me of a dead person that triggers my wolf to kill someone, or even herself. I know Brianna did nothing wrong, but with Eris's resemblance of her, my wolf is giving me irrational thoughts, such as Brianna taking my mate, having pups with him, and having the Eastern Pack attack us remaining Westerners until we bleed to death. She reminds me so much of Eris that I'm starting to think that she'll do the same horrible things Eris did in the past, and that both frightens and angers me. What? Damos asked, sensing my utter distress. One of the deltas looked like Eris, I uttered, barely a whisper. Brianna looked like Eris, I added, and in an instant, I felt my canines about to show up. I know I've realized that fact seconds ago, but saying it out loud and acknowledging it out of my thoughts makes it more real. That in my mind, Brianna is slowly morphing into an ugly image of Eris. And I wouldn't be shocked if I started seeing her as Eris from now on, because my wolf is slowly growing an illogical hate towards that delta. Brianna? Damos asked, seeming to not know who I'm talking about. I managed to keep my wolf in check, not letting her control my human form this time. I turned to look at Damos. She's a delta. She looked just like Eris. Eris is dead, Damos tried to reason out, seeing my eyes becoming pure black in anger, and she couldn't be her sister. This is the Eastern Pack. Yes, and my brother is here. I gave him a look, and understanding flooded his face, not in the Western Pack where we came from. My parents were soulmates. My dad, a Gamma, and my mom, an Omega. When my mother was pregnant with me, my father was in training here in the Eastern Pack, and here he found his chosen mate, another Gamma. Sure, months of training and all alone. A stupid Gamma would think of nothing but his head between his legs. His chosen mate got pregnant with Phobos, and my mom found out. She gave an early birth due to too much loneliness. She died as she gave me life. Then father killed himself right after, feeling nothing but guilt at that time. I guess that's why they gave my brother Phobos as his name. Phobos means fear in Greek. And I guess our father felt nothing but fear when he realized he impregnated another woman and how that was a shit move. But I feel like his fear just stemmed from being caught by my mom. I bet he would have continued his infidelity as long as mom wouldn't know. He's a Gamma. My expectations for his character development is low. So I guess when I realized I'm mates with a Gamma myself, I wasn't that shocked being rejected. It hurt like a bitch, but I knew I saw it coming. Because if he didn't reject me, I feel like he'll end up like my father anyways. Only a couple of people knew that, including Damos. Everyone else thought both my parents died during the season hunts, and they were both too weak to defend themselves in the wild. Damos blinked at me. That couldn't be what I think it is, he said slowly. There's only one way to find out. I turned to look at the window and straight to the forest, directing us to the pack border, separating the Eastern Pack from the Southern Pack. Damos looked at the direction I was looking at, and he's probably thinking how many border patrols are there at this hour. It's not every day we get to trespass to another pack, so we don't really know, but we both know it is the only way. Other ways would lead to other packs, and we wouldn't want that. One long and dangerous way to find out, Damos muttered under his breath. You what? I whisper-hissed at Damos, my canines showing. My wolf, regardless if we're looking at our friend, is so pissed she could kill him right then and there. So what if my wolf is of a lower rank? That doesn't mean she can't kill. I'm not a fucking weakling when it comes to killing. Killing others would be as normal for me as breathing. In the middle of the forest, halfway from our house to the Eastern Pack border, I pushed Damos against a nearby birch tree. I'm already pissed as it is with the Southern Pack with everything that concerns Eris. Now, I had to hear this. You didn't want her. Damos expertly swatted my hand away from him as if it didn't bother him one bit. It felt strong that my hand literally flew away from him. Damn these higher-ranked wolves with stronger forces. So we gave it to those who wanted her. With my left hand on my hips, my index finger and thumb from my right hand pinched the bridge of my nose so hard, I feel like snapping my own nose in two. You gave Persephone to the southern pack. Do you? I said. My voice started to get louder with the next words. Realize how much of a stupid move that was? At that point, Damos's eyes turned pure black. It was the most logical thing to do at the moment. You don't expect us to actually throw the pup into the ocean like you wanted. The rogue attacks were from the south. Now that they have their heir with them, we have nothing against them anymore. Stop acting like we're all supposed to know that the rogue attacks were from them until now. It's not like I'm the one who wanted Persephone gone in the first place. Well, if you just threw her in the ocean, she would have been dead by now, and neither us nor the Southerners would be at an advantage. I yelled back, my voice cracking hopelessly at the last word. This isn't the first time Damos and I yelled at each other. When Dione died, we yelled more than I could count in a day. That's because we both blamed ourselves for her death, and we're both sad and stressed about it all, that our wolves cannot handle the grief and pain anymore. And we were both angry at the world, at everything, that we started to slowly get angry with each other, until we decided to train together. And our anger were shifted to our new hobby, and we started to slowly talk normal again. We just needed to let out anger and frustration out properly. But right now, with Damos and I yelling at each other, it feels like we're back to square one. We're back to blaming each other, pointing fingers onto who's more wrong and who's more right. I know we're friends, that's why our wolves are still holding back. But until how long exactly are we going to keep this up until one of our wolves started clawing the other? I dread the day it comes, because I feel it is soon. With the way Damos looked, he used to easily control his wolf better. Now, he's too angry to realize that he's already mid-shift. But my wolf was also too angry to back down if ever he decides to fight us to death. My wolf is upset that they gave Persephone back to his grandfather in the southern pack. Given the fact that they're the origin of the rogue attack in our pack, causing the death of everyone I cared for, they don't deserve to be happy. They deserve to mourn and grieve. They don't deserve their granddaughter. They deserve to watch her die in my hands in front of their eyes. There were many options to have done, one of which was throw Persephone into the ocean, or dump her into a shredder, or poison her, or simply claw her heart out. There are a lot of ways to dispose someone, especially a pup. But no, they have to give it to Alpha Anchises, the father of Eris. It felt like they let them kill my best friend and then rewarded them for it by giving their granddaughter to them. Oh, hey, thanks for the fucking rogue attack. Our whole pack vanished, but we have Persephone, so here you fucking go. Both Damos and I are in mid-shift, and we started walking in circles, watching each other's moves. I can't believe that after years of friendship, it will all end like this. In the middle of the eastern forest, under the half moon in a cold, silent night, because we both looked like if one of us jumped the other, no one would stop us from tearing each other apart. But before that could happen, we both heard a warning growl. Damos and I stilled, our fur, canines, and claws retreating. In an instant, with that demanding growl, I'm in control of my human form, because my wolf decided to tuck her tail between her legs and hide in my mind. It was a growl that sounded so familiar, I don't know if I should be happy or scared about it. But looking at Alastor as he stood in front of both Damos and I was more on the scared part. He's in his human form still, and he stood tall. He had his arms crossed against his chest, his feet was shoulder-wide apart. He looked down on both of us, like annoying insects he can squash dead when he wanted to. He didn't say anything, his mouth was shut, but it was still getting louder every second as the silent night enveloped us. Alastor was quiet, but I can feel his disapproval radiating off him in large waves that my wolf started to whimper in my mind, and it makes me mad. Just because I suddenly have a mate, that doesn't mean he's bound to control me, my choices, and my feelings. If I'm angry, then so be it. I don't need him bossing me around with a growl just because he knows I'm simply an Omega and he's a Delta. He's my mate, but it doesn't give him any license to control me in any way. Not when I don't permit him, and not ever. I'm my own self, ever since I could remember. Why is that going to change now? What the hell are you doing here? I asked Alastor, surprised at how strong my own voice sounded. Even Damos's head snapped at me when I spoke. But Alastor didn't respond, only looking down at me. He didn't even flinch. His face was blank. I can't read whatever goes with his mind right now, and it makes me more frustrated. How come he can freely read me, but with him, I'm completely and utterly at a loss? It makes me feel clueless and stupid. It's irritating. Not wanting to waste my time anymore, I dared take a step closer to Alastor. He didn't move, as if he expected me to come closer. Damos's eyes went wide and looked at me as if I have my death wish. And maybe I do. If you'll excuse me, I have some heads to cut off, I said, staring up at Alastor, hoping my neck won't hurt. It's just in the southern pack. Be back in 2 hours, I said, as if that was a normal conversation in our everyday lives. But before I could make another move, Alastor suddenly did. He grabbed my arm firmly with his one hand, but he was looking at Damos when he said, "Nice fight," looking at the bruises on Damos's face that he gained from Phobos. Damos nodded, and pride shone on his eyes, as if those bruises were his medal, a stamp of approval from a Delta, a wolf of a higher rank than his. His chest swelled with pride with that mere comment. I almost rolled my eyes at it. Male ego is as easy to feed as it is easy to break. "Let me go," I mumbled, trying to get my arm back. But Alastor held me tightly, that I won't be going anywhere sooner or later. The more I struggled against his grasp, the more I feel like my days of freedom are numbered. But I was too angry to let my freedom be taken away from me. I hit Alastor's chest. I said, "Let me go." I demanded, my voice louder than the first time. My eyes held fire more, and I sounded more confident than I ever did with him before. As if I'm not scared if he suddenly asked me for a duel. However, Alastor looked down at me as if he was bored. He didn't even flinch when I hit him. I was practically hitting a wall. And I wasn't hurting him. I was hurting myself. He grabbed my free hand with his other arm and pulled me closer to him quite harshly. I didn't know what exactly he wanted to do at that moment. Not even when he leaned down and our lips met. It didn't even register in my brain yet that he was kissing me. As if I didn't just yell at him like a mad woman. His lips still felt soft and caressing, as if nothing happened. As if we're still in his bedroom. As if Damos isn't around. Except Damos still is. He made an awkward clearing of his throat as he looked away from us. He looked so embarrassed, as if he was watching live porn unravel from his eyes. When Alastor pulled away, some of my anger seemed to simmer down. As if I don't feel that my anger was as intense as it was seconds ago. I blinked as I watched Alastor stare at me with the same expressionless face as he always has. But his eyes were pure black. I felt like if he had no decency left in his body, he would have taken me right here and now in front of Damos. However, Alastor still does. But when I looked at Alastor, I was lost again. Not the kind of lost that lovers feel. Not that romantic thing of being lost in their eyes, of being lost in a world that the both of you made for yourselves. I was simply lost. My anger was lost. My reasoning was lost. My words were lost. It was as if I don't see the point or importance of anything anymore. It made me forget why I wanted to cross the border in the first place, or why I wanted to challenge Damos earlier. It made me forget everything, and with that realization, a different kind of anger bubbled within me. It was as if Alastor had so much control of me, with simple gestures. What if I'm in the middle of avenging Dione and suddenly Alastor shows himself? If he makes me less angry, I will lose my purpose of retribution. I will fail Dione again. I can't afford that. Not this time. Not ever. Only anger keeps me together. Only anger keeps me wanting to kill more. Only anger keeps me going. And if Alastor would hinder me from feeling the only emotion that I needed to stay alive, would it be worth it to keep him beside me? I was never a morning person, or an afternoon person. Or maybe I just hate life no matter what time of the day it is. But that hate is generally more intense during the morning, especially after waking up. Alastor came by at our house at exactly 6 a.m, claiming me as if I'm his belonging that he left at the bag counter in a grocery shop for him to withdraw me right after he's done. Although he did say he'll give me one night, but the least he could do is give me more sleep. Last night, Alastor didn't say anything, but tell me that the last thing I want to do is go to the southern pack. He told me he would let me cross the border if I really wanted to, but only if I go to either the northern or the western packs. Given that the western is currently inexistent at this point, that only means I could only go north, and I don't want to be up there in the freezing cold mountains. He didn't even ask me what Damos and I were trying to do, probably because he knows my agenda anyway. He's a Delta, so I'm not surprised if he already knows everything before I could even think about doing it. Although I'd be lying if I said I'm quite surprised he isn't mad. Normally, anyone who would have known our plans would rather have our necks broken right there and then than let us go down south. Knowing what we were planning to do, why wasn't Alastor angry? Or irritated at least? After giving me one last peck on the lips, he got me back into our bedroom through the window. He carried me bridal style while he climbed up to the second floor. On the other hand, Damos went inside the house through the main door. Like a normal sane person would do, he kept mumbling to himself all night. What are doors for? I guess I was too tired to fight the sleep that's winning me over when my body went back into bed. Yesterday, I've learned and did a lot. It was tiring, but at the same time, it was progress. I can feel it. We're finally getting some clues in the rogue attack. All we need to do is act on it. The first act: get out of the room. Getting out of bed is quite the most challenging part of the morning, but getting out of the room is just as bad. I don't want to go downstairs and meet everyone. Everyone on the other side of the door is stupid, except for Damos, Solomon, and Alastor. But I have no other choice. Going out of my bedroom, the first thing I noticed was the scent in the room. Although it still smells like 3 stupid wolves, 2 okay wolves, and 1 really handsome wolf, there's 1 additional wolf that I can't seem to identify. Make that 2. Fuck. I had to internally cringe because dealing with 3 stupids is hard as it is. Why did 2 more have to go here? Stupid scents repulse me. Ah, the Omega finally found her second chance mate. The douche of a beta remarked just as I stepped foot in the living room. I don't even want to say his name at this point, or I'd end up challenging him into a duel in or out of the circle. I flipped him my middle finger so he could simply fuck off because it's too damn early in the morning to be seeing his face. However, I did take a double look at him, and now the unfamiliar scent in the air made sense. Zeus was sitting in the middle of the sofa, his legs propped wide. On his left arm was a whore, and on his right arm was another whore. Basically, I'm seeing this house turning into a whore house just before I leave. Give it to Zeus, who can still find whores wherever he goes. It's as if he never runs out of them. I just hope he finds his mate soon, so she could fuck him up in more ways than one. I'd like to see that day. Although I kind of hope she doesn't find him and just choose her own mate. She doesn't deserve Zeus. No one does. Not when he's behaving like this. Damos was just standing beside the couch, his back leaning against the wall. With his arm crossed, he seemed to look bored, tired, sleepy, and wanting to stay awake at the same time. But he's too bored to be wanting to deal with Zeus's shit at this moment. I can see it in the way he rolls his eyes at him and the whore on Zeus's left who winked at him seductively. Zealos, however, sat on the single-side couch, looking obviously pissed and livid. He gave me a short nod. Alastor's with Kratos. Said they have to deal with certain things first. I gave him a small nod back, feeling like Zealos doesn't want to socialize at the moment. So I didn't bother giving him a response or having a conversation with him. Not that I wanted to talk to him, anyway. Although I'm not entirely sure why he's wearing such a long face, I didn't bother asking. If I'm in his situation, I'd be fucking pissed too. Hell, that blonde whore on Zeus's right kept making these little moaning sounds as she rubbed herself on him. Seeing that sight, who wouldn't want to just kill someone? What are you looking at? The blonde one snapped at me with a warning growl emanating from her throat. I raised a brow at her. Why is this bitch talking to me? I muttered, directing at no one as I gave the blonde a once-over. The left side of my lips rolled upwards in utter disgust at the sight in front of me. She looks so stupid, it's disgusting. She literally has no redeeming qualities in the physical category. And I'm guessing she has none of those in the mental category, too. Looking at Zeus beside her, I knew I didn't expect anything more than utter disappointment. My expectations for Zeus are low, and he's quite good at keeping it at that. And damn, stupidity is contagious. The she-wolf smelled and sounded as stupid as the beta beside her. I heard Damos's chuckle that he tried to hide with a cough. Hey, hey! Zeus started to speak up, looking at me like he owned the place and I'm the intruder. You can't have fights with wolves prettier than you. That's just straight-up insecurity. I gave him a bored look and pointed at the blonde. At least look at her when you say that. The blonde furrowed her brows, but seemed like she doesn't get it. As if my words went above her head. I had to fight the urge to hit my forehead and then hit her. Maybe if I hit her head hard enough, I'll manage to shake up the little amount of brain cells left in that small head of hers. I gave the blonde a smile. You can't have fights with wolves prettier than you. That's just straight-up insecurity. I told her slowly, as if I'm explaining to a 4-year-old. I gave her at least 3 seconds, and finally she got the hint, because she started to stand up to lung at me. I had to laugh. This bitch smelled Omega to me. Is she that sure that Zeus will back her up when she picks a fight with me? She's too confident to growl at me. And I've been spending a lot of time in the barracks that I practically smell like a gamma now. Normally, if you're a sane Omega, the last thing you want to do is lung out at a gamma-scented wolf. Hey now! Zeus snaked his arm on the blonde's waist, rooting her beside him. The brunette on his other arm seemed chill, maybe because she's slower to pick up on everything that's happening around her. And I guess that's best for everyone at this point. No, let her, I smirked as the blonde trained her eyes at me, her eyes turning pure black. Zeus huffed. Confident now that your mate is a Delta and he'll fight for you? He said. And at that moment, the blonde's eyes turned back to normal in an instant, as if someone poured cold water all over her. I had to laugh. Please? I'd tear her to pieces with or without a mate. Even though still pissed, Zealos pointed his finger at me and nodded. He didn't say anything to Zeus, but it was enough to tell him that he agrees with what I said. And that's saying something, since Zealos is a fighter. You better, Zeus smirked, because Alastor won't be fighting for you too long. He'll eventually leave you and reject you for someone better. In an instant, my eyes turned pure black and my wolf wanted to take control. She wanted to snap this beta's neck at this moment, regardless of rank. Try me, I growled. What? You know the drill, Omega, Zeus said, feigning innocence, then pointed at Zealos. You've been rejected by a Gamma. Why would you think a Delta wouldn't do the same? Zealos growled. Zeus. Damos huffed at Zeus. I bet your mate would still reject you at the sight of you, even if you're Beta. There's literally no ranks in mates. Zeus huffed back. Why would anyone reject this sight? He confidently remarked, flexing both his arms. The two bitches beside him giggled as they continued feeding his ego by kissing him on his cheeks. Because you're not a sight to behold, really, I deadpan. Before Zeus and I would end up in a duel, Alastor finally shows up when we heard a door open. Our eyes instantly met, and I saw that his eyes were pure black and tensed before it softened at the sight of me. His eyes turned back to normal and looked at me as if it's his first time seeing colors. The dinosaurs in my stomach are going so damn wild. So is my hormones. Kratos came from behind Alastor, looking quite tensed himself. He never had spared me a glance in ages, even if we live in the same house. But in that split second, our eyes met, and I saw nothing in there but regret before he looked away. What exactly did Alastor and Kratos talk about in that room for the both of them to end up so tensed? Acting like nothing happened, Kratos looked at Zeus. Next time, bring your horrors someplace else, he said, giving Zeus a look that had his beta straightening up in his seat. I just had to chuckle when Zeus said, Yes, Alpha. He sounded like a loyal dog. It was so funny. His head snapped at me, giving me a warning growl. I just flipped Zeus the finger and watched Alastor as he gave me a proud smile. I hope you're settled well, Phoebe. Brianna gave me a beaming smile as she stood outside of Alastor's bedroom door. I was sitting on Alastor's bed, trying to get comfortable. Minutes prior, Alastor and I were having our moment. But Brianna just has to come knocking on the door, insisting that what she has to tell my mate is nothing but urgent. And now that moment is ruined. So is my mood. At one point, I thought maybe she's doing it on purpose. That whenever Alastor and I are getting closer, it's her cue to step in and ruin everything. But the thing is, the first time Brianna interrupted us, Alastor doesn't even want to get separated from me and would rather brush her off. But now, Brianna doesn't even have to beg for Alastor's attention. The moment she knocked and told him it was an urgent call, my mate practically jumped off of me and ran straight to open his door. What the fuck is going on? I gave Brianna a curt nod. Thanks. I'm not sure if Brianna sensed that I was practically dismissing her, but if she did, she didn't acknowledge it. Completely ignoring it, she turned to Alastor. We have results, she said. Alastor simply nodded, as if with those simple words he knew what she was talking about. They didn't even mind link this time. They just looked at each other and bam, message received loud and clear. It's as if their bond has been strong over the years, that they don't require words to understand each other. Although getting mad at Alastor for that is quite selfish, for Damos and I have a friendship like they do as well. And I trust Alastor more than someone should for someone they've met in less than a week. But I get this little spark of irritation in me, thinking that they've known each other for too long, that maybe their bond is stronger than whatever Alastor and I have. That maybe, if time comes he has to choose between the both of us, he'll choose her. And I've had enough of being rejected for someone better. I was having this long train of negative thoughts that is slowly turning into a nightmare, because I feel like it's so close to reality that I'm just waiting for it to happen, that I'm seeing the future. That sooner or later, if Alastor turns out to choose Brianna over me, I wouldn't be surprised. And I would just tell myself that I saw that coming, and I would have done something to prevent it. Maybe I should reject him now to avoid getting hurt in the future? It may hurt now, but the rejection phase isn't something I haven't gone through before. I did it once. I probably can do it all over again. The rejection phase wouldn't be so bad if Alastor and I haven't spent that much time together. If he rejected me after all my emotional deposit in him, that might hurt like a bitch. Maybe it's time to end it before it could all happen? At that point, as Brianna and Alastor were talking, their voices were silent. It was as if I've been zoning their voices out to hear the voice in my head instead. But seconds later, Alastor's head shot up in my direction, alarm in his eyes. Even Brianna looked over and blinked at me in surprise and concern. Alastor then walked towards his bed where I sat and reached out to give me a tight hug. And with that single bone-crushing hug, my dark thoughts gradually lightened by the second. When he pulled away, he grabbed both of my hands. He gave me a look before he turned my hands over to see my palm. He then kissed both of them. "You're doing it again," he whispered against the sensitive skin of my palm. "Did something upset you?" It took me more than 5 seconds for Alastor's words to dawn on me. I blinked at him for a couple of times before I cleared my throat. "What?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Alastor started making circles on both my palms. "Babe, you're scratching yourself again," he said with a soothing voice. And although with his voice so soft and calm, I sensed the panic and worry in him. I can see it in his eyes. He probably thinks I'm weird now. He probably is disappointed at the moon goddess for having someone like me as his soulmate. I'm a stuck-up with a lot of hatred in my heart. I'm not as pure and loving and perfect as who Alastor deserves. I've been broken a lot of times, that the only thing I recognize are broken things that I know I could never fix, so I keep it broken instead. And he doesn't deserve it. He deserves the love he's been trying to give me, the same love I don't think I could give him because it's not present in me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, clutching his hands so tight as if any second now, he'll disappear. "I'm so sorry." He stared at me for a couple of beats, trying to puzzle out in his head whatever I was apologizing for. When he seemed to understand it, his brows furrowed. "Don't," he said, his voice stern. "Even if I choose my own mate, I would still pick you over and over again. Humans do that." I huffed, because they don't have special bonds for their mates. Their bonds grow with time, regardless of who they spend it with. It's different from us werewolves. "But both humans and werewolves have a choice," Alastor says, his hands grabbing mine tighter. "You're my choice, mine, and you'll be the only good thing I've ever chosen in my life and in all my other lifetimes combined." I blinked at him, and even with his hands on mine, I still cupped his face with both hands. You're too good to be true. I feel like there's a catch," I muttered. and I've never said words truer than that. He's so patient and understanding that I feel like it's too perfect, that sooner or later I would see something bad to ruin that perfection, because I feel like I don't deserve something like this, because I feel like I've been deserving less, that if I deserve more, it's not for me. And then, poof, Alastor came. Is he not for me then? Alastor looked at me for the first few seconds before he turned towards the door and said in a loud voice, "Brianna, you should—" But Brianna was already gone, leaving, she yelled, her voice a bit faded. I'm assuming she's already walking down the hallway. As if she'd already left seconds ago, without getting noticed. Good, Alastor mutters before he turned to me. Now, we need to settle this once and for all. I'm not rejecting you, and you best not reject me. I blinked. If you ever think for a second that I would choose someone else over you, Alastor continued, then I might be doing something wrong, because clearly I haven't assured you enough. I blinked again, but this time I spoke. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I started shaking my head. Alastor raised a brow at me. Don't feed me with the "it's not you, it's me" bullshit, because I won't buy it, he said. I see the way you look at Brianna. With his last statement, I looked away. Dione might have been a bad liar back when she was still alive, and I might have been a better liar. But with Alastor as both my mate and a delta, he's supposed to feel my emotions through our bond and know things I don't. A deadly combination. So no matter how great of a liar I am, it's no use with him, so I didn't bother talking. Besides, am I that transparent for him to see through me? Brianna doesn't seem to notice my anger, or maybe she just doesn't want to confront me? Alastor sighed and leaned to kiss the side of my temple. He gave me a smile when he pulled away. I always knew you were a bit territorial yourself. I huffed and pouted, but looked away. So what if I am? Not like he's going to do anything about it. Using on of his hands, he grabbed my chin to turn my face and make me look at him. I'm all yours, he says. Do whatever you want to me. I stared at his eyes. Both looked normal to me. He didn't need his wolf to tell me these things, and that says a lot. He's genuinely telling me this as Alastor himself, not as Alastor with the bond of a wolf. And it had me all warm and tingly inside. Break me, love me, I don't care, he whispers. I'm at your disposal. 6 days have passed, and Alastor and I barely have our time together. He's been busy since the day he made me move with him. The only time we ever get to spend our time together is at night when I'm too tired to move and he just got back from his meeting. And I'm getting irritated as time goes by. I know as a Delta, he has a responsibility to fulfill, a duty he had long before he even met me, something he has been doing as a part of his life. But with Brianna around and him being almost always absent, my wolf is getting angry. I am getting angry. And with my wolf on edge, I don't think Brianna wanting to talk to me alone in a closed room is of any help. She knocked on Alastor and I's bedroom door, gladly telling her that my mate isn't with me at the moment so that she can go leave me be because she always looks for him. She gave me a smile and told me it was me she needed to talk to. Standing in the middle of the room, my right arm immediately went over my stomach to grab my left elbow. She stayed out of the room, looking at me, waiting for me to let her in. And so I did. Whatever she has to say, we better get this done and over with. I don't quite understand why, she started, as she stopped a few steps away from me as if to respect my personal space, and I'm not sure if I'm correct, but I feel like you don't approve of me. Almost immediately, my tongue slipped. You look like Eris. She gave me a blank look. Do I? I gave her a calculating gaze, my right hand pinching my left elbow. So you know her? I said in an accusing tone. She nodded. I know Eris. And her father, she said, and my hand started squeezing my elbow so bad I can almost feel myself peeling my own skin off, as well as Dione and Athena. For the first few seconds, I was sure I wanted to lash out on her, but with the last names she blurted out, anger surged in my veins. I was sure I wanted to execute her with my bare hands. I would like to look at her in her eyes as she slowly succumbed to her own death. At this point, I wounded my elbow as my nails dug deep into my skin. I let out a low growl. Why do you know them? Who are you really? She blinked at me, quite surprised at my outburst. All Deltas in this pack know them. We're investigating your case, Phoebe. I thought you know that, being Alastor's mate. My ears perked up, Alastor never told me what they were talking about in all those meetings he attended. He never told me the progress of their investigation. Hell, I don't know shit. All I did was stay in this damned room like a puppy waiting for his return, only to sleep when he came in the night and wake up with him gone in the morning. Look, Phoebe, I don't know what I did to displease you, Brianna continued on, looking really sincere with her words. But I really am in need of your assistance. Alastor is against me doing this, but I need answers. And the only way I could get those answers is if you help me. My brows furrowed. Why is Alastor against it? He doesn't want you to be caught up in this investigation to protect you, she said, and my right brow raised in question. He says your emotions are too heightened, and you may proceed to execute certain unnecessary actions that might put you in deeper trouble in the future. If this is true, I think I might need to have a talk with Alastor later, and he better not give me an excuse to put off our discussion. I need to know their plans and their results to understand exactly why he thinks I'm better off not knowing these things. I, of all people, should be one of those who knows what's happening regarding this matter. I'm not a background in this case. I belong in it. As far as Dion's death and the rogue attack in the Western Pack is concerned, I deserve to know everything about it, and I don't need my mate hindering me from knowing the truth. I gave Brianna a once-over. What do I have to do? I apologize for visiting in your place unannounced, Alpha Kratos. Brianna started as she gave him a small bow as her way of respecting a wolf of a higher rank. I didn't bother. He's a douche in my eyes. Brianna gave me a look, but didn't question my lack of respect. We both got in Kratos' office, the wooden door behind our backs. Kratos sat on a chair behind an office desk across the other side of the room. It was as if we're all avoiding each other like the plague. However, Kratos didn't offer us any seats. He let us stand far away from him, as if he is scared that we might touch him. And with our touch, he would burn. His posture is calm and authoritative, but there's something in his eyes that seem to contradict the aura he's trying to give off. Although he isn't looking at me, but straight at Brianna, my head perked to the side as I watched him. He knows I'm blatantly observing him, but he spared me no mind. He told Brianna in a voice with finality, Delta, Alastor, and I have already spoken, if your current investigation is concerned. Brianna nodded. Yes, I am aware of your previous discussion. We are grateful for your cooperation, as you let Alastor record your voice as you answer his questions. Kratos gave a curt nod. Then, I believe we are done here, Delta, he says, obviously dismissing us as quickly as we came. However, Alpha, Brianna continued on, as if Kratos didn't say anything, I have a few additional questions to clear some minor confusions in our investigation that would surely help our progress. This won't take long. Kratos paused for the first few seconds before answering. My hands are quite full, Delta. Maybe we should set a date to continue the interrogation. At this point, I frowned. There was something about Kratos wanting us gone so fast that had my wolf curious. I looked at Brianna. How many questions do you have for him? Brianna, although not taking her eyes off of Kratos, answered, 2. I looked back at Kratos, whose right hand slightly twitched when he felt my sharp gaze fall on him. He looked like a student about to answer his final exam without reviewing his notes and is scared of the outcome. My wolf ticked at the fact that he still won't spare me a glance when I blurted out, She has 2 questions. I'm sure that won't take much of your precious time. You'll get rid of us easier that way. Kratos slowly turned his hands into fists, clenching and unclenching it, as if in deep thought. But at this point, I'm getting impatient. What are you scared of exactly? I asked Kratos, my left lip rolling up in disgust at this so-called alpha in front of us. For a high-ranked wolf, he sure got lesser balls than I do, and a female doesn't even have one. With my words, Kratos finally turned to look at me. His eyes met mine for a solid 5 seconds, and in those seconds I saw fear, panic, and regret dancing together around his irises, as if taunting me, as if telling me a deep secret that keeps coming out if it's grave. What are you hiding, Kratos? At this point, I'm not sure if I really know my enemies well. Is it Brianna, who did absolutely nothing to me? Or is it Kratos, who did absolutely nothing when Dion died? Since coming in this pack, I've learned how to deal with the anger within me. I've learned how to let go of it without ending up killing someone and regretting it later. Damos taught me this secret of his. And I'm doing it now. Into the circle, baby. And what a better way to let out all of my pent anger than to duel with none other than the motherfucker himself, Zeus. Alastor got me irritated, and Kratos got me all fucked up and wired up. These high-ranking wolves are fucking over my mind, and I can't stop overthinking. Zealos is nowhere to be found, so I can't make him my punching bag. But Zeus is here, so it's not really a bad thing. In fact, I'm liking how this turned out. My wolf has always wanted to take his ass down, cut his throat, and feed him in the wild. I want my smirk to be the last thing Zeus sees before he dies. Focus, Phoebe. You'll tire yourself out. I heard Damos coaching me from outside the circle. Some gammas watched us, cheering. I don't know if they're cheering me on to kill a beta, or they're laughing at me for thinking I could take on a beta. Either way, Zeus is liking it. Whatever kind of attention he can receive, he'll bathe on it. Zeus did nothing for the past 5 minutes. I've been chasing him around the circle, and he kept running away from my grasp, as if he's deliberately wanting me to chase him around. For the first few minutes, I'm aggressive to the point of chopping his head off. But as the time ticked by, I'm getting a bit exhausted running around. I'm getting impatient, and so is my wolf. We want to grab him and headlock him right there and then. But Zeus is too fast, too agile. His moves were quick, almost as if he teleports from one place to another. At this rate, with my heartbeat racing as if it's about to get out of my chest, I knew I have to think of a strategy to pin him down, or I would end up too exhausted when Zeus decided he wants to go on offensive and I can't defend myself anymore. For fuck's sake, stop running and fight me, I growled at him, and he only smirked at me. You're too damn scared to fight me? And you're too damn slow, pup, he says with a smirk that fuels me to kill him there and then and spray his blood in every corner of the barracks. See, when the answer is right in front of you, your brain is just too damn slow to catch up. I run towards him again, reaching out to grab his neck, only for him to slip away again. With both of us covered in sweat, it makes it much harder for me to grab him. You talk too much and fight less, douchebag. At this point, I'm getting slightly dizzy. How long has it been me running around to catch him? But my feet is getting tired and is about to collapse. My breathing is ragged and my head is spinning. And looking at him, besides being covered in sweat, he doesn't look fazed at all. It was as if he just had his usual morning run. And it irritates me. Phoebe, stop running after him, Damos calls out, probably seeing how exhausted I already look like without even a fight. Let him get closer before you grab him. When Damos said that, I know I wouldn't want it any other way. Keep your friends close and enemies closer, they say. And with Zeus, I want him so close to me with my arm around his neck where I could hear his heavy breathing and I could see the panic in his eyes. Oh, how close? Zeus asked Damos, and before I knew it, Zeus was behind me, putting his arm around my neck into a headlock before he dumped his weight on me, and we both fell on the floor. Is this close enough? I can feel my face turning red as I tried to gasp for air. My hands were on his arm, trying to get him off of me. But he was too strong, and I was too exhausted to make any more moves. At this point, even with heightened anger, I can't fight him off. He did it on purpose, tiring me first before attacking. I knew I should have listened to Damos, but I was too prideful and taken over by my anger to think about it. You're too weak, Omega, Zeus whispered on my ear, still not letting me go, waiting for me to tap out. I don't blame your mate for not accepting you. If this is his new strategy for me to tap out, he'd have to try better than this. He didn't reject me, I said between ragged breaths. Oh, but he would, soon. Zeus chuckled against my ear in the most villainous way possible. I'm sure of it. I just huffed at his nonsense and tried to focus on a strategy on how to get him off of me. His weight is too heavy for me to easily roll over, and my position got me trapped that the only thing I can move is my hands. He probably spared my hands so I could tap out. Such a big-headed prick. I'll have to demand a rematch soon, and I'll have his head hung against my wall after that. I'll make sure of it. You don't believe me? Zeus continued on, and I could practically hear the smile in his voice. How long have you known him? 5 days? A week? A week and a few days? I didn't answer. This is only his strategy to divert my attention. I fell for his trap once. I'm not doing it this time. However, Zeus continued on as if he didn't expect an answer from me either. It doesn't matter. The point is, didn't you ever wonder why he hasn't claimed you yet? He asked, and slowly I stopped resisting under him. A week in the same room, in the same bed. He would have claimed you by now, don't you think? I shook my head, trying not to let Zeus get the better of me. We don't have a deadline, fucker. We're not rushing. What's the holdup for then? Zeus challenged, before I felt his tight hold on me slightly lessened. Let me guess, he hasn't brought the subject up yet, has he? I stayed quiet, telling myself repeatedly in my mind that Zeus is nothing but a douchebag who wants to rile me up. I better not listen to his nonsense and start getting away from his grip before I start to faint. Because at this point, with less air to breathe, my vision is getting blurry. Zeus, stop it already, I heard Damos's voice from outside the circle, although he sounded more far than he did earlier. Phoebe, you have to tap out now, he added, sounding a bit frantic himself. See, Phoebe, a delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you, Zeus continued, but he let go of me. I started coughing when he added, you would have known that by now, no? When he stood up, I rolled over while clutching my neck with both my hands. My vision was still hazy, but I know Zeus is looking down on me like a dirt that I was. An omega has always been nothing more than trash to him, anyway. No matter who you train with or who your mate is, you're still an omega, Zeus continued on. Know your place, pup, don't make me show you. I waited. With bruises and cuts here and there, I still waited for Alastor to come back from his meeting. It was already 2 a.m, and most times I would have been letting my sleep take over me at this point. A delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you. And even if sleep decided to finally take over me, I would eventually be woken up by Zeus's voice in my head. The annoying thing is, his voice kept ringing inside my mind non-stop since after our duel, and he's the last person I want to hear from. I invited him in the circle to fight, not to talk. Why would I want to hear his voice? But now his voice is fucking stuck in my head, and there's no way to get it out my mind on replay than to get this done and over with. A delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you. I know. I yelled to myself, clutching the sides of my head with both of my hands. I was now curled up near the headboard of the bed, taking up a rather small space in a wide bed. I fucking know. A delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you. But no matter how hard or how many times I hit my head on both sides, Zeus's voice won't stop. It kept haunting me, and it's making me agitated. It's making me feel weird combinations of emotions. Emotions that I'd rather feel on their own, but not together. Never together. I feel frustrated because I'm angry towards Zeus just because he's Zeus. I'm angry at myself to let this shit happen to me. I'm angry at Alastor now that I'm slowly but surely convinced that Zeus is telling me the truth. And I'm angry at Zeus because he's probably right. And at the same time, I feel sad because Zeus is probably right. And I wouldn't know what to do or to say to myself to try to make it better. Do I have to reject him first before he rejects me? A memory stuck in my mind that it was this time that I wasn't rejected, for I was the one who rejected him first. It would still hurt the same, no matter what end of the line you hold on to. But at least, this time, I couldn't be a laughingstock. This time, I could tell them that I had a choice. I had the choice to reject my mate rather than watch him reject me. At least, I had the luxury of saving face. At least, I would have a stronger reputation. Because isn't it always the one who was rejected, the loser? This time, if Zeus is right and I reject Alastor, I'm not the loser in the eyes of everyone else. I'm still a loser for going through the rejection phase twice, but at least I'd be a lesser laughingstock. So can I at least have that? A delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you. I fucking know, douchebag. I gritted my teeth as I closed my eyes while I murdered Zeus in my head. Stop it! I don't need you around my mind. As my words stumbled from one to another, my voice was getting louder. It was angrier, but it was getting more helpless and sad. It was so frustrating, having to feel these things at once. It was all too much to handle. It was at that point that the bedroom door started to open up. and the moment my eyes lifted up to see who it was, Alastor came into view. For the first few seconds, he looked tired as he yawned. But when he saw me, and I don't exactly know how I look at this point, his eyes were alert and wide awake as he ran towards me in a speed of light. He went around the bed and to the side where I was curled up on. He knelt on the floor before he took both my hands away from my head and cupped my face with both of his own. And suddenly, as if by magic, all of those feelings were gone. My mind went empty from Zeus's words and my own thoughts as I stared into his eyes filled with pain, worry, and care. It was a perfect moment for the first few seconds, as if time deliberately stopped for the both of us to stay that way. "Phoebe," Alastor began, his voice a bit shaky as he looked all over me from my face to my body, then back to my face. It was as if he was searching for something. And when he found it, he looked at me with worry. "What did you do?" I realized he was looking at my neck, which bruised a lot more than the other parts of my body. It didn't hurt as much as my legs were sore from trying to chase Zeus over and over, but I didn't want to tell Alastor that. "I was in the circle with Zeus," was all I said. I better stop Alastor's thinking that I tried to kill myself, because that's probably what he's thinking right now, considering how many times he'd seen me hurt myself. I didn't try to kill myself. And I was right, because Alastor looked lighter, as if one of his problems lifted off his chest. "Good," he murmurs, before he started to caress my cheeks with his thumbs. "But babe, you were hitting your head with your arms. I thought you—" "I was?" I asked, equally confused. The scariest part is I tend to drown in my own thoughts. I tend to be consumed by it without realizing what's happening outside of my mind. I was so into what's going inside of my thoughts that as long as it's there to haunt me, that's my reality. Alastor seemed to understand it, as he grabbed me for a hug. My head was against his chest, hearing his heart beating quite fast, a symphony with a fast tempo. Not a normal song on my playlist, but would still hear it on replay any day. As his scent of red velvet cake with buttercream consumed and comforted me, I sniffed more of him and his hold on me went tighter. It was the best feeling I could ever have without words. Then I felt Alastor rubbing my back, as if to comfort me. Seconds later, he said, "Cry it all out." "What?" I asked, baffled. At that point, I reached out to my face, only for the tips of my fingers to feel the damp skin on it. That was only when I found out that tears were streaming down my cheeks. I didn't know I was crying, but at that point, a sudden wave of sadness enveloped me in a bone-crushing hug that I realized why I was awake in the first place. Being like this and not doing anything makes me sad, probably because it might be the last time I could ever be this happy. Harshly wiping away my tears, I pulled away from Alastor. He let me go, but watches me closely for my every move. When I looked up to meet his gaze, I was suddenly stuck in my position. At that moment, all words were thrown out the window. Now, I don't know where to start. Slowly but surely, I could hear his heartbeat going faster. I wasn't saying anything yet, but he can feel something is up. He can feel that the next words that are about to get out of my mouth wouldn't be anything good. But there was one thing I needed to confirm. No matter if the result is not in my favor, I just need to know. So I reached out to feel his face and softly caress it before I said, "Mark me." The moment those words were out, Alastor stilled. He stared at me as if he didn't hear it right, as if any second now I would take it back and say it was all a joke. And that hurt, because it wasn't the least a joke. As if being burned by touching his skin, I hastily took back my hand away from him. I looked away as I slowly shifted on the bed farther from the side where he knelt. And although I saw hurt flash in his eyes, I ignored it. A delta wouldn't mark an omega, no matter if he says he accepts you. Is this the point where I should reject him? Earlier, in my thoughts, rejecting him was as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now that he's in front of me, there was a sudden lump in my throat, and the words were stuck. "Phoebe, babe," Alastor called out, but I didn't look at him. "You're just tired. We'll talk about this when we have both our heads properly rested." I huffed. "What's the difference of then and now?" "A whole lot," Alastor says. "You know we'll both have this conversation one way or another. There's no difference between then and now," I said. Then I looked at him straight in the eye. "If you reject me then, It wouldn't hurt less if you reject me now. Alastor's eyes hardened, and he immediately stood up. Phoebe, he gave me a warning tone, not sure where this conversation is going, but he knows this is a disaster. Why won't you mark me? I blurted out the question that I dreaded the answer for, but I know I needed to hear it nonetheless. You can't accept me but won't mark me, Alastor. There's no middle. If you can't mark me, reject me. Phoebe, Alastor said, before he closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Then he started raking his hair. I told you, I won't reject you. And you won't mark me as well? How about I reject you then? In an instant, Alastor was on the bed with me. I didn't know how he did it so fast, but he grabbed my face to kiss me. His kiss was frustrated and demanding, but no matter how much sparks he lets me feel against his touch, I'm not budging. I don't plan to kiss a man who has no balls to make me his and keep me. I pulled away. Just say the word, Alastor, and you're free. We both will. He grabbed my face and made me look at him, and his eyes were frantic as he said, I will mark you, Phoebe. I plan on having this conversation with you, but not today, babe. Please. What the fuck is holding you back? You, he whispered, but was enough so I could hear it. How can I mark you, Phoebe, when you already bear another mark? I frowned. Zealos didn't. He kissed my forehead. Every time I see you, you've already given yourself new cuts or wounds or bruises to mark yourself. Tell me, if I mark you now, would those go away? I didn't answer. How could I, when I don't know how I end up hurting myself in the first place? And we both know that even if he marked me now, I would still continue my self-harm. And his mark would be nothing but one of my collections. Phoebe, you're not ready, Alastor continued. My mark shouldn't belong to one of your wounds, babe, and you shouldn't be marked just because you feel obligated to. I want to mark you when you're ready. I want you to heal first. I want to mark you in our own perfect timing. You deserve that much. Even when his words made perfect sense, and even when I know I fully understand where he's coming from, why do I get the funny feeling that I'm not fine with this? Why do I still feel like he just doesn't want to mark me? Snap out of it. Damos gave me a low growl before he hit the side of my right thigh with his favorite wooden sword. The same sword he uses when he decides I needed to be taught a lesson. Although I don't know what exactly the things I've learned, considering he's been hitting me ever since we got in this pack, but according to him, it would make me learn better. My bare knees could feel the salt buried deep into my skin, now that I've been kneeling on it for almost 45 minutes. I feel like the salt would probably stay on my knees permanently if I have to continue in this position for another 45 minutes, give or take. My legs are starting to buckle from exhaustion, and both my arms, which was raised sideways with the palm side up, started to shake. But I ignored all those physical pain as I tightened my muscles and suck it up. Better I feel this kind of pain than think of Alastor. Physical pain has always been preferable in my opinion because you can see the source of it, you can see where you're hurt, and you can easily cure it. You know exactly what to do to make yourself feel better. I'd rather have that kind of control in my pain at this moment, or I'd start to think of burning this pack, then burn myself right after. Snap. Damos's voice came hitting my head harder than he hit the left side of my thigh. Out of it! He growled, his face inches from mine. Ever heard of personal space? I deadpanned, before I blew the little annoying strands of my hair away from my face. Damos narrowed his eyes at me. What did Zeus tell you yesterday? Oh, I said, my face blank. He told me it's none of your business. Damos studied me for a while, not even taken aback by my attitude. I guess he knows me well, that much, to the point where he's not pissed off by my shitty attitude. Because he knows how to deal with me anyway. And that is kind of both a good thing and a bad thing. A good thing because now that he knows how to deal with my shit, he never got angry. A bad thing because he knows me so much. It's scary. Like I can't hide anything from him anymore. He nodded his head as if a conclusion has already formulated in his head. Did Alastor reject you? He asks, his voice a bit lower, almost a whisper. Get your face away from me. And so Damos did take a step back. He then sat Indian style on the floor, facing me while I kneel on top of a heaping amount of salt. Oh, so you rejected him? Hot tea. Can you not? I snapped. I'm not even bothering with you and your mate, which is my half-brother, but I need not to say that with a lot of gammas around us. Damos shrugged his shoulders. We decided it won't work out. He wants his own pups. I want my own. We obviously can't have that if we stay together. You know, since I don't have a mate, I started, licking my lips, I could give you a pup and you two can raise it together. Damos gave me a look. So you did reject Alastor? I shook my head. No, I said. Then I bit my lower lip before I looked down. I can't believe I'm saying this, but here I go. Not yet, anyway. Damos stood up before he gave me a pat on the shoulder. I know someone like me who can't keep his own mate, can't have the right to give you advices on how you can keep yours, but do whatever makes you feel good. You do you, pumpkin. I rolled my eyes at his endearment, but didn't say anything and smiled anyway. Damos is the only guy who I could let punish me, hit me, and make me kneel on salt, but I still won't hate him. I'd love him anyway. Hey, Phoebe, Damos called me, and I looked up to see him looking at someone from behind me. With his facial expressions, I didn't even have to look behind me. You got a visitor. Just then, the scent of red velvet was too strong for me to handle. At first, it made me feel excited and giddy, and everything felt good. But then, reality splashed cold water on me. Sadness and disappointment hit me in waves. Damos let go of his wooden sword, letting it make a clanging sound as it hit the floor of the barracks. Some gammas even looked at our direction after hearing the sound, but when they saw Alastor, they continued on with their lives. Damos didn't say a word, just nodded at Alastor before he left. He didn't even dare to look back. I guess that's my cue to stand up. I took my time patting my bare knee free of salt grains before I decided to turn to look at Alastor. His chest is open to every pair of eyes in this barracks, trickling with fresh sweat. He looked like he had a long ran through the pack forest. I guess that's why his scent smelled strong. Scents tend to smell stronger when we do physical activities. Can we talk? He says. Didn't we already? I replied, and those 3 words were all it took for me to decide that I'm done for today. I can't seem to face Alastor today, not even tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I honestly don't know when I'd be ready to face him after our talk last night. I just feel like I don't have enough energy to be exchanging words with him at the moment. I took the wooden sword Damos left on the ground and felt its rough surface against my palm. If I didn't know Damos, I would have thought he deliberately left this behind so I at least have something to defend myself against Alastor, just in case everything got physical. Babe, you have to understand, Alastor continued, trying his best to make me look at him in the eye and not set my focus on the uninteresting piece of wood in my hands. Certain things need timing. Last night would have been an amazing timing, I snapped, looking up at him to give him a tight smile before I slightly smacked the wooden sword against my left palm. Too bad it won't happen again, huh? Phoebe, please don't be like this. I gave him an incredulous look. Don't act as if I have no right to act like this. I have all the rights to be like a bitch to you right now and more. Alastor sighed and reached out to grab the wooden sword away from my hand, but I was quick enough to dodge him. He tilted his head back as he rubbed his face with both his hands in frustration. All the deltas in the strategic team, including myself, are doing an important investigation, Alastor began, but I immediately cut him off. I held a finger in front of his face. That has nothing to do with last night. There are some truths that you should not know, Phoebe, Alastor said. Not yet. And if I marked you then and there, those truths will eventually find its way to you, whether we both want it or not. At least have the trust in me to let me tell you all of those in the right time. What truths? I frowned. If you're going to tell me anyway, why not now? Alastor sighed. If you're going to reject me anyway, why not now? He quietly asked, and I was taken aback in the first few seconds for me to respond. For a couple of beats, I stood there, watching him with my mouth wide open. He didn't realize the severity of what he said until it was too late. The pain shot me straight in the head, and the cold feeling started from the tip of my toes up to my head. It was electrifying, making me angry, making me feel all the heat of wanting to kill somebody, and at the same time, it was freezing, making me helpless. It was as if no matter what I do, it wouldn't make a difference. Oh, wow, I breathed. I know I have thought of rejecting Alastor in my mind countless of times, but why is it damn painful hearing it from him? Babe, Alastor started to reach out, maybe even try to explain and salvage the little hope I had left in him. But I was quick to my feet and took a step back, extending my arms so that the wooden sword was in between us, as if to tell him that if he comes any closer, I wouldn't think twice about stabbing him with what I have in my hands. I can see it in your eyes, Phoebe, Alastor continues, sounding desperate himself. I can see how you actually consider leaving me, and it hurts me so much to see you give up on us before we even started. I didn't bother denying it, for what Alastor said is true. Since last night, I did nothing but think of a perfect time to reject him, and think of a plan where I might go after he throws me out of his place. I might as well do it before he rejects me. I just want you to know that if you can't respect me and my timing, or that if you can't trust me enough that not marking you at the time you asked me made you think I wasn't ever going to mark you, he said, what difference would it make me from a rejected mate? I stared at him, speechless. This, he pointed between us, relationship won't work if you base my love on your timing. Everything I do, I consider and put you in it. The only thing I ask of you is to trust me. If you can't give me at least that, then did. He trailed off. My hand is starting to waver. The wooden sword between us is slowly being lowered as I stared at him, hearing nothing but the own beating of my heart. Did you really accept me, Phoebe? He says, his voice barely above a whisper. Oh, come the fuck on. I let out a frustrated sigh as I ruffled my greasy and sweaty hair in irritation. It's not like we haven't slept together already. After hours of thinking in the barracks, I decided not to go back to Alastor's place. Not really sure if I want to spend another hour with him. And so I went over to Damos and asked him a favor of me spending the night at his place. Even though I know I'd be seeing 3 motherfuckers if I go with Damos, and these motherfuckers don't exactly look like the ones I'd like to see in the morning, it didn't matter at the moment. Surprise, surprise, I'd rather see that ass-face Zeus than spend the night with Alastor. Never knew there'd be a day I would say that. But the fucker just said, not a chance, pumpkin. One night won't hurt, Damos, I insisted as we walked out of the barracks with sweaty clothes, sticky skin, and greasy hair. This shouldn't even be a big deal. We've slept together since forever. You see, Damos stopped to look at me. I prefer to have my limbs intact. I don't want Alastor tearing me to shreds thinking we're doing the nasty. He knows about you and Phobos, I deadpanned. He feigned hurt. You told on me? You really think a Delta wouldn't know by himself? I rolled my eyes. He wouldn't strangle you, but I would because I'm starting to lose my patience. I narrowed my eyes at him. Oh no, I'm scared. Damos said in a monotone voice, giving me a poker face. I hit his chest. Damos! He sighed. Look, pumpkin, you two had a fight that needs to be worked out. And you can't do that if you're running away from him. What have I told you about one of the basic rules of running? I sighed. You never do that on fights. Exactly. Damos patted my head with a small smile. You never run away from fights, you face them. But didn't you also tell me to know when to retreat? I asked softly, because the first thing I have to think of is my life before someone's death. You know, if you so badly don't want to do anything with him, you have the choice of rejecting him. Damos shrugged his shoulders. I looked away from Damos. Damos pulled me close for a side hug. But you still want him, he says, and when I looked up to him, he held a finger on my face. 50 added push-ups tomorrow if you lie. No, 150 push-ups. I glared at him. Make it 1,000. I don't care. I don't want him. He raised a brow at me. How about say, he says, rubbing his chin with his free hand. Brianna, was that her name? Decides she could get Alastor because you rejected him. You wouldn't mind? Without thinking, I let out a low growl. But Damos continued as if he heard nothing. I mean, you know, they would make strong pups if they do end up together. Damos, I let out a low, warning growl. I don't particularly like the mental image he's drilling in my head. The last thing I want to imagine is Brianna being pregnant with Alastor's pup. But Damos, the fucker, continued. And if what you claim that Brianna does look like Eris, it wouldn't be impossible for her to get Alastor like her. Let's be honest and unbiased, Eris wasn't exactly ugly. She had her redeeming features. At that point, I swiftly moved to swing my left arm and aimed at Damos's jaw. But the shit immediately caught my punch with one hand. He gave me a small smile as I growled at him. Why is everyone such assholes? Damos tilted his head to the side and smiled at me. See, you lied. 500 push-ups. Even with the long talk with Damos, he still managed to sound logical with his reasons about me going back to Alastor's place. I don't know. But I feel like what Alastor and I have is a ticking bomb, and I'd rather distance myself far away from him. To keep myself alive, I need space. But at the same time, I feel like no matter the distance, it would still explode right in my face, and it would burn and scar. So I have to face and stop that bomb before it reaches the last second. And so I went back to Alastor's place. Although I still didn't enter his room, I just stayed in the kitchen, made myself a bowl of cereal at 11 in the evening, and started stress eating. I was thinking on sleeping on the sofa in the living room, or just take a nap here in the kitchen. Then I would wake up earlier than everyone else to go back to the barracks. Then maybe tomorrow, Damos would let me stay at his place. But as I was staring into space, I heard soft footsteps nearing me. I perked up to see Brianna, who didn't look surprised seeing me devouring cereal alone in the kitchen. It was as if she had seen more scandalous things that happened in this kitchen than a woman having her fourth bowl of Fruit Loops. How about, say, Brianna, was that her name? Decides she could get Alastor because you rejected him? You wouldn't mind? As I started hearing Damos's voice inside my head, I shook it away. I hope his voice won't end up on a loop in my mind, because I was really planning to sleep tonight. I don't have time to overthink. I have 1,000 of push-ups tomorrow, and I probably would get double that if I'm late for training. Fuck that Damos. The audacity for him to call himself my friend. You and Alastor had a disagreement, Brianna stated more than asked when she sat on a chair in front of me. She took the box of cereal from the kitchen counter and poured the Fruit Loops directly from the box to her mouth. Who eats cereals like that? Great, he tells you everything. Wouldn't be surprised if the whole pack knows about it, I muttered before I shoved another spoonful of cereal with milk. Not quite exactly. It's basic deduction and reasoning, really, she shrugged her shoulders. I rolled my eyes. Fuck deltas and their minds. The only time I was ever smart was around 2 in the morning, or whenever I'm drunk. Not when I'm stress-eating Fruit Loops in front of a woman who looks a lot like Eris. Although this may not mean anything to you as of this moment, Brianna started, but if it makes you feel any better, I never knew Eris personally. I have stared at the picture of her that we have in the conference room, and while I must shamefully admit that she does resemble a few of my features. However beautiful Brianna has prepared her little speech for me, there was one thing that caught my attention that made me interject her. I raised my hand in front of her face. Conference room? Why is Eris's picture in there? During meetings, Brianna says, sounding a bit cautious, giving me a weird look. I did say we're investigating your case, Phoebe, didn't I? I nodded. You did, I said, and paused for a few beats. And then an idea struck me almost immediately. Fuck my impulsivity. This is my chance to know everything. Actually, you owe me one. Brianna looked a bit confused for the first few seconds, but quickly realized what I was speaking of. Our visit to Kratos wasn't exactly that long ago for her to forget. She squared her shoulders. As long as it's reasonable, she says. Well, what do you know? I never knew I'd ever be this happy to be talking to Brianna. Maybe I'd even consider her a friend soon. We'll see if she keeps her end of the bargain. Life is indeed full of surprises. I gave her a smile. I dropped my spoon back into the bowl. I didn't even bother to finish eating my cereal. I wasn't stressed anymore. If there's one thing I'm good at, and always will, that would be listening to other people's conversation without their consents. Although Dione used to call it as eavesdropping, I'd like to say it's called having ears. After my talk with Brianna last night, Alastor was called for yet another meeting first thing in the morning. A meeting he deemed more important than anything else, since he basically ran off without eating breakfast as if his pants was on fire. I didn't even bother hiding from him because he was too preoccupied to notice everyone around him. Not even his mate. I doubt he even wondered why I didn't sleep beside him last night. But it doesn't matter. He's on his way to yet one of his many meetings. I never know what happens in all those meetings he attended. He never bothered telling me anything. And being me, I've always been curious about things I don't know, and the things people don't want me to know. I'm going to know those things, whether Alastor lets me or not. I am letting no one hide the truth from me, whether that means I'm going mateless after hearing that truth. So I went back to Alastor and I's room, changed into lighter clothes for mobility, and proceeded with the plan that I was more than excited to execute since last night. That plan included me staying a bit later in the night after a long time of bribing Brianna. Although, bribing her wasn't successful, so I ended up blackmailing her instead. Even I'm surprised it worked. But she did owe me one, so she doesn't exactly have a choice. Getting out of the room and walking around the place is easy, considering that the Deltas who aren't in the meeting didn't see me as a threat. Besides the fact that I'm an Omega, I'm Alastor's mate. How could I be dangerous? What can I say? I'm such a sweetheart. Must be because of my innocence and purity and such love for peace. A lot of Deltas were in the meeting, about a half of their total population. I wonder how severe the case they're discussing, but it must be so grave to have that many Deltas, that many minds, to have to think at once. But this time, I will wonder no more, because I will know what it is. Silently making my way through the hallways, taking double left turns, I found their conference room. Although that room is soundproof, that even a werewolf can't decipher their words from outside, Dione didn't used to get angry at me for nothing. This is where Brianna comes in handy. I do hope she did what I told her to do. The conference room has 3 entrances, one in the front, one in the back, and one in a small double-hung window leading me to a restroom located inside the conference room. And that restroom has always been out of order, so no one would bother going in. It was so perfect. I started asking myself why I didn't think of this in the first place. Trying not to look conspicuous, I went to where the double-hung window was located and saw a piece of wood between the lower sash and the stool, as if it was forced and kept open. That window has always been shut close and can only be opened inside. But thanks to Brianna, that's not my problem anymore. Swiftly sliding up the lower sash, and even when it made a cringe-worthy shrieking sound, I still managed to push it open, and I jumped to let myself in. Although trying to fit myself through that window was a bit of a challenge, I still got in quietly. Landing my feet on the lining of an open toilet bowl, I let out a proud smile. Without wasting another second, I immediately went towards the restroom door and put my right ear against it. Number of survivors. It has been an order from Alpha Dionysus, one Gamma with a baritone voice said. Agreed. The order has been long due and should have been executed. Another Gamma said as I heard papers being flipped over. And then I heard someone dump a pile of paper on the wooden table. The questions won't answer itself, Alastor, another Gamma said. I can't familiarize myself with their voices, probably because the only Deltas I know in this pack were Alastor and Brianna. All I know are their faces, since I see all of them around the house, but I never got to talk to them, so I don't know how to match their voices with their faces in my head. I heard Alastor pause, and my heart skipped a beat, hearing his voice again. It's near. The waiting time has been long enough to get impatient, Alastor, the Gamma who dumped the pile of paper earlier said. Any updates on Alpha Kratos? My ears perked up in curiosity. Brianna did help me to get in here because I helped her to go to Kratos' office that one time. She said Alastor ordered her not to tell me, but she did anyway because she needed my help. That was why blackmailing Brianna was easy, because she knows I have that against hers. I've never seen Alastor get angry at her, but I guess it was enough for her to help me get in this mess. His lips are sealed, I heard Brianna's voice through the door. He doesn't even want to see me, let alone hear me out. Alpha Kratos has become uncooperative these days, another Gamma said. We have no answers except for what Alastor provided. My mind recalled the day Alastor spoke to Kratos first before I moved in his place. He must have gotten their questions answered that time, but whatever he asked Kratos, I have no idea. Brianna, more answers are appreciated by Morrow, the Gamma with the baritone voice said. Eurydice? There was a clearing of throat, probably that Eurydice. Beta Zeus has been quite a handful himself, has a very good defense mechanism, blocking me off in every which way. He's tough, no answers yet to provide. The baritone guy then said, continue to observe him. Find a weakness of mind. Jason? Delta Solomon is clear, a man answered. He has been cooperative, and his results have concluded that he did not take part in any form in the incident. There was a shuffling of papers as he spoke. And the Gammas? The Delta with the baritone voice continued to ask. Someone answered, the results for Gamma Damos shows he's clear of the incident. As for Gamma Zealos, his results are still being processed, although he has been cooperative himself as well. I blinked. With their conversation, it only means the Deltas have been keeping an eye over my packmates. It is understandable, considering they are indeed investigating my case. So they have to know us to fully understand. Current progress, as of 9:22, meeting by Perseus, I heard Brianna spoke. The Delta and Gammas are in the green. Alastor, the guy with the baritone voice said, but didn't continue. And then there was a pause. No one spoke after that. It was as if their meeting went blank, and nothing was left but pin-drop silence, as if an angel walked through the room to silence them all. I furrowed as I detached my ear from the door. I turned to my left to rest my right ear and use my left ear instead. The meeting didn't sound finished yet, so I continued listening. The moment my left ear touched the door, something snapped. My reaction time wasn't fast enough when the hinges on the door started buckling and the door frame felt like collapsing. In my mind, I knew I have to go, but due to my shock, I was stuck in place. At this point, I knew I should have chosen flight over fight. But damn, sometimes it's hard to be a stupid Omega to be choosing the latter. Because seconds later, before I could fully realize what's happening and what's about to happen to me, the door was ripped fully apart. The hinges flew and fell somewhere on the marbled floor. Pieces of wood scattered around me, and there was no door between me and a Delta in front of me. Behind him was Alastor and Brianna. The other Deltas seemed to have just evacuated the place. I almost hit my forehead and facepalmed. Of course, they use Mind Link. That was why they were silent. The Delta in front of me held a poker face, but his eyes glinted in realization. He looked stern and strict. I feel like I won't ever get out of this room alive. Hi? I gave him a small smile, sounding uncertain myself, uncertain of my life. Behind him, Alastor wasn't looking at me or anyone in particular. His jaw was taut and his hands were clenched together. He didn't look pleased, and I have this sick feeling in my gut that he won't bother looking at me anytime soon. Brianna, knowing of my presence in the first place, didn't say anything. Her head was still up with confidence. But she can't look at Alastor. Probably that's her guilt talking to her. Well, what do you know? The guy in front of me said, and I recognized him as the guy with the baritone voice. Questions do answer themselves. If I have never felt so stupid in my life before, now I have. Being in a room with 3 Deltas tend to do that to someone. Silence sat with us around the round table of the conference room. In front of me was the guy they referred to as Perseus, and on both my sides were Brianna and Alastor, respectively. Although the last two can't seem to look directly at me, Perseus seemed to beg to differ. He's looking at me as if I'm the last meat left during hunting season. And even though he invited me to sit with them, and even if Brianna and Alastor didn't complain, I feel like none of them actually wants me to be here. Not even my own mate. And it confuses me, because I have no idea what exactly they're trying to hide from me for them to act like this. What are you hiding, Alastor? I asked him in my mind as I bluntly stared him down, willing him to look back at me. Although he feels my hot stare, he still managed not to turn to look at me. And at that moment, Alastor wasn't the red velvet cake with buttercream that I seemed to love. He was nothing more than the candle on the cake, slowly getting burned by his own flame. So Phoebe, maid of Alastor, Perseus began, giving me a smile. I would say Alastor has his tastes in women that's quite, dare I say, unique. Why do I feel like that's not a compliment even in the slightest? Alastor seemed to think the same, because his head snapped at Perseus and his eyes narrowed into slits. Brianna just lowered her head, as if her shoes were more interesting than whatever conversation we're starting to have here. But Perseus ignored Alastor. I wonder why Alastor haven't filed a report of you yet, Phoebe. You two are in good terms, no? I frowned. Why would he file a report of me? He waved his hand in dismissal. We all need to file a report for every pack member of the Eastern Pack to help us narrow down our investigation. Understanding where he's coming from, I nodded. I do remember hearing them during their meeting earlier that they questioned even Damos. So I guess all I have to do is cooperate. We all have one objective, and that is to finish this investigation and put justice in my hands. Then shoot me, I told Perseus. And when he raised a brow at me, I rolled my eyes. Not literally. Shoot me questions for all I care. Say, Phoebe, what is it that you want to know so badly that you resort to eavesdropping into a confidential conversation? Perseus isn't leaning towards my good side as I narrowed my eyes at him. Apparently, your confidential conversation is also my concern. I, of all people, should know what's happening, I said, and my head turned to Alastor. Even my mate should have known that by now. Ah, Perseus leaned on his chair with both his arms across his chest. Fret not, your mate only means well. He does nothing but obey orders, particularly mine. I can't say the same thing about Brianna, however. All heads turned to Brianna. And while I feel like she would only stare at her feet even more, she surprised us by meeting our gaze with a steely look in her eyes. A reaction to a situation by a true Delta. I only did what needs be done, Brianna merely said. Something must have clicked inside Alastor's mind, for his hands turned into fists, his knuckles turning white with tension. Brianna, he says in a low, angry voice, I told you not to. I know what you told me, Brianna interjected, snapping at Alastor. Then she looked at me. But isn't it about time that Phoebe knows? That seemed to shut Alastor up. Interesting, Perseus mused, observing everything unfold in front of him. Phoebe, tell me about yourself. Why do you sound like a dick? I deadpanned at Perseus, not liking how he speaks to me. Just because you look like a dick doesn't mean you have to act like one, I added, leaning on my chair and propping my feet on the table. They all stared at me for a moment. Alastor looked so proud, Brianna looked like she's stifling a laugh, and Perseus looked amused. Perseus tilted his head to the side. Not about yourself, then. How about you tell me what you do when you're angry? You mean all the time? I shrugged my shoulders. I kick asses. I prefer gamma asses. They're more round. Alastor coughed. Perseus nodded. And what do you plan to do to people who did you wrong? Depends, I said in a bored tone, propping one of my legs over the other. What kind of wrong? The worst kind, he answered. The moment he said those words, my mind wandered to Eris and her father in the Southern Pack, and the rogues that took away the life of everyone she holds dear, of everything good she ever had. Then my mind wandered to the face of Kratos and how he's useless, of Zeus and how he's a dickhead, of Zealos and his pups, of every high-ranking wolf that found it fun to kill Omegas for their own personal entertainment. Suddenly, a younger face appeared in my mind, the face of another version of Eris, the face of Persephone, the face I want to strangle to death, among other things. My mind imagined her head on a stake for decoration purposes. And beside her head was the head of the Alpha of the Southern Pack. Both their heads were then surrounded by the heads of the rogue that participated in the attack. I gritted my teeth in anger, trying to contain myself as I answered, "Kill them," I said, my right hand clutching my left arm as if it was the head of Persephone herself. I kill them with my bare hands. And as much as I felt how hard my grip against myself was, it felt good. Ignoring the fact that I would probably end up injuring myself again, it felt exciting, having to someday do this to the people I've been looking forward to deal with myself. Phoebe, Alastor called out, snapping me out of my thoughts. My vision cleared up as I found him looking at me with concern plastered on his face. It was as if he was begging me to stop, as if it was hurting him more than it would ever hurt me. Perseus abruptly stood up, and all our heads snapped towards him. His eyes were zeroing on my now bleeding left arm. Zealos, your soulmate, rejected you for another Gamma and had pups of their own. Kratos rejected your best friend, Dione, for an Alpha's daughter. And it is undeniable that you are not in good terms with your Pax Beta. Tell me something I don't know, I answered. You despise Eris and her daughter. and you disapprove of Atlas for whatever choices he made as the second chance mate of Dione. And then all of it topped by 2 rogue attacks, Perseus continued on. It must have been very difficult for you. Brianna then gasped, seeming to get a hint where he is going with this. Perseus, she said, she can't be. Alastor seemed to get the drift, for he also stood up and snarled at Perseus. He looked like he's ready to tackle him down if Perseus would so much move a muscle. His fur is getting visible, and his canines are slowly showing up. Looking around me, I seemed to be the only one in this room who seemed confused. Being deltas, they easily think and talk alike. It's a no-brainer for them to understand each other even without enough words. Unfortunately, I'm an omega. I'm going to need for Perseus to spell it out for me. Where are you going with this? I asked, my brows furrowed. You want your enemies killed, Phoebe, and that Eastern pack was nothing but full of those, Perseus answered, his eyes turning pure black. Wouldn't it be easier for you if you send an army of rogues to attack your own pack to eliminate them all? At this point, I stood up in anger. How dare he accuse me of such? How the fuck did he end up with such a fucked up conclusion? I thought deltas were smart? Watch your words, I growled at him. It's the only explanation. Why would an omega like you survive such an attack? Perseus smirked, as if he has everything figured out already. Even the highest of ranks can't even get out of there unscathed. Perseus. Alastor quickly had his hands around Perseus' neck, even lifting him off ground. His eyes were black as he says in a warning voice, Even I wouldn't think twice killing you now that you're doing me wrong. Perseus only laughed. Isn't that why you don't want her around her other packmates? Isn't that why you took her in your room? To get a closer look at her? Because you know she might also end up harming the rest of her surviving packmates? I blinked, not sure if I heard it right. The anger in me subsided a bit, replaced by a pang of betrayal and disappointment. What? Perseus continued talking to Alastor. She did want that little pup dead, Alastor. You know it. You were there when Kratos asked for permission to send that pup down south. He said, Is that why you can't file a report of her? Because you already know her answers before you could even ask her? Shut up, Alastor growled, before throwing Perseus across the room. I had to duck as Perseus's body flew over me and straight to the concrete wall. Then his body slid down towards the marbled floor, his sweat mixed with his own blood. I didn't bother looking at Alastor. I feel like if I did, I would only hurt myself further with whatever I would find in his eyes. I glared at Perseus's injured body. He can't even get up by himself. Probably a couple of his ribs are already broken by the impact. Why the fuck would I send an army of rogues to kill my best friend? Perseus only looked at me as he wiped the blood off his nose. You tell me. If only I'm not weak compared to Perseus, I would have killed him. Too bad my Omega ass can't take out a Delta One no matter how hard my training is. Even with my vision clouded with anger, I wouldn't deny that. Even without my wolf telling me I can't beat him, I know I can't. If only killing Perseus wouldn't be considered treason in Alastor's part, though. He would have done it in a blink of an eye. Alastor is as angry as I am with how our conversation in this conference room ended up. And although that conversation was partly my fault for eavesdropping in the first place, I'd say it's because Perseus is simply a dick. What the actual fuck? I exclaimed as I flipped one of the chairs nearest to me in anger. Why would that shit think I could even afford an army of rogues, let alone command them? Bullshit. Perseus, that son of a bitch, was escorted to the pack hospital by Brianna. And I guess it was for the best, because if he spends another minute with me in the same room, I might just forget about being an Omega. My eyes then landed on Alastor, who was standing across the room, a couple of broken chairs around him. Although we share a fair amount of anger towards the same person, it doesn't change the fact that I also putridly feel that kind of anger towards him, if not more intense. You, I seethed, and he turned to look at me. How bold of you to lecture me about trust when you clearly don't deserve it. Alastor looked at me for a moment and then sighed. Phoebe, give me one good reason, I said, my chest heaving heavily with a newfound anger bubbling within me. Why I shouldn't reject you right now. Phoebe, Alastor took a step forward, looking alarmed. His eyes held the pain he felt about the thought of being rejected, but he concealed it expertly within seconds. "Don't do this, please." I shook my head. "That's not the reason I was asking for." "He's right. Perseus is right," Alastor blurts out, and I was too taken aback to give him a snappy remark. "I took you in to live with me, to keep you away from the rest of your packmates, to have a closer look at you." I blinked at him, my mouth agape. Shocked from his admission, I took a step back away from him. My eyes are starting to burn. Fresh tears are about to be released. And before that could happen, I have to get out of here fast. Alastor doesn't deserve to be seeing me like this. I don't deserve to be seen like this. But I need answers, so I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat and willed myself not to cry. Both my hands flew to my face and started rubbing it. "What bullshit is this? You told me that the rogues were sent by the Southern Pack." "I did." "Then what the fuck is this?" I yelled and kicked a nearby chair at the same time. As it crashed against the wall, it fell into pieces that scattered around the floor. Each piece that fell was a heavy beat in my heart. "The first findings were found invalid," Alastor said. "The Alpha of the Southern Pack cannot possibly send out rogues to kill his own daughter, no matter vengeful he might be. And you think I can possibly send our rogues to kill my friends? Is that it? That conclusion is easier for you to believe?" I snapped, and I can feel my claws elongating. "Phoebe, so maybe I should have just died that day, huh? Because I shouldn't have survived in the first place. A Gamma would have taken my place instead. Is that it? Because higher-ranked wolves' lives are more important than an Omega's? Phoebe, listen to me. Don't tell me what to do," I screamed just as I clawed at the table in between Alastor and I. "I don't even care how much trouble I'm putting myself in. I'm so angry, I'm considering killing my own mate. If you could just listen, you wouldn't make a fool of yourself." Alastor yelled back with a lower voice than his normal, his eyes pure black. His wolf is in full control, and it's angry at me, the audacity. However, as much as I'm itching to just end our argument through dueling, I just closed my mouth shut to listen. He better say something with substance, or I'll surely lung out at him no matter the consequences. "I took you in, not because you were a threat, but you're surrounded by it." Alastor looked at me straight in the eye, still with his wolf in control, but he was there. I can feel him ready to take the reins if need be. "I had to keep you safe, even though I can't eliminate the threat yet, so I had to separate you from your surroundings." "What?" I frowned, blinked, and paused. "I thought you believed in Perseus." Alastor shook his head, his eyes slowly turning to its normal color again. He seemed to calm down a bit as he said, "No, how could his words weigh more than yours?" I did also calm a bit. My claws and canines retracted, and I don't feel like killing my mate today. "But why didn't you tell me all this? Why are you keeping everything from me? You could have told me. I would have helped." I trailed off. He shook his head. "That's exactly why I didn't want to tell you. You could severely get hurt if you get yourself involved." "I'm already involved in this, Alastor," I said, sounding desperate, in more ways than one. He sighed, before raking his hair with both his hands. "I'm sorry. I was just trying to protect you in the ways I know." "Protect me from what, exactly?" "More like a who than a what," he muttered, but his voice was loud enough for me to hear. When I looked at him confusingly, he bit his lower lip. "Do you remember why I said I can't mark you yet?" With his question, I was easily triggered that I felt my eyes turn pure black lack without missing a beat. "This isn't the right time to anger me again, Alastor. You just had to tell me this now." But he continued like I didn't say anything. "You're fragile, Phoebe, whether you admit to it or not. You're not ready for what you would see in my mind once we sealed our bond. I see you hurt yourself in the smallest ideas. I can't let you kill yourself once those ideas turn big. I'll tell you everything, just not now." I gave him a tight-lipped smile as I took a step forward. "First of all, you don't get to decide how I kill myself." Alastor was about to interject, but I held a finger in front of him. He immediately shut up. I added, "Second, I'm your mate. You're supposed to be my partner, not my babysitter. Let me decide for myself. Your decisions are for you, no matter if you tell me you're doing it for me. You and I are supposed to be one, but I will never be you as you will never be me. Third, no, I will not admit to being fragile." In an instant, Alastor was beside me, cupping my face with both his hands. He tilted my head so he could rest his forehead on mine. "I'm sorry," he said, before his head dropped onto my shoulders. "You keep saying that a lot recently," I joked, and for a moment I felt bad. He looked so defeated, so exhausted, that maybe if I wasn't his mate, he wouldn't be like this. If his mate didn't come with a huge burden, he would be living the life he deserves. But no, instead of just giving him love, I had to give him my problems as well. Now, he carries the burden that I should be dealing myself. As I continue on my ugly train of thoughts, I tried to soothe Alastor by running my fingers through his soft hair. He always loves it when I do that. Everything else felt calm as we stood together like this. But then I felt it. I felt Alastor shift his head, and before I react or realize what he's doing, his lips was on my neck, and so was his canines. And I was his. Memories of Alastor since he was young flashed before my eyes in seconds, from one scene to another, in jumping time with no consecutive order. From his yearly Delta trainings to his early childhood years, everything came to me in a flash. And although it was undeniably overwhelming, it was comforting, as if I could finally touch Alastor in a way Noon could. I could touch him where for everyone else was intangible. He was mine. "Phoebe?" Alastor called out, sounding alarmed as he pulled away from me, holding both my shoulders as if to support me. "Phoebe, babe, talk to me." I blinked my eyes to slowly focus on Alastor in front of me, trying to push back some parts of his memories at the back of my mind before it consumed me. The feeling was like eating chocolates, how satisfying it feels with every bite. But it comes with how much guilt creeps up with every calorie intake, and you keep eating anyway. Like an unhealthy addiction, except it's one I'm willing to taste. "Oh," I muttered. My hands flew to hold the sides of my head, because now it feels like it's about to explode. And then I paused to touch my neck, just to make sure I'm not hallucinating. I guess I wasn't, because I felt it. "You marked me." Alastor smiled. "I did." "Oh my goddess, you marked me," I exclaimed. The gravity of the situation finally dawned on me like a heavy truck. I've never been marked before, and I never thought I ever will. I've never prepared myself for this day to come, even if I wanted him to mark me in the first place. Omegas like me aren't prepared for anything as good as this. We were thought to only receive rejection, and so we handle it well. But no one actually told us what to do when we do get marked, and it's making me panic. Should I kiss him? Should I mark him now too? How do a wolf even mark? I've never marked anyone before. "Phoebe? You freaking marked me," I exclaimed. My hands started wiping my face and raking my hair, trying to calm myself. "Oh my goddess." I've seen marks from alphas or other higher-ranked wolves, but they're too far away for me to see. And the little friends I have aren't marked either, because Dione and Damos were both rejected. None in the house were even marked except for Zealos and Kratos, but it's not like I could zoom in on their neck to look at their mark without looking weird. Besides, with their mates dead, their marks are fading, so there's not much for me to see. "Should I mark you back now, or should I not?" I asked Alastor, and for some reason he looked a bit hurt. But I guess I was simply hallucinating, because it was gone as fast as it came. So you see, my little dilemma is I don't know how to mark. I don't know how it should look. Do I simply bite? I'm a werewolf. Shouldn't this not be a problem in the first place? Like I thought these things come out normally? Why am I panicking? "Phoebe?" Alastor called out, sounding still alert, but looking at his eyes, it held a hidden fresh pain, and my heart stopped. Suddenly, I felt a different kind of panic. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have marked you." "What?" I asked, my heart dropping. "I didn't know you changed your mind. I should have asked you before marking you. I'm sorry." "What?" I repeated, looking at him as if he has two heads. I mean, he probably does, one above and one below his shoulders, but I was referring to two more than one heads on top of his shoulders. Alastor looked at me for a second, then frowned a little. "Wait, you're not regretting it?" "Why would the fuck I exclaimed, pointing at my mark. "This mark is all I've ever wanted, and now that I have it, I don't give out refunds." Alastor blinked, and a small smile appeared on his face. "No refunds. Might as well keep the change," he said, before snaking his arms around my waist and pulled me closer. And like puzzle pieces, we fill each other's spaces. With his hard body against my soft one, there is nothing more comforting than being with him, in his arms. in a Delta conference room full of broken chairs and a little dented round table. I hugged him tighter. "Oh, I'm keeping you, all right?" I said with a smile. But then Alastor pulled away a little to peer at my face. "But you were panicking earlier. I thought you didn't want to mark me." "Oh, that's because I don't know how to mark you," I admitted without a hint of shame. It was as if I could tell him anything, and it wouldn't be uncomfortable. "Is there, like, a certain angle for marking? They never teach that in our previous pack hospital. Not even in your barracks." The only thing I've ever learned in the pack hospital was to help Eris give birth to her baby, sedate rejected patients, and give out prescripted medication. But more like punching wolves to sleep is my job when they get too wild to be injected. Athena never told me what to do in these situations. How can I blame her? In Kratos' pack, I've never met an Omega being marked by their mates. Alastor let out a sexy chuckle before he hugged me tighter, his voice reverberating around the disastrous place we're in. "I can teach you a lot of things, babe. A lot of things." I playfully slapped his back. "Why does that sound like you have an evil plan?" "Oh, I have lots of plans too. In the bedroom, bathroom, dining room, or even in the storage room if you fancy small spaces." He playfully responded, and I can hear the smile on his voice as he talked. "Alastor!" I chastised him, the blood in my body rising up to my face and ears. "Goddess, this man. No to small spaces, then." "Oh my goddess, Alastor." He simply laughed, like a child being given gifts during Christmas Eve. And it was the best sound ever. I could get lost in it forever, and I wouldn't bother being found. And I guess I was lost because suddenly a certain memory of Alastor flashed my mind unexpectedly. Like a stranger wanting desperately to get in your house, even without permission. It's scary, but no one could deny it was there, insisting, existing. And the moment I let it in, his memories flooded me in uncontrollable waves that almost drowned me. "The biggest traitor usually is the closest to its victims," Alastor said in one of his memory. His voice was a bit muffled, and the place he's in is unidentifiable. I was trying so hard to determine who he was talking to, but his memory shifted immediately to another. And this time, I can fully see Alastor a lot clearly, and the place seemed more real. And the person he's with shocked me. Why is his memory making me see this conversation? There was something about this that made me feel like Alastor's dirty little secret from everyone, even from the Deltas. Except that the dirt isn't from him, but from the guy he's speaking to. Hypothetically speaking, Delta Alastor, wouldn't it be a waste if resources were not to be used? Depends. Can rogues be identified as resources? I have no idea what you speak of, Delta. Hypothetically speaking as well, I would have rather used my resources wisely, without leaving evidences behind. I wonder what kind of evidence you speak of? Power and motive. There was a long pause before the man Alastor was talking to, the man Phoebe had spent her day and night in the same house with, let out a chuckle. Such evidence it is, so intangible and unbelievable. But existing. Only for those who wants it to continue existing, he said, before giving Alastor a look that sent shivers down my spine. "Phoebe!" I heard Alastor call out my name, shaking me vigorously. His eyes held worry as he looked down on me. His grip on me was tight, as if he's scared that if it wasn't, I would simply slip away. "Alastor," I looked at him, trying to clear my vision as I shook my head, shaking his memories away from my mind. He sent the rogues? I asked him, but more to myself, because even I can't believe it. Alastor rubbed his hands up and down my arm, trying to soothe me down as he half expected me to suddenly blow up in anger. He knew I saw his memory, and this is probably the exact reason why he didn't want to mark me in the first place, because he wants to figure it out himself before telling me everything. He desperately didn't want me entangled in this. But he knew, no matter what he did, I ought to know. Now that I know it, what would I do? Maybe at this point, it hasn't sunk into me yet. Maybe I'm still taking everything in. That's why I'm not as enraged as I thought I would be if I found out who is behind the rogue attacks. Or maybe because of the new bond that Alastor and I are sharing at the moment. It is somehow giving me peace for some reason. The anger is there, existing but not impulsive. A calculating anger. "Not much evidence, only gut feelings," Alastor said in a mellow voice. "I couldn't tell the Deltas because they would be suspicious of him. We wouldn't want that. I want him to not get his guards up, make him think we're not onto him. When he eases up, that's where I step in. He's got quite the defense mechanism, too, I muttered. That conniving son of bullshit. I knew he wasn't to be trusted in the first place. I exploded. Phoebe, you have to keep your voice down. We need this to be a secret for now, Alastor whispered. I looked at Alastor in the eyes, and this time I know better than to let my anger get the best of me. I should trust him and his process for now. He wouldn't do anything that would harm me, so I nodded silently. With my random anger explosions, it has led Alastor to keep everything from me, because I seem to be triggered at every turn and start gunning everyone down without thinking. This time, I owe it to him to act rationally. Still angry, but still rational. If he gets to compromise, so do I. For this relationship to work, we're meeting halfway. But I get to be the one to personally kill him, I told him with determined eyes. He merely nodded, and that was all that ever mattered. The kind of justice Dion deserves is now in my hands. I can almost feel my hand around his neck. Wow, aren't you stressed? Alastor suddenly said. Alastor, I exclaimed before hitting his chest, and he only laughed at me with his head tilting back. He's such a dork. The two of you, stay there or I'll rip your limbs off myself. Got it? I hissed in the mind link. I didn't even bother waiting for their response when I blocked the mind link right after. I've always been an angry motherfucker. The kind of motherfucker that you could easily provoke. The kind that would unblinkingly watch someone die right in front of my eyes. You would have looked at me, and I would have banged your head against the concrete wall, and wouldn't be sorry for it. I wouldn't even bother worrying about splitting your brains out, because I'm sure as fuck that you don't have one. Then I would gladly spit at you right after. That kind of angry motherfucker. And I'm sure as hell that Beta Zeus would have agreed that he's the same angry motherfucker around me if you just ask him nicely. It's just a matter of who's faster banging whose head on wherever first. My blood just simply boils at the sight of him. It makes me want to smash the nearest wall. And smash the nearest wall, I did. With that angry punch, the two wolves, who had been too occupied killing each other for about 5 minutes since we got in the house, stopped for a second to look at me with rounded eyes. Around them was a wrecked house, and the only detail they left is setting the whole place on fire. Oh, please, do continue, I said, feigning innocence and giving them a wave of dismissal. I want to see who dies first. Kinda makes it easier for my part. Whoever dies first between Zeus and Kratos on their fight, I don't really give a fuck. Although being an alpha, Kratos has an edge. And if he ends up killing Zeus, I would have jumped for joy, opened a bottle of champagne, and celebrate for a whole year for it. Zeus is a fucker, so if he dies, the only tears coming out of my eyes are from pure joy and satisfaction. On the other hand, on a slight chance of Zeus killing Kratos, I would have celebrated the same, because he's also a different breed of a fucker for all the shit he brought into our previous pack. And then I'd kill Zeus myself right after. So in this fight of theirs, not one of them actually wins, but me. Zeus was positioned below Kratos, trying his best to gasp for air as Kratos continuously strangles him with both bare hands. His face is somewhat turning blue, and his eyes turning a tinge of red. Yeah, the fucker is about to die. But since I came along punching walls, Kratos was a bit distracted, so his hands came a bit loose around Zeus's neck. And so Zeus took that moment as an opportunity to defend himself by kicking Kratos' non-existent balls. With the contact, Kratos immediately hurled and toppled over Zeus as he felt the plan of losing his family jewels, because I'm damn sure Zeus didn't go easy on him. Now that Kratos is off of him, Zeus immediately, and although a bit gingerly at that, stood up. His hands flew to his neck to massage it, and he started to tilt his neck to feel how much damage was inflicted upon him. At this point, I just wish I didn't smash that wall so Kratos was able to kill this son of motherfucker in front of me. Because whatever I do, I just can't manage to kill Zeus. God damn it. What are you doing here, Phoebe? Zeus managed to croak and had the nerve to smirk at me as he took a seemingly drunken step towards me. Came here for a threesome? His face was so smug I really hated myself for my bad timing. Shut up, you fucktard, I spat. Zeus merely chuckled, but all humor was gone in his voice. 3 is a crowd, but I'm sure Kratos wouldn't mind. I raised my chin, sounding confident as I said, "Get your ass out of here, Zeus. You're coming with me." His eyes flashed pure black for 3 seconds before it came back to normal. "I didn't hear you, Omega." He spat out with so much hatred, one would think his words wounded me. But I'm not born to bleed for him and his fragile ego. Who the fuck gives a damn about ranks at this point? Our pack is no more. We're here in Alpha Dionysus' pack, and we're to abide by his own rules. There's no Alpha Kratos, Beta Zeus, or Omega Phoebe right here, because we don't have a pack anymore. I'm not anymore their subordinates, not their slave to play with. Not this time. Besides, who is this fucker to demand respect from me, when he's no better than an Omega himself? The only reason he's Beta was because Kratos is Alpha. With no pack to rule, who the fuck needs another Alpha if we already have an Alpha in this one? Of course. How can you hear me through your loud, egotistical bullshit? I gave him a smile, as if to tell him that he's stupid, just by simply standing there. Move your ass. Let's go. No, he protested, and then winced as he continued holding his neck. With the overturned single sofa on his left, he began to lean his weight on it for support, because he looked like he's about to faint sooner or later. I guess Kratos did a great job trying to kill his own Beta. I have to pat him for that, but he's a nutjob himself, so I'd rather not. Even with him having a hard time to plainly survive at this point, Zeus still managed to give me a steely gaze as he added, "Why the fuck would I come with you?" I rolled my eyes. "Don't act as if I've been dying to spend the rest of my living days with you. I'm doing you a fucking favor." Zeus stared at me for seconds that stretched into a whole minute. And at that point, Kratos seemed to have recovered a bit because he too started to stand up by himself, but not without a series of low grunts and ragged moans. Although Zeus didn't look good at all, with a bruised neck, a bleeding left leg, a probable rib injury, and internal bleeding, he did quite a good job against Kratos, if I say so myself. Kratos' lip is split, a wound ran across his face as if it's been clawed at. His left side is also bleeding, his knees is buckling, a probable rib injury as well, and a throbbing pain in his balls. Like, damn, it's a close fight. Both of them would have just ended up killing each other at the same time if I had come an hour later than I did. Then maybe, if they're both already dead, I wouldn't be dealing with this douchebag anymore. Kratos, with one good and tired eye, looked at me. Damos and Zealos aren't here. At that moment, I froze. Since coming here in this new pack, even if we get to spend every day seeing each other on the breakfast table and around the house, not once did Kratos ever spare me a look. Even when he feels me staring at him, he never looked back. And on those couple times our eyes met, it was purely accidental. But this time it was different. It was intentional, as if it was meant only for me. As if even with only one eye, he finally get to look straight through me. As if he's been dying for this day to come, where he would let me see through whatever exists in those eyes of his. And all I see is anger. I used to see a glimpse of guilt, betrayal, and regret in it. I used to feel like I somewhat see his pain at times when I tried catching his eyes. But this time, it was as if those feelings never existed in the first place. Is this what he really feels? Or is this what he only wants me to see? I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat. "I came for Zeus," I said. Zeus huffed, but I didn't bother looking at his face. I said, "I'm not." "No one cares about what you say," I interjected, also getting angry by the second as Kratos and I have our own staring contest. But it's not a matter of winning against who blinks first, because looking at it, we both look like losers, seeing each other's losses in each other's eyes. I've had enough of dealing with whatever I lost. It's about time I start claiming. And so I broke the eye contact to glare at Zeus, but before I could speak, someone else from behind me did the speaking for me. "Beta Zeus of the Western Pack, you are hereby summoned for questioning," I heard Alastor from behind me. And I felt him stop for a second before he whispered behind me, "Did you just punch that wall?" I didn't even turn to look at the wall that I smashed earlier. "I was pissed," I said, as if that was enough explanation for me to start smashing things. "We have to talk about your temper soon," he simply whispered before his voice started to get loud again. "Under the Alpha of the Eastern Pack's orders, your presence and cooperation is hereby demanded. in under no circumstance to resist, to turn yourself in for investigation. I was watching Zeus the whole time Alastor spoke, waiting for his expressions to change, but his face remained calm when he looked at me and said, "Shame to have called your backup. You should have listened to me in the first place, you dimwit." Zeus ignored me, looking at Alastor from behind me with a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "I hope you have your evidences with you, Delta?" Nothing about Zeus is easy, so I was a bit hesitant getting him myself for investigation. That's why I brought Alastor with me for backup, just in case everything goes down south. With Zeus, Kratos, and me in the same house, you'll never be too careful. I told him that I'll go myself, and he could only come after me if I stayed in the house too long. Because that would only mean two things. Either Zeus is being an ass and doesn't want to turn himself in, or Zeus already killed me, whichever comes first. Good thing it was the former. With Kratos nearly killing him, this time Zeus didn't make it difficult. The trip back to the Delta quarters went as smooth as a baby's butt, probably because Zeus was too tired and slept the whole time. He was just lying in the car, his neck exposed, as if waiting to be torn to shreds. Alastor knows how many times he had caught me giving Zeus a murderous look, and how much I tried to keep my claws to myself. But just seeing him like that makes me want to kill him even more. "No killing Zeus?" Alastor reprimanded me as two Deltas immediately grabbed the sleeping figure of Zeus to lock him up in one of the rooms before he wakes up. "What? Why?" I frowned, crossing my arms against my chest just as we got out of the car. "He's off limits," Alastor said. "You know we need to get as much answer from Beta Zeus as possible during the investigation, and for that, we need him alive." "Okay," I nodded, sounding calm. "So I can kill him after?" "No," he raised a brow at me, "and we really need to work out on your temper. You explode a lot too much." He was giving me a look, and I had no choice but to pout, because I'm 100% sure I'm not going to win this discussion. "But babe," I whined. Alastor stopped for a few seconds, as if he's been shot dead, and then came back to life. He linked. "What?" I noticed how his face immediately changed, although I can't seem to pinpoint what he actually feels. "What?" I frowned. Alastor then gave me a small smile before he leaned down to scoop me up. I let out a little yelp in surprise when he hoisted me up against his waist, my legs wrapping around him while my arms immediately flew to his neck. With wide eyes, I silently felt sparks in our contact. Damn, Dione never told me these sparks make you horny. I guess that's why she used to spend hours in the bathroom with Atlas back in the days. "What are you doing?" I giggled, leaning down to put my forehead on top of his. He was looking at me with his eyes dancing in delight, showing me how much he's drowning into this new bond we share, this new happiness. Even I forget I have to kill a certain someone when Alastor gives me this look. We've been looking at each other as if we've been seeing each other naked in whatever we do. It's making me crazy. This sexual tension is too much. I might just take him against the nearest tree. I bet he would be up for it. We're both adventurous like that. He gave me a peck on the lips. "You called me babe. That's a first." I shrugged my shoulders and gave him a poker face. I mean, you marked me already, so I'm kind of obligated to do these kinds of stuff. It's not like I have a choice. Alastor's eyes stopped shining as he also gave me a poker face. He looked at me as if I have 3 heads. "Don't act as if you don't want to do me against the nearest tree." My mouth immediately fell onto the ground, wide in shock. I might as well invite insects to get into my mouth. "How'd you know that? You can read my mind?" He started to purse his mouth, as if trying his best not to smile at me. "Babe, I marked you. It's kind of how it works." Oh. His face went playful once more as he tilted his head. "You're not even denying it? And a tree, really? Do I get to pick which tree?" I gave him a toothy grin as he chuckled at me, his chest vibrating against me. It was a happy moment. I felt like I understand Alastor's need of making a decent amount of pups. He then gave me another peck on my chin and then on my lips. "You haven't marked me yet," he simply said, stating the obvious. I immediately blushed. How marking him is making me blush more than our conversation about making love is beyond me. Sometimes I feel like I have issues. "I'm still figuring it out," I mumbled, biting the insides of my lower lip in hesitation. Alastor pulled away a little, "What?" he asked, his voice sounding so surprised and perplexed that my eyes immediately flew to his. He must have thought I'm having second thoughts about our mate bond. I blinked in realization, and I instantly shook my head to clear the misunderstanding immediately. I mean, I'm still figuring out how to mark you properly. I didn't know Alastor was a bit tensed until I felt him soften up after hearing my words, and it warmed my heart. That simple reaction warmed me to my deepest core, knowing that finally someone is afraid to lose me. Finally, I feel like I take up space, that I matter, at least to someone. Even if I don't give myself credit most of the times, and that usually ends up with me being too hard on myself, this man in front of me looks at me as if I'm the only thing that matters. He doesn't look at me like I'm an emotional burden, nor does he look at me like a piece of work. He had all these reasons not to accept me, and he would have already given up on me at times. I feel like pushing him away. But he stayed. Even in my darkest moments, he accepted me. Even in the moments when even I have a hard time accepting me for being me as well. I might have felt like a shattered old ceramic vase most of the times. Ugly, useless, garbage, and basically better off not existing. Because who would look at a broken thing and find it beautiful? Who would even try to waste their time fixing something that's already been broken for too long? And I might have been just pathetically gluing my pieces in my failed attempt to feel whole. To at least not acknowledge the fact that there's something wrong with me, that I'm all kinds of different fucks and failures. But Alastor, he might have seen a broken vase, and although he might have thought he can't fix it himself, it didn't matter, because I was so damn preoccupied trying to fix myself to be a goddamn vase that I failed to realize that he didn't need one. He needed me, in whatever form, and I need him just as much. Fuck, this mate bond is making me soft and smush inside. I'm not used to this kind of feeling. This is so uncharacteristically annoying. I flicked Alastor's forehead before my hormones decide that I cry in front of my mate. I'm serious about not giving out mate bond refunds. He narrowed his eyes at me, eyeing me for at least 5 seconds. Staring is rude, I huffed, giving him a glare. You're not one to speak about being rude. Alastor began to lower me and slowly put me back on the ground. Probably because I've gained weight and he's been carrying me long enough for his arms to get tired, I'm also serious about working out your temper. I patted my clothes as I landed on my own 2 feet. Then I rested my hands on my waist. What are you going to do about it? Alastor winked at me. Make you submit, he said, and then playfully wiggled his brows at me. I hit his chest. You are such a hornball. We both laughed, our voices mixed together in a way that no one could easily distinguish which one's mine and which one's his. It was one of the best moments of my life, and I'm sure someone would have to kill me before I forget this. Well, it was the best until someone decided to be so bold by interrupting the little bubble Alastor and I have. I heard hesitant cough behind me, just as Alastor looked over my shoulder to see who it was. So I followed his line of sight and turned to look around, also curious to see the face of this familiar scent that I'm suddenly smelling, because all I smell is bullshit and accusation. And being always right, I knew it was Perseus. He didn't spare me a look, probably acting as if I didn't even exist in the first place. He gave Alastor a nod. Beta Zeus is awake. How about him? I tugged at Alastor's arm. Can I kill him? No killing Perseus either, Alastor deadpanned. I had to frown. He's my mate, and I adore him and all, but sometimes he's no fun. I heard Perseus snicker. I looked at him, only to see him give me a smug face, as if to challenge me that I can't kill him myself. As if I'm merely a little joke with angry words, but can't kill him just because he's a delta. Hey, ass face! I called out on Perseus, and although I didn't use his name, he somehow understood I was talking to him because his eyes flashed towards me, anger dancing behind them. Aren't you going to give me an apology? I swear Perseus flinched in anger. I'm betting my life that he can't contain his anger anymore. I don't owe you anything. That fucker. I know I'm about to lung out at Perseus. Damn it, if they all detain me in their dungeon. If they all punish me, I might as well just kill him so I won't have any regrets when I die. But Alastor immediately snaked his arm around my waist, calming me almost instantly. Perseus, was all he said, his jaw taut as he gave Perseus a look. Perseus simply gave him a nod. Alastor, he said before turning his heel and left. Just when we're sure Perseus is finally out of earshot, Alastor lets go of me. I looked up, only to see him looking down at me with that look in his eyes. My shoulders slumped as I audibly sighed. I guess I'm getting another lecture tonight. The room where Zeus was kept was smaller than Alastor's room, but it still looked a bit big with only 2 chairs opposing a wooden table, an air conditioner, a small surveillance camera on all 4 corners, and a fluorescent tube on the ceiling. There were no other furniture, exposing the sickening white walls as if we're in a hospital. It's a bit claustrophobic for me, with the room having no windows. However, I couldn't actually complain. In fact, I'm a bit amused having to be in the same room, sitting on the chair opposing Zeus, watching him with a smirk as he's been completely tied in his seat while he was asleep. I can't count in my hands how many times Zeus has wronged me, and how many times I wanted to just kill him with my own hands. The need to kill him only grew stronger that one time we fought in the circle. And even though Alastor is standing behind me, his hands holding the back of my chair as if it would suddenly fly, the urge to at least claw Zeus's face lingers on my mind. Clawing his face couldn't count as killing him, so Alastor can't stop me. Damn this mate bond. If only I haven't met Alastor this quick, staying in this pack, I wouldn't even bother asking him permission on who to kill. I never was one to ask. I just kill them when I feel like it, or throw them in the ocean, or claw their faces. But I guess some things change. With ragged breaths, Zeus managed to finally open his eyes. His face was still swollen from his fight with Kratos earlier, but I noticed an additional bruise on his left cheek, probably from a Delta who had a hard time taming Zeus as they were tying him down. As always, nothing about Zeus is easy. Getting a bit impatient, I took my cup of water from the table and threw the on Zeus's face together with the cup itself. The cup hit his left temple before it landed on the floor, making a clanging sound before it stopped. Not even a smile made its way to my face, because it's not enough. I'm not satisfied. I want my fists against his face, not a damn cheap cup. As if reading my thoughts, Alastor's hands went to my shoulders, as if pinning me down on my seat, which made me even angrier. What difference am I with Zeus? I'm tied into the seat as much as he is. Sighing, I leaned on my seat so I could put and cross my feet on the table. It was at that moment when Zeus finally fully opened his eyes, blinking back the harsh light as drips of water trickled down his deformed face. His realization slowly came into him, just as when he looked down to see himself in a straitjacket under all the ropes used to tie him around the chair he was sitting on. It was basically humorous, as he began to croak a laughter. "Can't beat me with both my hands, so you decided to tie me up?" Zeus managed to say in a rather raspy voice. A smile on his face appeared as he looked at me. "How about I release you now to fight me so you could use both your hands to plead me into not killing you?" I snarled. Zeus threw his head back with a laugh. "How can you release me when we're both tied down?" he said. His eyes flickered at Alastor's hand on my shoulders before looking back at me. The main reason why I hate Zeus is how easily everything registers in his brain, how easily he could catch up even as he's beat to death. And it's this unnerving feeling that he could read me in ways unimaginable. I don't like that. I don't appreciate him knowing all my secrets just by looking at me and purposely riling me up just because he knows how I would react. I hate that. I hate being another of his chess piece. I refuse being a part of his game just because he's a beta. But then again, I always end up wanting to kill Zeus, because that's what he purposely wants. I know it. I can feel it. He's doing everything in his power to make me kill him. That may sound unbelievable, but if he knows something he'd rather not admit, he would want to be dead instead. However, killing himself will be an obvious escape, so he'd rather want someone else to do his dirty job for him, all the while keeping his hands clean and his secrets safe. So, am I really not a part of his game, when I've been playing it all along, even at times I thought I wasn't? What's the matter, Phoebe? Zeus smirks as if knowing full well how my train of thoughts work. "Your mate got your tongue?" "You fucktard," I hissed. "I really should have killed you in your sleep." He raised a brow at me. "Sure, 'cause you probably can't kill me awake," he taunted. Memories of how he dominated me in the circle weeks ago flashed my mind. It was your pure luck. Zeus snorted before his body started shaking in laughter. It lasted enough to irritate me, my blood rising up to my face. Pure luck, she says. He shakes his head, still laughing as if it was the funniest thing he ever heard. Have you seen yourself, Phoebe? I narrowed my eyes at him. Zeus's face leaned towards me as much as his binds would let him. You're a fucking Omega. I can kill you even with my eyes closed. Alastor gave him a warning in a monotone voice, void of emotions. Watch it. Zeus looked over my head, probably at Alastor, who stood still behind me. He hammered, then he let out a chuckle as he looked back down at me. See that? He told me, have you ever wondered why you're still alive? Where the fuck are you going with this? I frowned. You can't possibly think that you're alive because of you. Zeus looked at me incredulously. You're alive because of Damos, Zealos, and Alastor. If for 1 second you thought you're strong enough to defend yourself, you're delusional. In undeniable anger, I put my feet down and slammed my fist on the table. I could kill you right now, and you know it. I sneered. Scary, Zeus chuckled in dry humor. Didn't I tell you already? An Omega will always be an Omega. No matter how many times she spends on the barracks or how many higher ranks she befriends, you'll always be a nobody. At that exact moment, I felt Alastor's hands releasing me, and I didn't even think twice to lean over the table and reach out to harshly grab Zeus's face. I can kill you even with Alastor just standing in the corner. Oh? And if you fail, he could just kill me for you. Just like how Damos and Zealos would do, Zeus shrugged. Admit it. You're weak. You're all talk about killing someone, but can't properly do it without having any sort of help. Pathetic. Playing as his chess piece or not, I was mad. Mad enough to spit directly on his face before I landed my first punch on his right cheek. Bloodlust ran through my veins, itching for another punch. But Zeus wasn't even fazed. He laughed. Come on, Persephone could hit harder than you do. She's alpha-born, after all. At the sound of her name, I immediately flipped the table, and it crashed into pieces against the nearest wall. With no table in between us, I kicked Zeus in his chair, making him topple over. He let out a pained groan as he fell on the floor together with the chair he's tied on. His voice was music to my ears as I went towards him and put my right foot on his chest, putting my weight on it for pressure. About to kill me, are you? Zeus mocked. Be my guest. Phoebe, I heard Alastor from behind me. I didn't even bother looking back to see him where he stood. He probably didn't even move a muscle, expecting I would explode anyway. I immediately closed my eyes and counted to 10 before I took my foot off of him. I had to remind myself that Zeus is deliberately taunting me, so we couldn't get an answer from him. But Zeus is really testing my patience, still letting out a laugh as blood spewed out of his mouth. He would probably drown in his own blood vomit, so I leaned down to pick him up from his collar and set his chair upright. See, Phoebe? Zeus laughed. The difference between you and me is that you can see the ties that bind me. I narrowed my eyes at him. The difference between you and me is that you're a slave of your secret, willing to die for it. Zeus gave me a look. We're all slaves for something. Except you. You're a slave of many things. Beta Zeus. Alastor finally spoke, and we both looked over at him, standing with both his hands on his sides. The evidence is already in the laboratory for final confirmation. It's best you offer your utter cooperation. Ah, the evidence. Zeus gave Alastor a toothy grin. You finally figured it out? My, you really are a Delta, he said before he looked at me, much superior to an Omega. My hand immediately went to his nose and twisted it until it made a cracking noise. Zeus let out a scream of pain as I broke his nose. When I let go, his nose was obviously crooked. It made me smile. You were saying? In heavy breaths, Zeus was shaking from the pain inflicted upon him. His eyes went pure black, his wolf probably too egotistical to accept the fact that an Omega broke his nose. I only gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. You really need a reality check, Omega, Zeus said, his voice changing into a lower one. You've been away from your reality for far too long. You're not alive because the Gammas in the barracks accept you. It was simply because they tolerate your presence under Demos' orders. And they're smart enough not to challenge him in Zealos. Have you any idea how they all look at you in disgust whenever you're in the same space as theirs? Zeus finally was showing his anger, all his laughter gone as he said those things. He's finally speaking up, and all because I broke his nose. Ego is such a complicated thing. Oh, and believe me, the same thing happens when you're in the Delta quarters, Zeus added, which made me flinch. You're delusional, Phoebe. You forget you're an Omega, so I suggest you think twice before acting all tough. You done? I deadpanned. See, Zeus, I'm already mad at you as it is. You talk a lot. I'm having a hard time thinking what to break next from you. Phoebe, Alastor called out, and we could hear his steps as he walked towards me in a steady pace. We're done for tonight. I never realized how tiring it is to break someone's nose until I finally got a good night's sleep. And with a smile on my face, I woke up the next day on Alastor's bed, thinking of breaking Zeus's toes this time. However, my plans were paused as I brushed the sleep off my eyes. Alastor is sitting on the side of the bed, his back to me. He was unmoving, his back arched with his head down deep in thought. Frowning, I immediately sat up, concern shown on my face. What's bothering you? Startled, as if he didn't feel or hear me wake up, Alastor shifted from his position so he could fully see my face. We need to talk about last night. Memories of last night flashed right in front of me, like a drunkard having to deal with a hangover. Good morning to you two. Which breakfast will be served today? Zeus's nose or his ramblings? Alastor sighed. That's not the problem. I'm fine with what you did to Zeus's nose. Just don't break his neck next time. I tilted my head, his words somehow not settling well with me. Excuse me, you must have been mistaken, I said, getting a bit annoyed. I don't need anyone else's permission before I break someone's nose. Phoebe, I held my hand in front of his face. That's not negotiable. I want to meet you halfway, and I care about what you think. But I'm not your puppet. You can't always tell me what to do or who to kill all the time. What's it with you and your obsession with killing? Alastor gave me a frustrated look. One of his hands started to rake his hair up and down. You're so obsessed with violence, as if it's the only thing you understand. I blinked, feeling different emotions surge within me as I watched my mate looking conflicted as he tried his best to calmly talk to me. It's as if you know how to respond to a punch, but do not know how to respond to a kiss, Alastor added, his voice a bit softer now. As if beautiful things are so new to you, so foreign, and you don't know how to take care of something so vulnerable that you end up breaking it because that's all you've ever been good at, breaking things. At this point, I pursed my lips. I looked away from him, trying my best to calm the sudden drumming beat in my chest. I bet he can hear it together with my now heavy breathing. Even his room, with only the two of us, felt crowded. There's so much tension. I felt more claustrophobic being in here than being in that windowless room last night. Alastor then dropped his head, as if hiding his face from me. Not everyone is out to get you, Phoebe, he finally added in a breathy whisper, but I'm having none of it. So I grabbed Alastor's face and made him look at me squarely in my eyes when I said, Easy for you to say, how can you, a privileged high-ranking wolf, have the audacity to tell me, a useless low-ranking wolf, how to feel? How to act, how to not resort to violence when it's the only thing I could live by the day. I stared at him, my eyes full of determination. I tried to search emotions from his face as he stared back at me. He didn't even move since I grabbed his face. He was completely motionless. Only you privileged wolves have the luxury of choice. You can choose how to live, where to live, who to love, who to kill. But us Omegas, we don't have that luxury. Because we live for the higher ranks, we live farthest from everyone. We were not loved, and we were being killed one by one, I told him, my words coming out of my mouth slowly so he could feel all my frustrations with every word. Now tell me, if I were not to fight back, would I have lived? I finally let go of Alastor's face, but my eyes never left his. I tried to control my wolf within me, now that I noticed how my claws started to show in my hands. I'm not sure if my eyes were pure black, but judging with how Alastor looks at me like a deer caught in the light, I'm guessing they are. Why do I have to be careful on who to kill or who to inflict pain upon? I continued on, seeing as Alastor is now rendered speechless. When no one was careful enough as they preyed and played on Omegas? Why do I need someone else's permission when no one even thought twice about hurting us to death in more ways than one? Phoebe. Alastor began to speak, but he doesn't exactly know what words to tell me. Tell me, why is it that killing is only acceptable for higher ranks? And with their every kill are shouts of approval from other wolves as they bathe on their brutal glory. I interjected. Why is it unacceptable for Omegas to kill? Why is it now an issue of succumbing to violence, when it's not an issue when others do it? Why are we having this double standard, when we all know everyone is capable of killing and being killed? There was a moment of silence, and a couple of beats went by as I added in a soft whisper, "It's just a matter of who you decided to be between the two, and I want to be the one who kills." I took my blanket off my body as Alastor pondered over my long-ass speech. It took him a while before he recovered as I get ready to enter the bathroom. He didn't even wait for me to brush my teeth before he decided to have this conversation. So excuse me if I'm easily irritated, because I was never a morning person, and triggering me is the last thing someone would want to do. "You know," Alastor began, and I looked back at him as I watched him lick his lips. "I'm only afraid that you'll start to get addicted with your own understanding of what is right, interpreting each dead body as an act of justice." I blinked back at him, my hand frozen on the doorknob of the bathroom. "Maybe," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. As I turned my back on him, a worried look crossed my face. Entering the bathroom, my mind was too occupied thinking that at some degree, Alastor was right. And at the back of my mind was an unnerving feeling of how Alastor doesn't seem to trust me as much as I don't seem to trust him either. Is this how mates work? Damos and Zealos were sharing a room just beside Alastor and I's. We already took the both of them, so they get to live with us. We had to keep them separated from the traitor for their safety. And although they practically have no idea what's happening, they still came with me. I really thought they would resist, especially Zealos, since we're not actually the best of friends since the beginning. But when I tried to talk to him calmly, he simply up and left. No questions asked, as if he understood me almost immediately. Although Zealos does seem bruised and injured now that I get to closely look at him. He kept wincing when he walks, but tries so hard to not make it obvious. Looking at Damos, he seemed to know why Zealos is being like this. They just don't want to tell me why. I'm getting curious. Sitting on the floor with Damos, we're playing Scrabble. He told me it's to widen my vocabulary, since according to him, there's no other words I've been uttering these past few days, but kill, die, and fuck. Not exactly on that order, but those are the top 3 on the list. Zealos stayed on the bed on his stomach, watching us play. He said he's a gamma who doesn't need a wide vocabulary. He doesn't like to talk when fighting anyway. "How's Zeus? Any luck?" Damos spoke so casually, as if it's a normal morning. "Excellent defense mechanism. He gets through me more easily than we can get through him," I huffed. I can't even ask him a proper question without him slapping the question back at me. Now I started to question myself more than I do him. Typical Zeus. Damos shrugged his shoulders as he puts the word Q down. "Hey," I protested, now that Demos's accumulated score is higher than mine by 50 since he gets to put his letters on top of triple and double tiles more often than I do. "It's a game, babe. There's a winner and a loser," Damos shrugged. "You just are the loser." There were 2 simultaneous reactions that happened after that. First, I rolled my eyes at Damos, and second, Zealos immediately frowned at the word babe, like he always does. He then reached out to hit Damos's head but said nothing. Damos looked up at Zealos on the bed. "Don't start with me, Romeo," he said, but Zealos only hit Damos again in his head, harder this time. So with Damos being petty, he hit Zealos back with as much force, if not more. Then they started to begin their slapping game, where the slap starts to get harder than the other, until their skin began to be red and raw. They seem to enjoy it for a couple of seconds, until Zealos gets the final slap and Damos concedes. Amen. Suddenly, a thought came into me. I looked at the both of them. "Hey, I have something to tell you." I trailed my words before I bit my lower lip. "What?" Damos raised a brow at me. "Alastor marked me," I blurted out fast, a bit shy to be sharing this information. But Damos is my friend, and Zealos better suck it up because he rejected me first anyway. Damos blinked. "Oh, we know," he said, before Damos stood up to roll Zealos over and hit his chest. Zealos let out a pained growl as he curled like a ball. See? I looked between the pained face of Zealos and Damos's smiling face, confused as to what's happening. See what? Damos was about to hit Zealos again, but the latter caught the former's hand just in time. Do it one more time, and you're entering the circle with me, Zealos hissed, obviously sounding in deep pain. Damos only chuckled. This poor guy have felt half the pain of the rejection process when Alastor marked you. I had to look over him when he doubled over in pain. I know what rejection looks like, so I know what to do about it. As someone who's been rejected twice by both his mates, I know the pain Zealos is feeling is nothing compared to what Damos is feeling. And at this point, I feel like us rejects just have to deal with the pain because we have no choice. And this has to stop. What did you do about it? I asked. Oh, Damos' eyes shone in excitement. That's easy. I chained him up to heal his wounds. Then I get to listen to his muffled groans of pain like music to my ears. I blinked at Damos. So yeah, congratulations. Damos gave me a genuine smile before he looked at Zealos with a devilish one. It's fun seeing him in pain. Is it fun now, Zealos? Being rejected and all? I had to laugh. At least one of them is enjoying this. For every hour I spent with Damos and Zealos is every hour I try my best to ignore Alastor. It's inevitable that we'll be having one of those talks as soon as we were left alone together. And as much as I know I can't run forever, I'd like to just put it off for a little while longer. I'm a bit exhausted myself, and I doubt Alastor is any different. We might as well just see each other when I feel like we're both ready. I don't want us forcing things for the sake of this relationship to work. And so all afternoon, I stayed in one room with the only two gammas in this pack who'd rather prefer me to be alive than dead. The three of us lay down on the bed, fitting like puzzle pieces. I lay in the middle on my back, my eyes on the ceiling and the top of my head touching the headboard. On my right is Zealos, with his feet near my face and his face near mine. He's still on his stomach, groaning in pain every once in a while. On my left is Damos, who made sure both his legs draped over my stomach to reach Zealos back with his feet. Not minding how heavy he actually is, he seemed to be enjoying his comfortable position. That was until his eyes turned pure black and his body went frigid. My head snapped at him, my brows rising up in question. Hey, what the fuck? I asked rather loudly. Even Zealos looked over to see what it was. Seconds later, and Damos's eyes went back to normal. He looked between me and Zealos before he gave me a smile. Hey, pumpkin, he tells me as he stood up from the bed. I need to go. What? You're leaving? Damos raised a brow at me. Didn't know you'd miss me strongly. I pointed at Zealos. Well, you're leaving me with him, I said, as if that the most offensive thing someone could ever do to me. Pumpkin, I think you've misplaced your worries, Damos said, reaching out to pat my cheek softly. Can't you see Zealos is basically incapacitated? You'll kill him before he does. Not reassuring, Zealos muttered under his breath as he began to push himself up with both his arms. He didn't forget to wince in pain during the process. I suddenly have this newfound surge of panic within me. I didn't know what to do. I was basically clueless. I have never talked to Zealos in days, nor did I imagine myself breathing the same air in the same room as him. The only reason I could tolerate his presence is because of Damos, and if he's leaving, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's not really my thing to spend the afternoon chit-chatting with my soulmate who rejected me. But then I don't want to go back to Alastor yet. It's too early. But then again, I don't want to be alone with Zealos. I know he won't do anything such as kill me. He probably won't even touch me or look at me. Hell, if I ordered him not to breathe, he probably would do that too. But something about staying and spending time with Zealos made me panic. As if suddenly, even after all the trainings I've went through, I'm utterly defenseless. Damos looked at me, and he seemed to have caught up my dilemma. He sighed. There's a commotion in the barracks, so I can't bring any of you two with me, he says before patting my head. I'm sorry, Pumpkin. Why would you have to go? I frowned, sitting up as Zealos began to sat up by himself as well. There are other gammas in this pack. Yeah, but the commotion has something to do with Phobos. Damos trailed off, looking at Zealos for a couple of beats before looking back at me. He gave me a look. Oh, right. Right, no one must know their mates. Whatever. I just think it's stupid. Everyone's bound to know it anyway. But if that's what they want, I'll just play along. Be back quick, I frowned at Damos, only to receive a chuckle from him. Damos didn't even take anything with him. He just up and left, closing the door behind him when he stepped out of the room. Although I did catch a glimpse of him wiggling his brow at me through the little gap between the door before he finally shut close. Whatever that wiggle meant, it didn't make me feel any better. Seconds passed by when Damos left, and Zealos and I barely moved an inch. I'm still sitting on the center of the bed, my back against the headboard. Zealos, however, sat on the bed with his legs crossed over the other, sitting Indian style. His side profile was on me, and not once did he turn to look at me. It was as if both of us were stoned to place. So, Zealos began, deeming the silence around us deafening after a couple of minutes, how about we come to an agreement? An agreement about how the two of us should never speak with each other ever again. At that moment, Zealos's head turned to face me. I didn't expect him to do that, so I panicked and turned my head away out of impulse. You know we're bound to cross paths even if we don't try or want to. Still not looking at him, I asked, So I think it's for our own benefit that we try to at least be civil? Involuntarily, my head shot up at him with a frown on my face. I've been nothing but civil to you since day one. If I haven't, I would have killed you already. Phoebe, Zealos seemed reluctant to say, have you forgotten how our fight in the circle ended? Blood rushed up to my face in anger as I remembered the time we fought in the circle. I know I couldn't take him on unless someone pins him down for me, just as Zeus told me, but him rubbing it on my face somehow makes me more irritated. Zealos seemed to understand my facial expression when he abruptly added, I didn't mean to offend you. Can you just stop talking? I said, not really wanting this conversation to continue on, so I began to get out of the bed as immediately as I can. We're done here. Wait. Zealos, amidst his current painful situation, managed to grab my wrist and pull me back to bed. Shocked, my bum flopped on the bed. Realizing that his hand was around my wrist, my head snapped towards it, and he immediately let go of me. Then I turned to look at his pained face, probably from moving too fast for his own good. What the fuck do you want, Zealos? Because I'm confused as fuck, I snapped, my hands curling into fists. I can feel my nails dig deep into my hands, and my knuckles turning white. I just want to be friends. Zealos looked at me straight in the eye, just as one of his hands went over his waist. He winced a little as every movement he made is painful for him. That's why he should be making the least movements at the moment, not grabbing me back to bed where he is sitting on. Friends? I spat. I watched how much he's trying to hide the fact that he's in utter pain at the moment, all because Alastor marked me. Can you even hear yourself? I should have asked Alastor to mark me the moment he met me, if that only means I get to see Zealos in pain every morning he wakes up. He deserves every waking moment when he feels like he's slowly dying. And that's only half the torture I went through. The pain he's feeling now is nothing compared to the pain I felt when he completed the mating process with his chosen mate. Twice. With pups. I guess that's one of the reasons I hate Persephone so much. She's a result of a chosen mate. I guess I've always hated pups from chosen mates, because those pups are living evidences of pain someone has brought upon their soulmates. They shouldn't have been born. Okay, maybe asking for friendship is indeed too much, Zealos said, this time not bothering to hide a grimace. I guess even speaking out pains him. But could we please at least be in speaking terms? Aren't I already speaking with you? I rolled my eyes, then I got out of bed again before Zealos could grab me. I'm sorry, Zealos blurted out, just as I began to walk away. I know it's not much, but there's really nothing I really could say other than that. It's okay if you don't accept it. I just want to say that at least. I suddenly stopped in my tracks, trying to drown down every ounce of anger in my body. I know I've been impulsive these days, and I know Alastor is right about me having quite the temper, so I guess I'll have to try not to resort to killing all the time. Maybe just sometimes. I slowly turned around to face Zealos, who looked too shocked to believe that I didn't walk out on him like he expected. So basically, You're only apologizing to wash away that fleeting guilt in your heart, because you really don't care if I accept it or not, as long as you said it. Zelos blinked at me, not entirely sure how to respond. His mouth opened and closed like a fish in a pond. Aye, he trailed off. I tilted my head to the side. Don't sweat it. My expectations for you were low anyway, so I wasn't disappointed. He gave me a small smile. Not disappointing you? That's a first. I narrowed my eyes at him. That doesn't mean we're friends. Zelos' eyes went wide. No, of course, he said before I realized him hesitating about something. Spit it, I deadpanned. He immediately shook his head, which then made him wince a little because even that tiny movement triggered other physical pain in his body. No, it's nothing. I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm a few steps away from you. Don't make me come there. Zelos panicked for a second before he looked away. I was just thinking. Impatient, I said, can't you think faster? He then gave me a glance, but looked away as soon as he saw me looking at him. You can most definitely say no, but I was wondering, since I'm in this pathetic state, he said, trying to laugh it off, but ended up coughing and wincing. Very pathetic state, I emphasized. If you could stay a bit? Zelos continued after coughing before he looked up to meet my eyes. I didn't even bother hiding my surprise with his words. What the fuck? No, I simply said, ready to turn my heels and leave him alone. Although I acknowledge the fact that I'm temperamental and that I have to be nicer, the last person I want to not be temperamental and be nicer to is Zealos. He deserves all these fuck-ups alone, if I were to be honest. In all truths, we wouldn't even be here if he didn't reject me. He doesn't deserve an easy way out from a pain he knows he'll receive anyway. Besides, we haven't even completed the mating part, so that's only at least half of what I felt. So he better be ready, because after the Cold War happening between Alastor and I'm marking him mine. Besides, Zealos should be at least appreciative of the fact that he's a Gamma. He has more pain tolerance than an Omega would. Whatever he's feeling right now isn't as life-threatening as it was for me. Gammas are used to pain and have higher pain tolerance than Omegas, because all their lives they're trained for wars. Pain is a natural part of their life, so I doubt Zealos would die if I were to leave him alone. And so I turned around without a word and went immediately towards the door. As my hands reached the doorknob and as I was about to twist it, Zealos decided to speak up. Please, Phoebe, he said, and with those words, all my efforts to be nice just flew out the window. I sharply turned my head towards Zealos, who slightly flinched. My eyes turned pure black as my wolf became twice as angry as I am. I was holding back for far too long. Something seemed to possess me as I ran back towards Zealos, grabbed him by his neck, and pinned him towards the headboard. Thanks to my werewolf speed and strength, no matter my rank, I still managed to do this. Oh, and thanks to Damos for teaching me how to properly strangle people. Zealos's head made a harsh thud when it met the wooden headboard. Both his hands now held my wrists, as if willing it to let go of him. But now that Zealos is writhing below me on his bed, the satisfaction of seeing him so inferior washed over me. Now do you feel helpless? I taunted. My claws began showing itself and is now poking the skin of Zealos's neck, like any second would be your last. I was sure I had him pinned properly. I was more than certain I had him around my palm and that I finally have the upper hand. Especially now that Zealos is in a slight pain that would slow him down a bit, even for a bit. But it took me by surprise when I saw a sliver of smile from Zealos. It confused me and took me off guard. It distracted me for a second, and that's what it all took for everything to go downhill so fast. I didn't even see it coming when Zealos's legs went up to snake itself around my waist and locked on my back. Too shocked to react, my grip on his neck loosened, and Zealos took that opportunity to grab my head and pulled me towards his chest. Although both of us were clothed, I felt the mini sparks between us with every part of our body that touched. It was so little, I felt like I wouldn't even notice it if I tried. Even our sparks began fading. When I realized that it was now Zealos that has the upper hand, and that he now has me locked in his embrace, it was now my time to struggle away from him. With his arms and legs around me, I am now in this awkward position that I have no idea how to get out of. Let me go, I demanded, my voice muffled as my face is pressed quite hard against his chest. But Zealos didn't listen. Instead, he rolled us over onto the bed. I let out a small gasp as my back met the soft covers of the bed while he lay on top of me. At this point, I felt every part of Zealos that I used to wish I could feel back then. I didn't know what to feel at this point. I was beyond confused and my mind is in shambles. Zealos pulled away a little, only to grab both of my hands and pinning them both over my head. Both his legs are caging me into position, and he put his weight on me so I could move so little. Even if I started wriggling my arms, it was no use. He was undoubtedly stronger. Zealos was now looking down at me, his face closer to mine more than I want to. I was starting to panic. What the fuck are you? My demands became louder and high-pitched. But those demands didn't have the chance to be properly heard, because Zealos' lips dove straight on top of mine. Mini sparks numbed my lips as his kiss on me deepened. No matter how I struggled against him, it was no use. I was helplessly pinned below him, and he knows it. He knows he can do anything with me, and no matter what I say, will not do anything. As my lips became painfully numb, I can't properly move them. Zealos took this opportunity to slip his tongue in my mouth. At that point, my eyes went wide, and the panic within me escalated tenfold. I began turning my head, just so I could detach my lips from his. At least I can do just that. But while I did it, tears began to escape from my eyes, blurring my vision as a wave of utter hopelessness clouded my heart. In those seconds, I felt like I was the dirtiest woman alive. I even felt my throat closing up as I began breathing heavily. I badly need an escape, but even my wolf was frozen solid, that I can't even feel her at the back of my mind. I can hear my own sobs as Zealos continues to link his lips on mine. My own sobs were too deafening for me to bear. It was then that I started to feel woozy as I realized that my struggles were futile. And there's nothing else I could do but cry. Isn't it what I was born to do as an Omega? Do nothing but cry. I'm such an insignificant fool to think that an Omega like me could make it alive in a pack like this. At that point, Zealos decided to pull away a little. However, he still had my hands pinned over my head, and he still haven't shifted from his position on top of me. He just stopped kissing me, pulled away a little, only to see me crying from below him. And even though my eyes were blurry, I can see how Zealos' eyes were pure black. The fact that Zealos' wolf is in control didn't help either. No matter if it's his wolf form or human form that's dominating him right now, it didn't change a thing. It didn't change the eerie feeling he gave me, that I'm disgusting, that he took everything away from me, and there's nothing else I could offer Alastor. Because how could I have the guts to offer anything to my mate now that I'm stained? Could Alastor still accept me now? Because right now, I can't even accept myself. I'm too weak to fight and defend myself. Weeks of practice should have made me strong enough to not let this happen. But I let this happen. I let Zealos kiss me. It doesn't matter if it's against my will, because it's my fault anyway. I should have left when I had the chance. I shouldn't have let my temper get the best of me. This shouldn't have happened. This was all my fault, and I don't think Alastor could ever forgive me for this. Phoebe, Zealos began, sounding out of breath as his eyes now turned back to normal. As if electrified, Zealos jumped off of me and out of the bed at once. He was looking down at me with wide eyes, like a deer caught in the light, like a child waiting to be scolded after he had done something terrible. Now sobbing uncontrollably, I curled into a ball on the bed, turning my back on Zealos. I hugged myself in an attempt to soothe my aching heart, but now I only feel my own thundering beating heart against my knees while everything around me blurred as hot tears roll one after the other. I'm sorry, Zealos began to speak. The pain was just becoming too much. I feel like had to touch you to ease the pain and... Is that even an apology? I don't know. Apologies should at least make me feel a little better, but what I'm feeling now is far from it. I feel betrayed and used. Not exactly something that I would start jumping out of happiness. There are 3 different ways for mates to ease each other's pain. From touches, from kisses, and from licks. It doesn't matter what kind of mates you are, but usually the pain goes away easiest when done with your soulmate. Of course, in Zealos' mind, it doesn't matter if it's consensual as long as he relieves his pain. And now that he doesn't feel a thing from when Alastor marked me, he brings pain upon me for touching and kissing me against my own will. But then again, Omegas never have their own wills or choices. Only the higher ranks have those luxuries. I always keep forgetting that the tears in my eyes are beginning to slow down at this point, now that I feel like curling up and crying won't do any different to the damage that's already been done. At this point, I just stared into space, willing myself to feel nothing. Even my wolf felt so far away from me, I'm not sure if I'll be able to talk to her anytime soon. But at that moment, I wasn't thinking of that. I was too focused trying to push back any emotion that I'm feeling. It was too painful for me to bear. I had to find a way to bury these emotions. Because if I won't, these emotions would demand itself to be felt for days that could last into weeks. And I'm too weak to handle that. I don't think I could even survive if I let that happen to me. As my eyes closed, I uttered a single word in the weakest voice, Alastor. And then I blacked out. Alastor. I'm sorry, Zealos cried in pain as the smoldering hot iron met his skin and continued to burn it as I refused to stop pressing it further against him any time soon. Stop! Punishing culprits for what damage they have caused their victims has never been a part of my scope of work, nor will it ever be. I have always believed that I was never capable of harboring too much hate in my system to be able to execute brutal punishments that are exceedingly violent, however legal it is, according to the constitutional law of the pack. Nevertheless, that belief seemed to have been non-existent as my wolf demanded its dominance to be acknowledged. And even as we have no plans in taking Zealos's life, I would let my wolf to have this satisfaction of bringing torture towards someone who has hurt our mate. Alastor, the voice of Perseus can be heard from behind me, even as the groans of pain from Zealos became excruciatingly longer by the second. Perseus, I responded, not turning to look back. However, it was at that point that I decided to remove the iron from Zealos's back. Zealos's screams were an unsettling mix of pain and relief, uncertain and confused as to which he should feel being in this circumstance. And although no one has ever inflicted pain upon myself as much as I did him, I quite understood his internal conflict. Phoebe has awakened, Perseus reported, before I felt him move nearer to where I am, his steps echoing around the place. The dungeon is nothing but a closed area, dark and wide. Rogues and criminals are to be locked in here, for them to be deprived of sunlight and food. It is our pack's usual mode of torture. We do not usually resort to brutally killing them, as we believe justice is too huge to simply fit in our hands. So we just let them die gradually, giving them at least the opportunity to choose between killing themselves early by their own hands or living it out until they die of hunger naturally. At the moment, no rogues or criminals occupy the dungeon, except for Zealos. If I were to leave him here for days with no food and sunlight, it is an undeniable miracle if he hasn't gone berserk yet. About your mate, Perseus added, stopping just beside me, equally looking down at the exhausted body of Zealos groaning on the floor in the middle of his own pool of sweat. It is best if you keep an eye on her. Correct me if I'm mistaken, although I'm quite certain I'm not, I began, as I slowly turned my head to look at Perseus. But we have voiced our concerns regarding this matter already. She did not, in any way or form, betray her old pack. The fact that Phoebe is reckless and impulsive is enough to conclude that she cannot participate, much less conduct, a plan as delicate as sending out rogue attacks. Phoebe, with her obvious temper, would rather want her enemies die in her own hands than have a rogue do it for her. Anyone with brains would agree with me in this conclusion. Which makes me doubt Perseus, being a fellow Delta. He, of all people, should have agreed with me in the first place. Perseus simply shook his head. It's not that, he said, his face contorted into what I decipher as a frown. But back there, when I checked up on her, it seems to me like she didn't want to kill me. Or have I been delusional? I looked back down at Zealos, putting Perseus' words in deep thought. I must agree. That is indeed suspicious. I nodded. Why would she not want you dead? Excuse me? You didn't exactly give her the best of first impressions, I said, just as I began to walk away with steady strides, nor did you give her any valid reason to want you alive. Leaving Perseus and Zealos behind me, my eyes were trained at the gates of the dungeon. I hear nothing but the steady steps of my feet. It was almost considered calming. "How about you?" Perseus called out just as I halted in front of the gates. I didn't bother exerting any effort, turning around as he continued. "Did I give you any valid reason to want me alive?" "Not exactly," I said, reaching out to push the gate open. "It's a good thing you didn't give me any valid reason to not want you alive, though. That would have been pitiful if that was the case. Pitiful, indeed." The walk back to the room that I share with my mate seemed faster than I remembered it to be. Maybe it was just the utter excitement to finally see her awake that had my feet double its speed as I walked. However, I didn't bother thinking too much of it, as I deem it to be a trivial matter. The moment I faced the bedroom door, I opened it a second later without any thought, not even bothering to knock to make my presence known. Supporting Perseus's statement earlier, my mate is indeed wide awake. Her head shot up to look at me, our eyes locked together for seconds before she gave me a soft smile. A smile enough to make me feel the effects of caffeine more than coffee ever would. Phoebe is sitting up, her back against the headboard. Damos sits on the edge of the bed, his eyes a tinge of red and his nose a bit stuffed. With their current state and the tension around the room, I could easily conclude that I have intruded into a private conversation. Something that I would have avoided have I knocked. Sometimes I wonder the point of me ever studying proper etiquette if I weren't to apply them. However, Damos decided to stand up. "I'll leave you too," he says to both Phoebe and I before giving Phoebe one last tight hug. "Talk to you later, pumpkin," he whispered, softly patting her head when they pulled away from the hug. Damos gave me a pat on my shoulder just before he walked around me and left the room. He didn't forget to close the door after him, making a soft thud as he did. "How are you doing, babe?" I simply asked Phoebe, slowly making my way towards her. Just as I was near her, I joined her on the bed to lay down beside her. "I'm sorry you had to go through it alone." I immediately hugged her, my head on top of her thighs. Her hands immediately rested on my head, her fingers softly brushing my hair. It was a comforting position to be in, as if drinking hot chocolate on a winter's day. We continued in the same position for seconds that stretched to minutes, and not once did Phoebe's fingers ever faltered. She just continued making circular motions on my head in the same speed, not saying anything. It was when I felt the unsettling feeling that something was not right when I lifted my head up to look at her. "Are you all right? Is something the matter?" I asked, and she looked down at me with a look I can't comprehend. "If it's about Zealos, he's already been taken care of, babe. You don't have to worry. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner." And I mean it. Although I have already marked her mine, and although I feel pride surge within my system as I stare at the mark I've made on her bare skin, it is still quite hard for me to fully dive into her thoughts. We still aren't able to mind link, given the fact that our marking process is still one-sided. And it does suck to be on the side where I'm the one who doesn't wear the mark. Even so, I'm not in any position to be pressuring her into marking me. Her timing is not the same as mine, and I just have to trust her that she'll mark me on her own. She does have a choice, and I refuse to be the one to take it away from her. "I'm all right," Phoebe said, giving me a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I stared at her, willing her to speak up, expecting her to say more like she usually does. However, seconds ticked by, and she didn't utter another word, continuously staring at me with a gentle smile that usually had me melting, because she never smiled as gentle with anyone else as she did with me. But there was something about her smile this time that had me worried, and although it still looked as gentle as ever, her eyes weren't as loving. In fact, it would have been better if it were angry at me. But it was blank, void with emotion. Not everyone could easily catch this sudden change within her, especially not if you look close enough. However, as someone who has been close enough to observe her, I am more than certain something is wrong. Phoebe then reached out to pat my cheeks softly. "Why are you looking at me funny? Do you need anything?" she asked softly. "Do you want me to cook for you?" At that point, I didn't bother making the efforts into hiding the frown that made its way to my face. "Cook for me?" I asked, incredulous. She nodded. "Yes, I'm quite the best with pancakes, you know." Dione used to like it when I make her breakfast every morning, she says before lightly pinching my cheeks. Do you doubt me? I slowly shook my head. No, babe, I would never, I said, giving her a small smile as I continued staring at her. No, it wasn't that I was ever doubting her skills for cooking. It was just out of the blue, as if the random thoughts that pass by our minds during midnight just sprang into life and into the physical form of my mate. Babe, I began, sitting up so I could look at Phoebe eye to eye, about our talk this morning. Don't mention it, Phoebe says softly. You were right. I was too much occupied with the hatred in my heart that I failed to see the big picture. I blinked at Phoebe, and if ever I wore even the slightest of smiles, it has now faded into nothingness. I was stoned into place as I try to put my finger on whatever it is that bothers me about this sudden change from Phoebe. Usually she's too hard-headed to concede, and usually her emotions were too heightened for it to influence her words and opinions. However, this time it was the opposite, and now she seemed to have no emotions at all. It was no better than having me talking to a rock. Are you sure you're not mad anymore? I slowly asked her, looking at her as if she's a time bomb about to explode if treated incorrectly. She nodded. I'm serious. It's fine. Okay, I said, slowly dragging out the word, having a hard time to grasp some things. At this point, I have no conclusion regarding her actions. I'm no better than a stranger trying to figure things out with her. I was thinking maybe we should put off our investigation with Zeus for today. She tilted her head in question. Why would we do that? Yesterday, we have agreed to be going back to meet Zeus to investigate on him later on today. However, after having a fight with her this morning followed by the incident that has transpired with her and Zealos, I am having second thoughts about continuing with our original plan. Phoebe needs a better rest before getting herself involved again. Phoebe seemed to understand me as she gave me another smile. Don't worry, I can handle it. I might even control my temper this time, she said, as if her last sentence was any consolation. And although I did tell her about working out on her temper, why does it bother me so much now that she's actually trying to work it out on her own? Shouldn't I be proud? Alastor. Closing the door behind me with a thud, I face Beta Zeus in front of me. It is safe to believe that he would not do any harm towards anyone, as he is in a straitjacket before being utterly tied onto the chair he's sitting on. However, it is best I voice out my concerns so as to make sure. Have I resorted to paranoia? If I did, would I have known? Beta Zeus? I greeted the man who simply raised his eyes to see me, his body unmoving. It was as if he was expecting my presence minutes before I came here. Before we begin, I believe it is best we agree for you to be on your best behavior. Beta Zeus raised a brow before he tilted his head as if to look at someone else from behind me. That Omega's not with you? He asks, shaking his head as he made a tsking sound. I'd say that's too bad, but I'd be lying. She is positioned on the other side of this door, however. Oh, Beta Zeus's mouth formed into the shape of a small O, not even bothering to hide the disappointment in his face and voice. Sucks. It is for everyone's benefit that you go easy on her this time, I said, not forgetting to look at the Beta straight in his eyes so he could take me seriously. I've always been easy on the pup, Zeus responded with an aggravated huff. Why do you think she's still alive? We both know that's not because she can fight me. I continued to stare at Zeus, deeply contemplating if moving on with this investigation while Phoebe is in her current state is wise. Although Phoebe had been assuring me for the past hour that she is feeling adequately well to be sitting in front of Beta Zeus, I was not in the least assured. In fact, it is inducing more stress into my system, and it has been weighing me down for hours. Because no matter how I try to speak to Phoebe, she kept cutting the discussion short, telling me that I was right the whole time. And although the emotional and mental burden of having an argument with her has been lifted off my shoulders, this time feels no better, if not worse. This time is one of the rare moments where I am drowning with questions I have no answers to. Okay, fine, Beta Zeus began to say, looking somewhat irked at the fact that I have been unknowingly staring at him, as if I've been seeing him through the straitjacket he was wearing. I'm taking it easy on the pup. Just tell her not to attack my face this time. Anything else but the face. although I am quite sure Phoebe would never admit to it. But the beta does have his own physical features that he could treat as an asset if he will. Even with the fading scars and wounds evident on his face, it wouldn't be much of a surprise to me if he could still manage to get the attention and interest of a couple of women. Silently nodding my head, I turned around to open the door from behind me, only to see Phoebe patiently waiting for me outside. She didn't move a muscle from where I left her moments ago, and her face had no evidence of being irritated by waiting. She was just there, patiently and silently waiting for what I will tell her next, like an obedient little pup. If Phoebe continues to be like this until tomorrow, I doubt my sanity would still be intact. Wordlessly, Phoebe entered the windowless room with me. I gave her the seat directly in front of Beta Zeus, and she took it gracefully. She didn't even bother leaning on the back of the chair to prop her feet on top of the table like she used to do. Phoebe didn't speak, just stared at Beta Zeus like it was her first time seeing him. Zeus looked like he was about to give her a snarky remark, but bit his tongue. However, I noticed how he looked at Phoebe with a look of confusion on his face. But even so, none of us spoke. The silence between the three of us stretched long enough for even Beta Zeus to get impatient. Even he knows something is not right. He looked up to meet my eyes. "Why is your mate malfunctioning?" The grip of my hands on the back of Phoebe's chair tightened, my jaw taut. I ignored his statement as I began to ask, "Would you care to elaborate, Beta Zeus, as to why you were entangled into a brawl with Alpha Kratos the other day?" Beta Zeus huffed before he slumped on his seat. His face needed a beating, that's why. "Were you provoked?" Beta Zeus looked at me as if I had spoken the alien language. Only those who did wrong could be provoked. "Are you implicating that it was Alpha Kratos who had landed the first punch, and that your actions are no less than mere self-defense?" Zeus curtly nodded, giving me a look. "Quit stalling. I know you know what's up. What's the holdup for?" He asked me, before he looked back down to meet Phoebe eye to eye. "And I know you know as well." Phoebe only gave him a smile, but remained silent. Beta Zeus then looked at me as if someone had told him that he looked displeasing in the eye. He looked both shocked and bothered. The sight was borderline funny in normal circumstances. However, in this situation, I seemed to share the same look with him. I began clearing my throat before I shifted on my feet uncomfortably. "This interview is only for formality, Beta Zeus. The final evidence has been finalized in the lab. Only your cooperation will wrap this up. Just say the word. We just want to hear it from you." Beta Zeus looked at me as if I had offered him a terrible joke that will haunt him for eternity. "Don't make me laugh. You can make a decision based from your evidence alone," he said, before looking back at Phoebe. "Say, let me experiment on something." Experiment? A small frown was written all over my face. However, Beta Zeus didn't bother answering my question. He simply caught Phoebe's attention and said, "Hey pup, untie me." My initial thought was how stupid that order was, and how unlikely Phoebe was to do whatever Beta Zeus says, no matter their rank difference. However, as seconds ticked by, I didn't hear Phoebe complain nor lash out to give Beta Zeus a beating. That was her usual response. No matter how impulsive she is, that's what I was expecting her to do. Or at least, that's what I was hoping for her to do. But she didn't. I was beginning to panic. I looked down at Phoebe, and she was motionless for the first few seconds, until she silently stood up, walked towards where Zeus was seated, and began to untie the knot from behind his chair. To say that Beta Zeus was shocked was an understatement. Both of us stilled as we looked at each other in disbelief. It seems to me that even Beta Zeus was taken aback by this surprise. Too shocked to even make fun of Phoebe at the moment like he used to. When my composure was regained, I decided to speak up. "Phoebe, babe." I called out at Phoebe, who was still busy untying the knots behind Zeus. "What are you doing?" At that point, the ties on Zeus went loose, and the rope fell onto the ground almost immediately. Zeus looked down in shock, as we could all easily see the straitjacket he was wearing. Beta Zeus was looking at me when he said, "Should we bet on which she would do next if I told her to get me off this straitjacket?" He asked me, his eyes wide. "Shall Phoebe free Zeus out of his straitjacket?" I'll never know the answer to that question because I hastily ordered her, "Come and sit back here, Phoebe." And without question, Phoebe walked back towards me and sat on the chair in front of me. She then looked up at me with a smile. "Are you all right? You look a bit pale, babe. Do you need me to get you a drink?" She said. "Well, I'll be damned," Beta Zeus muttered under his breath, his eyes never leaving Phoebe. As if she's a unique toy on sale for a limited time that he cannot afford to pay for. I shook my head as I stared at my mate. "No, babe, but I guess we need to go for now," I said, my heart twisting in unseen pain. Somehow, this unsettling feeling is getting worse, and I'm having immense trouble how to deal with it. "Already?" Phoebe asked, genuinely confused as to why this interview was cut too soon. Even sooner than the first time when she had punched him squarely in the face and broke his nose. I remember the proud look on her face at that time. But now, all I see is a clueless wolf, waiting for new orders from her higher ranks. "Yes," I responded, my voice barely a whisper. I looked back at Zeus, who is still watching my mate with his mouth agape. "Thank you, Beta Zeus." I didn't wait for a response, as Phoebe and I made our way out of that room. Just as Phoebe was out and I was standing in between the doorframe, Zeus immediately called me. "Your mate is a bit defected," he said, tilting his head to the side. "I wonder how you will fix her?" "Pardon?" My brow twitched at his words, not in the least pleased to hear it. "Don't act as if she doesn't need fixing," Zeus huffed, looking smug himself. "I wouldn't be surprised if you left her when you finally grew tired of her." At that exact moment, I wished I was as impulsive and temperamental as Phoebe. Even only at that moment, when I deemed Beta Zeus to be in need of a decent beating if Alpha Kratos haven't actually given him one yet. But as a Delta, I only gave him a short nod. "Your decisions will never be the same as mine," I simply said before I finally left, closing the door behind me. Through the hallway, I watched Phoebe as she stopped in her tracks to wait for me. She only gave me a smile as she asked, "You okay?" I only gave her a nod. Then I finally decided it was time to execute the plan. I mind-linked Delta Solomon. "Detain Alpha Kratos," I said through the mind link, and as soon as Solomon received it, he responded faster than light. "On it," was what he said, "and it will be only a matter of minutes until Alpha Kratos joins Gamma Zealos in the dungeons. Alastor." Breakfast in bed has never been a part of my routine during the morning. Although dismissing the possibility that I might include that is quite overboard, it still gave me quite a shock to be waking up in front of freshly cooked pancakes and hot coffee. My initial shock was due to waking up with these food, but as soon as I realized who brought the breakfast on my bed, my shock quadrupled. Sitting in front of me, with the breakfast tray in between us, was Phoebe. She's giving me an expectant smile as I slowly sat up from lying down. The sight was phenomenal, a seemingly happy mate serving breakfast made by her. It was a sight to behold, better than any tourist spots to ever exist, except that the mate in front of me looked rather nervous and insecure. With the way she looks at me, it was as if she was half expecting me to dislike the food she's offering. She looked so vulnerable, without even trying. Rubbing the sleep off my eyes, I asked, "Babe, what's the occasion?" My voice came out a little grouchy. Trying her best to look genuine as she beamed at me, Phoebe responded, "It's the pancakes I told you yesterday." She then went over to the breakfast tray to cut a piece of the pancake. "Come on, try it." Looking between her and my food, one might see me as hesitating, which I actually am. Not because I don't trust the food my mate is giving, nor do I feel the food is intended to poison me. Even when things aren't necessarily going smoothly, I know Phoebe would never go to such extent. However, the thought of my mate continuing this facade she started bothers me. For how long does she plan on keeping this up? That's a question only she could answer, except I can't seem to ask her myself. Phoebe's shoulders slumped for a bit, as if she was trying her best for that movement to be unnoticeable, but fails. "You don't like pancakes? Do you want me to cook anything else?" she asks, her voice a bit small. Before Phoebe could jump out of bed and cook whatever she plans on cooking, I caught her hand. The touch caught her a bit off guard, and I can tell it was due to the fact that the sparks between us was more intense than it was initially. Mainly because I already marked her. The intensity would double once she finally marked me, and reading her thoughts wouldn't be as troublesome anymore. Every time I try to read her thoughts, I can't seem to properly penetrate her mind. I can feel what she feels, but not its entirety, which is more than frustrating for my part. Thank you, babe. I love pancakes, I assured her, rubbing my thumbs on her knuckles just so she won't have thoughts about me lying. Lying to her is the last thing I want to do, but with her overthinking most of the times, risking it is not wise. Reassuring her is the first step. As I was about to dig into the food, Phoebe immediately took my cutlery and began cutting my pancake to pieces herself. Then, with the fork, she began to shove the food in my mouth. There was not enough time for me to respond. The next thing that happened was me chewing pancakes. Do you like it? Phoebe looked at me with wide eyes as I chewed. Do you want it sweeter? Dione used to like it sweeter. Holding a hand in front of her face, I began to hastily chew on the food, and before pressing it down my throat, to forcefully swallow it. The food was great. That is a no-brainer. But this inkling feeling that I have to speak up now is overbearing. I have to act now, before Phoebe distracts me again with another forkful of pancakes. Phoebe, I began, and she must have realized how our conversation is taking on a serious turn due to my voice, because she flinched a little. For her to react that way, something in me felt pain. The sudden pang in my chest felt horrible. I can feel my wolf whimpering at the back of my mind. Now that I realize it, Phoebe looks like she's scared of me. It was as if she wasn't doing everything because she wants to do it for her mate. She's doing it as if it would pacify me, as if whatever she's doing won't make me angry, as if she's expecting I would lash at her. Babe, I changed my voice into a softer tone. It's hurting me as it is, and if she runs away from me right now, I doubt my wolf could handle it. Not even if I'm a delta. Listen, we have to talk. What I did not expect, however, was the brimming tears in her eyes. She began to slowly back away from me as she shook her head. No, please, she begged, and seeing her face made me let out an actual whimper. She's slowly slipping away from me. Babe, I pleaded as I was about to touch her hand and grab her close. Listen. No. She flinched farther away from me. Please don't, she exclaimed, before she darted towards the door and out of the room, leaving me behind with a broken heart, with no tears to show how miserable I feel. The pain was dull and slow, but continuous and consistent. Its intensity isn't life-threatening. It was in little doses, but enough to acknowledge. It demands to be felt every second, with each stroke of pain having the same intensity, but feels like one is more painful than the other. It knows no time, because the pain could stop whenever, or it could go for eternity. Rubbing my face with both hands, the thoughts in my head swam until every single one of them drowned, leaving me with an empty mind, with no idea what to do next. I have always been one with the mind filled with plans and strategies, until Phoebe happened. Letting her leave like that is so cowardly, but if I chase her down, she'll run farther away than she initially intended to. It was as if she's genuinely afraid of me, afraid of what I'll do or what I'll say. But I'm here, suddenly afraid she would leave me. Is this the pain she has gone through before? Was it worse? As I contemplate my next move, with my pancakes left untouched and my coffee left cold, there was a rap on the door. Immediately darting my head towards the door, and with my senses numbed a bit, I was hoping against hope that Phoebe came back for me, that we would finally talk things out and be done with it. She and I haven't been doing things that mates usually do. Have I been too engrossed with my Delta duties that I have failed her as a mate? Did she feel neglected every time I left her for another meeting without a word? Alas, the moment the door opened, to say that I was disappointed was an understatement. Seeing the face of Brianna was the last probable thing that I could think of, but then again, I wasn't properly thinking at all. Alastor, Brianna began, inviting herself in my room before she shut the door closed behind her. Brianna, I answered with a sigh, my mind elsewhere, giving Brianna divided attention. Her eyes then landed on the breakfast tray in front of me, her eyebrows rising. Phoebe outdid herself this time, didn't she? She remarked, noting the forlorn expression on my face and the leftover food. If your concern is an update about Alpha Kratos, I believe you have the wrong man, I began, as I pushed away the breakfast tray so I could be seated on the edge of the bed. Delta Solomon has all the data, and Alpha Kratos is currently detained in the dungeon. No, my objective of heading here is not to seek updates, Brianna says, walking towards where I am, and I watched her as she stopped right in front of me. And I do believe I have the right man. Brianna gave me a small, knowing smile. A smile I know so well since we were children. I looked away from her, my jaw taut. We have talked about this, Brianna. But she was having none of it, as she reached over my shoulders to get the coffee from behind me. Her face was inches away from mine, and I had to lean back just so I could have my personal space back. Irritation bubbling in me, I pushed Brianna away, making her spill the now cold coffee all over the bed behind me. Don't anger me, Brianna. No, don't anger me, Brianna seethed as she now stood 2 steps away from me, with one hand soaked in spilled coffee. You said I would be your chosen mate. That was before Phoebe, I exclaimed, equally seething. Reaching the age of finding mates, I failed to find mine. Not in my pack, and not in the pack I used to train in every year. Brianna was the same as me, getting hopeless with every season that passes us by. So we had a discussion that if 5 more seasons went and our soulmates hasn't appeared yet, we'd unite. It was no big deal. Brianna was my childhood friend, after all. Spending the rest of my life mated with her is not the worst idea I've ever had. For the first few months, our minds are focused at the thought that we'll be mates, chosen mates. Until finally, my mate came along, and the plan we've both agreed upon cannot take place any longer. So Brianna had to step back. We did say we will only be mates after 5 mateless seasons. But the second season hasn't even finished yet, and my mate showed herself in the form of Phoebe. It's not as if I broke my promise to Brianna. She just couldn't accept the fact that I have a mate now, seeming obsessed with having me back. Do you hear yourself? Brianna exclaimed. Phoebe is impulsive and irrational, and you know it. Everyone knows it. What my mate is and isn't has never been your concern, Brianna. I hastily stood up and took threatening steps towards Brianna. Hurt her, I dare you, and you'll have to face my wrath. Brianna and I have been to training camps together for years. She knows the intensity of my anger. Not even she can handle it. She took a step back, but the determination in her eyes seemed undeterred. Do you think she can be the ideal mate that you deserve? The ideal mate that I deserve isn't you, I spat out, and I watched as Brianna's eyes turned pure black for a second. Then it was gone as soon as it came. Now, leave. When Brianna scurried away from my room, 2 thoughts came into my mind. First is that I have to apologize to Phoebe, that whenever she feels like she's overthinking things about Brianna, it was simply her gut feelings. She must have been so confused, thinking where the hatred towards Brianna is coming from. I should have explained to her. But at that time, she did seem impulsive, and I was afraid she would leave if she knew. Now, however, she deserves to know. Second, as I looked back at the spilled coffee on my unmade bed, I have finally gone into realization, as if the puzzle pieces are now complete. Because all Phoebe has been trying to do is become my ideal mate. Does Alastor not like the taste, or does he simply not eat pancakes? I should have asked him first of his tastes. Maybe I should change the coffee too. Does he like tea better? But judging with the way he looked at me earlier, I know it's not the food he has problems with. He could have said he didn't like the breakfast I prepared for him if he wanted something else. Definitely, when he brought up the idea of having a talk with me, I'm sure it wasn't anything related to the food. Alastor was about to reject me, I'm sure of it. He always pointed out how I work on my temper. Zeus says I'm weak, and even if no one admits to it, they all think Alastor's too good for me, that I would just drag him down with me through time. And Alastor might not even admit to it himself yet, but I can see him in the future, blaming me for the havoc I brought into his life, and how much his life didn't actually needed me in the picture. Or maybe he already realized it and was about to break it to me earlier? I don't know, and I don't think I would ever be ready to know. I can't handle another rejection. I've been trying my best to be calm and composed, even at the face of Zeus. Oh, how much I want to gouge his eyes out when he began ordering me around. How much I want to break him limb by limb. But of course, I can't do that. Alastor was there. He would see me lash out again like a rabid animal that can't be tamed. So I had to act like an obedient little puppy. That goes Alastor's ways. That does whatever is told, just to appease him. I even went out of my way to make him breakfast this time, no matter how awkward it was for Brianna to stare at me while I flip a pancake over. Did I go too far? I'm clueless. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to lose Alastor, but whatever I do, he seems to be slipping away. I want to rip all my hair out. Is this my fate, to never be chosen, to never mate, to never love, and to never be able to keep a man? Is it the way I look? Am I ugly? As I continue on with my rambling, someone grabbed me by my elbows. I was so taken aback, I almost grabbed the person's head and aimed to knee him in the guts. But when I realized who it was, I was glad I didn't do anything what I thought I should do. "Delta Solomon?" I asked, sounding a bit breathless myself. He was looking down at me, as if reading my thoughts, like it was threads mixed up and was knotted in a complicated manner, and that he was slowly untying every thread one by one. I felt like a frog being carefully dissected for a high school project. It should be bothering me, but it amazes me at the same time. He then gave me a serene look. "It may be wise if you consider cutting your nails short," he remarked, with no hint of judgment in his voice. Looking down on my hands to see my nails, I do notice it's been growing long, but not noticeably long enough for someone to call me out on it. But then the moment I caught a glimpse of the raw marks on my wrists, I realized what he meant. I was scratching myself again. This habit has left me for a few days, and I thought it has left me for good. Now, it's back, and I feel like going back to square one. "Yeah, I'll do that," I muttered, hiding both my hands on my back as if that would make Delta Solomon unsee my scratch marks. Then, in my pathetic attempt to change the subject, I asked, "Have you seen Damos?" I was scared that maybe he would ask why I was harming myself, or since when I've been doing it, or if I were aware every time it happens, or whatever triggers me for it. I was so scared of answering these questions. It makes me uncomfortable talking about it. Why would I state the obvious that I'm fucked up in the head? I know that already. Saying it out loud, just rubbing the wound with fresh salt. And I was glad it was a Delta that saw me, because with just my body language, he immediately got the gist. "He's visiting an old friend," was his answer. His face held no expression, acting as if he had seen nothing at all. "I thought you would be joining him." I immediately understood what he meant, and I felt goosebumps forming on the back of my neck. I tried my best to play it cool and shrugged my shoulders. Maybe another time. "Phoebe, I would like to apologize in Beta Zeus's stead." Delta Solomon still gave me a blank look when I looked up at him in curiosity. "Do Deltas normally have an expressionless face? Although your forgiveness is not mandatory, but he has never been excellent with words." I looked away. "Neither am I muttered. Then a memory suddenly came to me. Zealos used to apologize for Zeus' behavior, too. Now, you? It doesn't make sense at all. Both Zeus's and your opinions were molded by different decisions as you lived in completely different lives and type of environments." Delta then gave me a small smile. "Higher ranks aren't necessarily immune to pain, Phoebe. We all have to have our own coping and defense mechanisms to live through it." "Defense mechanism?" He nodded. "Why do you think you always clash with him?" I didn't even spare another beat when I answered. "Because he's an ass." He chuckled as he nodded in agreement. "And aren't you an ass as well, Phoebe?" Surprised by his words, I flinched. "Excuse me?" I asked, not sure how long I could hold back my emotions. "You and Zeus are quite alike, don't you think?" Solomon tilted his head a bit, and before I opened my mouth for protest, he added, "His defense mechanism is projection. You're his mirror, if you will." I took a step back, shaking my head in disbelief. I gave him a look that I refused to accept his opinion. Not in a million years would his words ever make sense. Delta Solomon, however, just gave me a kind smile. "Do not fret. I did not mean it in a literal sense," he said, probably pertaining to me being a mirror. I was about to say something when we were both startled by the sound of a loud and angry banging of a door. It was then followed by a series of angry footsteps. It sounded like it was from Alastor's room, and so my curiosity was at its peak. As I plan on looking behind me to see who it was, Delta Solomon grabbed me by my shoulders, not letting me move. His face became expressionless once more when he said, "Come with me." When Delta Solomon ordered me to come with him, the last place I would think he would take me is the barracks. But here we are. in the wooden benches with the delta beside me and a stranger in front of me. "This is Adonis," Delta Solomon says, motioning towards the stranger. He's also an Omega who wants to train. Looking at Adonis, someone mateless would have been easily attracted to him. With his light brown hair that touches the end of his brow and his cornflower blue eyes, it is undeniable that his mate would melt easily like butter. It even puts a certain alpha to shame. "Phoebe," I nodded, too tired to socialize, much less shake hands. I'm done with formalities to care. Looking at Delta Solomon, "What about him?" I asked. "No Gamma in the barracks were willing to train him because of him being an Omega," Delta Solomon began, and I flinched at his last words. As if those words triggers something in me that gets me fired up, I was thinking maybe you could help him, if it isn't too much. With my hands curled into fists on my lap, my eyes narrowed to slits. "Adonis, isn't it?" I asked directly to the man in front of me, and he immediately sat up in alert. "It is," he answered sharply, a familiar gleam in his eyes. "It is my pleasure to meet you." "Of course it is," I muttered under my breath. Without looking at the Delta beside me, I can still feel the smile on his face. I asked him, "You do know I get angry easily a lot. My patience is almost inexistent, and I'm not as good as Damos. Is this a trap?" Solomon shrugged. "Damos is too busy with his friends to be able to train him. Your fighting skills are still quite commendable, with all things considered. There's no other better candidate." I know Delta Solomon is completely buttering me up for this. For what reason, or whatever his objective is, I have no idea. What he might gain from this is still questionable. But at the same time, when I look at Adonis, a question kept bugging me. How could I let an Omega down? He's been ignored by Gammas simply because he's an Omega, without even considering what his skills may be, or how determined his soul is, or how far his capability may take him in the long run. No one cared for all that. All they cared was his rank. And for some reason, they see it as a disability, limiting Adonis in a safe bubble where Omegas should stay, a bubble he shouldn't step out of because he has to stay in his place. I know that feeling. I know how frustrating that gets. And I might not know Adonis's reasons for wanting to train, or what his motives are. But as long as he's willing to give his all in training, I'm willing to do the same and give mine. Delta Solomon must have successfully read my train of thoughts because his smile never faltered. I sighed. "Tell me, Adonis," I said, "what's the first step for a successful kill?" Adonis answered, his words flowing smoothly. "Extreme anger." Surprised myself, my eyes went wide, and I had to double take as Delta Solomon's chuckles was heard from beside me. I blinked. Next step? Staying alive. At those words, Solomon's chuckles became louder. He patted my shoulders. "He sounds just like you, doesn't he?" I nodded, looking at Adonis in a way as if I'm seeing him in a different light. "I like you," I said, before I stood up. I went a few steps away and began to search among the wooden benches, and they watched me as I fetched the wooden sword Damos always uses on me. The moment I held it in my hands, I went back to where Adonis sat. Without hesitating, I hit the side of his thigh with the wooden sword, and it made a loud splat. I smirked at his shocked expression. "We begin today." It's been a while since I was back in this same circle. But this time, it wasn't me getting beat up by some random wolf while Damos watch in the sidelines and yell at me. This time, I'm fighting against a fellow Omega who wanted to be trained. For whatever reason he has, I never asked, but the mere fact that he never gave up, despite the unfairly rejection of the ones he sought for help prior to meeting me, was enough for me to agree to it. Closely looking at Adonis, he's the same height as Alastor, only a bit heavier and softer. Adonis's features were soft and round, like a huge teddy bear. He looked like he won't harm a fly. And although I know Alastor won't exactly hack someone to death when he wanted to, using his distant words and expressionless face against his enemies, he doesn't look the part. I guess I should have thought of that when Adonis kicked the right side of my waist. I let out a hiss of pain as I received the shock and almost flew towards the opposite direction. Good thing Damos hits me harder, so that kick wasn't exactly that painful. Only that I didn't expect nor see it coming. Maybe I had a feeling that Adonis will hesitate on hurting me. And I guess that feeling was utterly stupid now that he obviously would not go easy on me simply because I'm a woman. and I love it. Usually I hear men say, "Let's finish this up quickly," in a bored tone like someone unsatisfied during sex, simply because he sees a woman he could easily beat up and he doesn't want to waste his time. Or they would say, "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you," as if I should be grateful for him and his consideration, simply because I don't have a penis. My worth isn't in my vagina, you fucktards. But Adonis, he sees me simply like any other fighter he have met and would probably meet. He doesn't look like he will go easy on me. And I feel so happy, like I'm a boss in the final battle of a game. Responding to his kick, I ducked and punched his gut. He let out a low grunt as he received damage, and with my current position, I was near to his shin. So I planned to take his right foot to get him off balance, setting him up for a floor brawl. But before I could do that, I felt Adonis' arms around my waist. I expected him to lock me in place, push me down, put his shin against my neck, and pin me down with his weight. He would have done that and won. But the next thing he did was he simply took me and threw me far away from him. Like an annoying fly, he needed to flick away. I stumbled backwards with a harsh force to tumble me over. Landing on my bum, it didn't even matter how painful it is to be literally thrown away. I was so confused. My momentum was gone. I exclaimed, "Why'd you do that?" I began to stand up as Adonis was stoned into place. Our fight is far from over, but we needed a pause. Not because one of us is tired, but because Adonis isn't making any sense. "What?" he asked, equally confused himself. So I explained, telling him all the details and decisions he should have done so he could have won the fight. After finishing off with quite no air in my body, I took a deep breath and looked at him. "You understand? Do that next time." He blinked, but I wouldn't want to do that. I frowned. Why not? I just want to train myself to be better in fighting, not necessarily kill people. Adonis then scratched the back of his head, giving me a lost look on his face. I just want to learn how to keep them away from me. "They'll stay away if they're dead, Adonis," I deadpanned. Remembering what I said about not him wanting to harm a fly, I knew I was right. "That's not how I am," he replied, sounding a bit shy. "I don't necessarily have the ability to decide for everyone else on who deserves to live and who deserves to die. Their lives are theirs to end, not mine." I stared at him. Just when I thought he's the polar opposite of Alastor, here he is, in front of me, speaking the words of the man I know. I then began to ask him a question, not because I was not accepting his words, but simply because I was curious. "But your life will be theirs to end. Wouldn't you want to kill them first before they kill you? Isn't that a step for a successful kill, staying alive? Then what difference am I from the men who wanted me dead in the first place?" he asked. "I'm training to be better, physically and mentally during a battle. If I act and decide the way they do, then I become them. How am I any better then?" The confusion that settled within me began to suddenly rise up ever so slowly. I can feel it in my fingertips. "So you'd let them live, as long as they leave you alone, no matter how much they wanted you dead in the first place?" I asked. "Yes. Getting hurt guarantees you a certain degree of pain," he says. "But hurting someone else, although it may give you satisfaction after winning, provides you a different kind of hurt that you'll carry as long as you live. I'm weak as it is, and I don't want to live with that burden." And I know for some gammas around us, Adonis and I might look like utter fools at the moment. Both omegas in the circle, not fighting, simply standing in front of each other, at least a meter apart. We looked like weak omegas who can't fight each other. And although I understand why they would think that, it unsettles me. I can feel them smirking our way and hear their murmurs as Adonis and I became a laughingstock. Usually, I'd lash out and tell them to fuck off. But I'm so confused and curious and simply mesmerized by Adonis's philosophy to care. I want to hear more, because it makes me think he sounds stupid and weak. But at the same time, he sounded just like Dion, "You stupid, stupid." I began to utter to myself, looking at Adonis with a certain familiarity I can't understand. For a second, Adonis looked like he's in panic, as if he has no idea what to say. On the bright side, he began, trying to sound cheery as if to lighten the mood. "If you think about it, letting them live is the worst form or torture and pain. A quick death is their easy way out." He added, a wide smile on his face. "I don't know what's more confusing, His words, how he said those words, or the cheery smile on his face after he said those words. He's the only one who could be in a happy disposition while talking about pain and torture. I raised a brow. "You're one weird guy," I said. "Let's continue the fight. I won't bother you this time, and I'll tell you my assessment right after." And so we began. One thing is for sure, Adonis's defense is strong. It was as if he's been working more in his defenses than his offenses, which, by the way he spoke to me seconds ago, was not surprising. As the offensive, it was tiring me at point where I pause a couple of times just to regain my composure. And I know Adonis is not in his best shape either. We're both Omegas, after all. We have the same pain tolerance and high determination. So I tried to change my approach this time. We've been fighting on both our feet, so I decided to take his left foot and grab it hard enough to make him lose his balance. When his back would land the floor, I would tackle him down for a floor fight. When I did just that, Adonis reacted the way I expected him to. And at that moment, it was easy to pin him with a headlock. He easily tapped out after a second. Without any words, we fought again. And if there's one thing I realized, that would be Adonis's pattern. He does better defense standing up, to the point that he could still live if a higher-ranked wolf attacked him once or twice. But he's awful in floor brawls. Once he meets the floor, his reflexes are slowed down. His mind is lagging. His defense is weakened, which makes him an easy kill. It happened for 4 consecutive fights, and before we have our 5th, I had to cut our training short. Getting out of the circle, we headed towards the wooden benches to sit and gulp down enough water to quench our thirst. I can hear Adonis beside me as he gulped it down, the water running down his throat while his Adam's apples bobbed down with it. I guess he was very exhausted. "You have to stop freezing up whenever I try to introduce you to floor brawls," I said, after taking a swig of my water bottle. "Most higher ranks fight like that. If you want to live, you have to be quick." Adonis didn't say anything for a second, and I honestly thought he would continue the silence between us. But when he put his water bottle on the wooden bench beside him, he looked at me and gave me a smile. "I'm sorry. Being tackled down reminds me of the days I was sent in our pack hospital. Kind of brings back bad memories back when my mate rejected me." Startled by how bright his smile was, I pulled away slightly. "I'm sorry if that brought back those bad memo." I paused, staring at Adonis's huge smile in confusion. "Why the hell are you smiling at me? Shouldn't that upset you?" I don't remember a single moment I was ever happy when I was taken to the pack hospital, except for the moment I volunteered to help. But those days where I was dealing with my rejection phase, that was hell. And I'm sure that the rest of the rejected Omegas who howled in pain with me every night, who got sedated once the pain acts up on us, would say the same. As a rejected Omega, being brought to the hospital isn't a story I would tell with a bright smile. Adonis's smile only shone brighter. It almost blinded me. Nothing would change if I was to be upset over it anyway. At that point, something in me snapped. "So what, you're going to do nothing? Are you just going to accept that and move on like everything is dandy?" His smile didn't falter one bit when he turned to look at now the empty circle. "I'm doing something about it now, aren't I?" I didn't say anything. Being with Adonis is a paradox. I feel refreshed to be around an Omega. Having to spend my days with the higher ranks has been setting me off the edge. I mean, they're higher ranks. They can easily kill me before I can say guacamole. So I had to be on guard all the time. But this time, I'm with a guy with the same rank and experiences with me. Someone who sees me as his equal, not someone below him. It was refreshing to say something and be understood by him, simply because we went through the same thing. He's the closest thing I could remember Dion by, except for Damos, as they both make me remember good memories with my best friend. Zeus, Zealos, and Kratos just triggers bad memories, so I better not bother associate Dion with them, at least not in my mind. However, no matter how refreshing, talking to Adonis confuses me more than I have hoped for. His words somehow affects me, not angering me the way Zeus's words do. Looking at him, it feels so refreshing and confusing at the same time. I'm having troubles which one to actually feel. "Do you have a mate, Phoebe?" Adonis then began to ask. I looked at him and noticed that he is now sitting straighter than before. His wolf definitely looked on edge. He hasn't rejected me yet, so I guess I still do, I muttered, trying my best not to remember how Alastor and I ended on a bad note this morning. You see, the first step is excessive anger, but I don't have that right now. Adonis slowly turned his head to look at me, a pained smile on his face, but I really want to accomplish the second step, which is staying alive. I began to be alert, looking around to see what has bothered Adonis that much. What are you I cut off at that point, almost choking on thin air as I saw a familiar man standing beside the circle. Alastor doesn't look mad, but he doesn't necessarily look pleased either. The wolf in me began to whimper in my head, scared of how our mate looks right now, and scared of the rejection that's about to follow. I think I have to go, Adonis whispered, before he began to stand up to leave. But I grabbed his arm in panic. Don't leave me here alone, I hissed. Looking at Alastor, his eyes were trained towards my hand on Adonis's hand. I immediately let go of Adonis right after. I don't want him having more reasons to reject me. I think I'm about to pee, was what I heard Adonis' last words before he scurried off to wherever, just far away from the eyes of my mate, which was a good choice for his part. As for me, I've stalled long enough. If he's going to reject me, I guess we have to get this done and over with. Going back to Alastor's room was the quietest walk I've ever done. Alastor has always been the opposite of me. He talks less than I do usually, and I've always been fine with that, comfortable even. But this silence between us has never been so suffocating, as if there's words stuck in my throat that begs to be released, but at the same time, can't, because I can't do it. I can't say the words. I can't reject him. Just thinking about it makes my knees buckle. When we reached the front of the door, I realized I was biting my fingers and immediately hid my hands behind my back when Alastor turned to look at me. I can't let him see me doing it again. He might officially be done with me when he realizes I'm still having these weird mannerisms. Entering the room first, I fiddled with my hands as I went straight to sit down on the edge of the bed. The bed dipped with my weight as I heard a soft thud from the door. Feeling the soft mattress, I heard Alastor's footsteps coming closer. He stopped right in front of me, unmoving. I closed my eyes and gripped the blanket. He hasn't said anything yet, but my heart is hammering loud enough for the whole pack to hear. Phoebe, he began, and I can't control the small whimper at the back of my throat. I didn't even bother to open my eyes and look up to see him. I'm just so scared. Alastor didn't say anything after that, probably still shocked at the fact that I whimpered as if he was about to hit me. I opened my eyes but didn't look up to meet his. All I can see is his body from the waist down, and I see his hands curled into fists on both his sides. The knuckles were white, and his hands were shaking a bit. Was he as scared of this as I am? Seconds stretched to half an hour. We did nothing but be exactly where we are, unmoving and silent. As if time has stopped for us to regain both our composure and help us with our words. Phoebe, we need to talk, Alastor then began, giving up at the thought that maybe I would initiate the conversation. And to do that, you have to meet me halfway. You have to speak up. My mouth was clamped shut, not knowing how to respond. Alastor rubbed his face with both his hands, probably getting frustrated. I'm trying my best to make this work between us, Phoebe, but I never see you do the same, he continued. Why do I get the feeling that you'll reject me? I flinched at his words, but this time I looked up to meet his eyes. He was taken aback for a second, but his eyes were filled with hope at that single movement from me. Maybe he thought I wasn't listening, and that I finally am. Aren't you going to reject me? I asked, my voice flat and quiet, like a whisper with no emotion at all. Alastor's hope seemed to diminish when he responded, "Whatever gave you that idea?" He then frowned as if he was in deep thought, but then an idea came into his mind. Was it Zeus? Did you talk to him without me knowing? I shook my head. No. He stared at me expectantly, but when I didn't say anything after that, he sighed. You have to give me more than that, Phoebe. Help me out here, because I'm honestly getting tired. I'm getting tired, too. I clenched and unclenched my teeth. You have been telling what to do and what not to do, treating me like a wild beast that you have to tame just because I'm your mate, I began, my words spewing out like vomit. So I thought, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe you and I are not a compatible equation. Phoebe. Then Zealos happened, I continued, and everywhere he touched me, I felt dirty, unworthy of everything and anyone. All I thought of was you. Because as much as Zealos's touch made me feel horrible, I remember your every touch that made me comfortable, safe and secure. I thought I'd never feel that again once you found out about what Zealos did. That you would blame me for being unworthy because I didn't do anything to stop him. And that just fueled my initial thought that we're not compatible, that we're not going to work. Alastor clenched and unclenched his knuckles as he took in my every word. I really thought you were going to reject me. When you finally look at me the way I see myself, worthless. And that thought scared me shitless, Alastor. At this point, my voice broke, and I didn't bother hiding it. So I thought maybe as long as I do what you say, you'll like me, that you'll never think of rejecting me. When did I ever make you feel I was going to reject you? Alastor asked, looking desperately confused. As if racking his brain for answers he'll never find. Have I ever made you feel like I would? I nodded and gave him a smile. Yes, every time I see Brianna. Alastor looked taken aback at my words. He even unconsciously took a step back. For a couple of seconds, he looked at me wordlessly. When he seemed to recover was when he walked up to me and kneeled in front of me. He hugged my legs, his face rested between my knees. I reached out to touch his soft hair, to feel it. I gave him a smile as a tear fell onto my lap. I didn't even know I was crying until I started to wipe my wet cheeks. Babe, let me explain, Alastor began, holding both my legs close to his chest as if his life depended on it. Whatever it was between me and Brianna was simply an agreement. We never did anything mates would do. That, I assure of you. I know, I cupped his face. That's why I never intended to bring it up. When I first saw Brianna, I thought she looked like Eris. But it wasn't literally Eris that I saw. I saw another female who rejected her mate about to be with someone else's mate, like what Eris did. Alastor frowned. Brianna has never found hers. Ask Zeus. I shrugged my shoulders. Why do you think he's always adamant on you rejecting me? He hates mates. What do you think the reason for that is? That thought has always been nothing but mere suspicion. But when Delta Solomon talked to me earlier about Zeus, he only confirmed my suspicion. I have no idea if he intends to do that or not, but it doesn't matter. Higher ranks aren't necessarily immune to pain, Phoebe. We all have to have our own coping and defense mechanisms to live through it. Alastor's eyes shone at a different light, looking as if he already understood the fact that Zeus being an ass is simply to act almighty and strong, because he's still in denial at the fact that he was rejected. That's why he always mentions me being an Omega and respecting ranks, because his ego can't handle the fact that a Delta rejected him, a Beta, and he sees himself in me as if I was his mirror, because like me, he is just another reject. And I guess Alastor finally understood that Brianna rejected Zeus for the hope that Alastor would accept her. But days later, her rejection for Zeus, Alastor happened to find me minding my own business in the barracks. I was always angry at Brianna, because she resembles so much like Eris, high rank, better than I am. It makes me insecure every time, because how can I be better than her if I can't even be close to what she is? I have to train better and be better in general, and it frustrates me so much that even if I work hard for years, she'll always be better, and I'm so tired being second best. Babe, between you and Brianna, there was never a competition. You are a clear winner, he says, softly wiping the salty tears off my cheek. You say that because of the bond. I thought that if I wasn't your mate, would you have liked an Omega like me? I chuckled at my own words. She would easily get you from me in a blink. And it drove me crazy. I had to double my efforts in the barracks to release the frustrations in me. So I dueled with Zeus, but he only messed up with my mind, so that did not help at all. Alastor was simply looking at me in a mix of amazement and disbelief, as if he can't believe that he didn't see what I've been seeing all along. I knew Brianna was in your room earlier, I added, and he stiffened. I smelled her scent. I've spent quite some time with her to know it's her scent, right? Props to Delta Solomon for trying to divert my attention. He probably wants me to know about Brianna through you and not through an angry wolf running away from your room. At this point, Alastor reached up to hold my face with both his hands, I'm sorry if you ever felt like your emotions were invalid and that I didn't tell you about Brianna sooner. I was just so scared you were to up and leave me. I wouldn't handle that, he says softly, and I felt his hands getting cold, as if he's nervous of what will happen next. I know I'm impulsive most of the times, and I don't blame you for thinking that way, I said, and I reached down for a hug. I'm sorry if I make you tired or exhausted. I'm trying my best, really. I want to be the best for you, and that may take a lot of time to accomplish, so I hope you won't get impatient by waiting. He hugged me back, tighter, never. I buried my nose on his neck, where his scent was the strongest. It made me feel calm and safe. I closed my eyes and said, "Would you have wanted a better mate if you were given the chance to choose?" "You're the best, Phoebe. What are you talking about?" He answered, as if I've gone bonkers and I have to laugh at him. "That was smooth," I remarked, before I took in his scent for another sniff. "You smell so good, babe." The sparks between us was undeniably strong, but it feels as if it was giving me a lullaby, urging me to sleep. It was as if I could sleep anywhere with him and still feel safe, because it's him. He didn't say anything, but I felt his hot breath against the bare skin on my neck. I let out a soft gasp as I felt his hot tongue lick the mark he gave me days ago. It released sparks and feelings all over my body that's too many for me to distinguish every single one of them. I hugged him tighter than I did before, lowering my head. "I'm so going to chain you up in this bed," I murmured, my breath fanning the bare skin of his neck, which made him obviously shiver. I chuckled. "Excited?" Alastor didn't respond, but stopped licking my mark so he could begin sucking it instead. I let out a louder gasp, my fingers digging on his skin as I hugged him. The sparks were so many and was moving so fast. It's driving me crazy. I didn't even say anything after that, because before I could chain this man up in this bed, I have to securely chain him to me. So without giving it another thought, my head dipped down onto his neck. The moment my lips touched his skin, my canines showed up almost immediately, as if it knows what to do already, like it has been waiting this day all along. And so I marked him mine. If someone asked me how it feels to be fully marked to your mate weeks ago, I would have listed every good thing there is to exist. I might even resort to believing in flying unicorns and dancing leprechauns. And I guess if someone asked me the same thing right now, I would have answered the same. Except the good things I would list would be waking up with Alastor half naked and sharing a bath with Alastor fully naked. Basically, all the good things have something to do with my mate being naked, but it's nothing like someone's complaining. At first, I've been enjoying the view of Alastor walking around half naked around the room. He would deliberately make sure I could see him in whatever he does, because he could feel my gaze in every part of his body. He's liking it. Didn't even bother hiding it. He's been giddy like a 5-year-old on Christmas Eve. Alastor, with all his newfound energy, invited me on a morning run with him. At first, I declined, but he gave me the puppy eyes, and I just couldn't resist. So we went on a run around the whole perimeter of the pack, with the rest of the wolves having their own run. Alastor didn't even bother putting a shirt on and just got out with his bare chest. I'm still not complaining. Running around the pack, we've seen a couple of wolves doing their laps. Some ran faster than we are, some were running on opposing directions. Some I saw from the conference room from where I was caught eavesdropping. And every time Alastor sees a familiar face, he never fails to give them a high five and a wide smile. At first, I didn't mind him. I mean, he was a faster runner than I am, but he's still running beside me as he followed my pace. He was sweet to be considerate enough for the sake of my dying lungs. But as time went by, his smile never faltered, and his high fives were getting higher. I was sort of getting weirded out, but amused at the same time. He's such a dork. As usual, mornings aren't equal, and one is worse than the other. So, of course, we had to run in on Brianna. It's a good thing Alastor didn't give her a high five. Didn't even spare her a look. He was still smiling ahead, though. I looked at Brianna with the most blank face I could ever have, and I watched her as she dared stare up my man like he was hers. Irritation was evident in her eyes as she continued to look at my mate. "Watch you staring at my man for Karen?" My wolf snapped in my mind. When our eyes met, I flipped my middle finger at her. She didn't say anything and looked away before she continued her morning run without looking back. Seconds later, we then saw another familiar face. It was Perseus, although he seemed to be completely sweating, about to wrap up from his morning run. "Perseus!" Alastor greeted him with his cheery voice and motioned for a high five. "Alastor," Perseus greeted back, obviously confused, and gingerly responded on my mate's high five. I thought we were to continue or run, like what we did with the rest of everyone he high-fived. But this time, Alastor stopped and put his arms around Perseus's shoulders. "Hey, Perseus," Alastor said, and gave Perseus a friendly squeeze in the shoulders. I stopped in my tracks and looked at Alastor with a confused face. "What's happening?" I asked. Perseus looked at me with a confused look and an obvious "help me" please written all over his forehead. Alastor seemed oblivious to everyone else, probably blinded by his own bright smile. "Notice anything different?" he asked Perseus, giving him an expectant look. I frowned. "What the hell is Alastor up to?" Perseus looked at Alastor and frowned. "Nothing," he said, before trying to pry himself away from Alastor's grasp. "Look, man, I have to make a report, so." "Just look closer," Alastor insisted, and I watched in amusement as Perseus looked at me helplessly, asking me for help. I just shrugged my shoulders, just as clueless as he is. Perseus then looked at Alastor longer, trying to find what it is that he should be noticing as something new. Then he said, "Oh, you're marked," he said in the most bland tone of voice. I almost laughed. "Congrats, I guess?" A blush immediately crept up my cheeks as realization finally clicked in my mind. "What the hell, Alastor?" I'm torn between being amused, embarrassed, and shy. My face is heating up so fast. "Oh, you noticed?" Alastor asked, having the gall to look shocked, as if he didn't just practically force Perseus to notice the little mark I made on his neck. "Is it too obvious?" "No," Perseus deadpanned, and I guffawed. "It's true, my mark is small. It's noticeable, but not attention-seeking. It's not like it would be big enough to tell the whole pack that he was marked at a long distance. One would notice only from at least a meter away." Alastor didn't have to hold up Perseus for him to notice. But Alastor brushed him off as if he heard nothing. "I'm a marked man, my friend," he says, "and I could die from second-hand embarrassment." "Can I go now?" Perseus says uncomfortably, wriggling himself out of my mate's grasp. "Babe," I called out Alastor, and his head shot up at mine. When he looked at me, I had to keep my giggle in because he almost looked like his eyes were shaped like hearts. "Please release Perseus. Let's not kill him that way." Alastor immediately releases Perseus, only to grab me by the waist and pull me close to him. I watched as Perseus immediately ran away, as if scared that Alastor could change his mind and get a hold on him again. Poor guy. "You are such a dork," I snorted at Alastor when he dipped his head so his nose would graze on the tip of mine. "Why do you have to do that?" "What? Look at my mark," he says. I chuckled. "I know what it looks like. I gave it to you." If only it was possible for his smile to be brighter, it just did. "Which makes it better," he says. "But just look at it. It looks good on me. It's a shame to be hidden behind my clothes. I might not want to wear a shirt again." I blinked. "Yes, please don't wear a shirt again." "Just the shirt?" He wiggled his brows. "Oh, can you not wear anything at all?" Alastor let out a grunt before he lifted me by my waist. I immediately wrapped my legs around him, my arms around his neck. His hands then cupped my butt, squeezing it a couple of times. "Mine," he whispers, looking at me with such contentment in his eyes. I feel like drowning. Without another word, I dipped my head down to be able to reach his neck. And then I gave a quick peck on his mark that sent him on another energy frenzy. I looked at him, and he looked like he could run towards the farthest mountain and back. And with that, we both decided we'd take a visit in the barracks. Damos was there when we came, although I still haven't spoken to him since he went in my room to apologize about leaving me alone that day of the incident with Zealos, and how he deeply regrets his decision that day. I told him I forgive him and that I would have avoided the situation if not only for me letting my emotions take over me and get the best of me, but he still cried over it and didn't talk to me after. Not because he was mad at me, but probably because guilt is taking over him. And he feels like he has failed me as his friend. None of it was his fault. It was all because of Zealos and me. He's being too hard on himself, and it kind of makes me feel bad as well. I just hope this doesn't make a permanent dent on our friendship. I haven't even asked him about the old friend he visited yesterday that Delta Solomon talked about. Adonis was in the barracks too. Although I never agreed to training with him today, but he seemed to be training alone, not minding the rest of the gammas that snicker towards him when he makes mistakes here and then. I'm not even his mom, but I feel so proud of his determination, I just might cry. Damos! Alastor yelled, getting the attention of everyone in the barracks. I didn't even bother looking around. Alastor sticks out so much in the barracks that one would immediately know he's a higher rank. Alastor, Damos greeted with a smile, and his eyes met mine. Phoebe, he says. My eyes went wide. Damos, I whispered as I ran towards him to give him a hug. He gave out a small oof at our contact, but chuckled as he hugged me back. Please, don't be so hard on yourself. Hey, Damos, I heard Alastor's voice behind me. Do you see anything different? Anything new? He says, and I didn't need to turn around to see the proud smile on his face while he asked. I hid my face with both hands. Oh my goddess, Alastor, I muttered, not sure until when he's going to keep this up. Will he go around the pack asking everyone about that mark? Damos lets go of me, staring at my mate in confusion. But then it didn't take him long to realize what Alastor meant. He then gave me a nudge on my side. So you marked him, He gave me a teasing look. Alastor seemed pleased with that answer, buffing his chest in pride. She did, he says. Doesn't it suit me? Damos caught up with Alastor and chuckled. It does, like it was meant to be there, he says, feeding Alastor's pride up a notch. He then looked at me. Look at you, all grown up. He kept begging me to mark him for days, so I had no choice but to mark him. I shrugged my shoulders, giving Alastor an evil smirk. Alastor narrowed his eyes at me. Are we going to ignore the fact that you just told me you want me naked? I almost choked at nothing, which only made Alastor smirk back at me. Damos's eyes went wide, giving me a suggestive look. Yeah, nasty, nasty. I elbowed his sides, and he let out a grunt. Oh, by the way, Damos says, before he turned to look at Adonis, who was working on the punching bag at the back. Hey, Adonis! Damos called him and motioned for him to come over. You know him? I asked. Damos shrugged. Saw him training alone. I can't not help him, he says, and I feel so proud for Damos being my friend. He does set himself apart from all the gammas around him, and I couldn't have asked for a better friend. You know him? At that point, Adonis stopped in front of us after he jogged his way into our direction. He looked at Alastor and gave him a respectful bow before he looked at me and smiled. Phoebe. Adonis and I went for a handshake and a pat on the back as I told Damos, yeah, I trained him yesterday. But before anyone could say anything, Alastor already grabbed me away from Adonis. His arms snaked on my waist, looking at Adonis with a vicious snarl and feral look on his eyes. It was as if he did a 180 from being cheerful to this. Adonis immediately cowered down and bowed down really low in submission. My hands immediately went to Alastor's chest. Chill out. Hey, I said, trying to get his attention away from poor Adonis. Alastor looked like he wants to rip the poor guy to pieces. Damos only chuckled. Possessive at day one? I tugged at Alastor's arm, and he hesitantly cut his eye contact with Adonis to look down at me. What are you grumpy for? I asked. You didn't act out like this when I hugged Damos. Damos doesn't want you, Alastor deadpanned. I heard Damos snort, and I looked at my friend to give him a look. Thanks for not wanting me. Damos gave me a cool look. Alastor meant I don't want to fuck you, he said and patted Adonis's back. What? Adonis looked at all of us, confusion on his face. No offense, Phoebe, I don't want to do that to you. None taken, I shrugged my shoulders. I wasn't even surprised. I trained with Adonis yesterday, and I know he means well. Alastor is just being overprotective. I have a mate, Adonis continued. At that point, my brows shot up in surprise. I wasn't expecting that, though. All he told me was that he was rejected. But Alastor's hold on me didn't falter, and this is mine, he says, still giving Adonis a death glare. I huffed at him. What? Are you going to start to plaster your name on my forehead to let everybody know? When Alastor looked at me, his eyes shone in a different way, and something in his mind clicked. As if what I said was an idea that might actually be good to execute. The look on his face just says everything. I had to internally groan. That was a rhetorical question, I exclaimed, and Damos was all out laughing at this point. But looking at his face, it was too late. Alastor was definitely considering writing his name on my forehead, and probably on other visible parts of my body, as if his mark isn't enough. He is such a dork. Looking around, I see the same grass, same wide ground, same trees, same wildflowers, same feelings, and same damn questions. Sitting comfortably on the ground, Damos is beside me, and just by looking at him, I know he felt the same way. When we came here in the cemetery for the first few times, it has been because we wanted Dione to visit Atlas and help her move on. But since the last rogue attack that caused her death, Damos and I began to come here for a different purpose. But still, coming here was for Dione all the same, in the loving memory of Dione. For the first few days of her death, we experienced the same things Dione felt for Atlas when he died. Damos and I blamed ourselves for whatever happened that day. It was our fault in whichever angle we look at it. We were the one insisting we should visit Atlas in this same cemetery. Maybe if only we didn't do that, maybe she'd be sitting pretty in our home. Maybe then she'd still be alive. And we were also the ones who didn't save her when we had the chance. I guess I have to admit I was being too hard on myself, but during those times all I can feel is regret, guilt, anger, frustration, and sadness. Those feelings were all too many, all too intense, that each emotion demanded itself to be felt. And I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know what to actually feel, and I was so all over the place. I guess I never knew how to distinguish what I felt because it was so damn hard to identify. I don't know how to pinpoint what to actually feel, and it adds to the frustrations in my heart. Because if I can't know what I feel, how can I know anything at all? Was I angry because the rogue killed her? Or was it because I didn't do anything to help her? Or was it because it was my fault my friend died? Was I sad because Dione is dead? Or was I sad because I was alone? Was I frustrated because I can't kill the rogue who killed her? Or was it because I felt so small, like an Omega does, and I felt like I might have done something if I was someone else? Was I being regretful because it was my idea to go to the cemetery that day? Or was it because Dione saw me simply staring at her, doing nothing, while she was being devoured by that rogue? Was I simply feeling guilt because of the different ways that might have gone right, but didn't happen because I was her friend? Was it because I felt like I was a horrible friend? Or was it because I felt like I should have been dead instead of her? Or maybe because I felt all those things all at once, because they were all true? Those questions kept haunting me. Helplessness ate away my heart on top of everything. Because I don't know what to do with emotions. Even I have troubles identifying. It's like healing a wound because you know you're in pain, but you don't know where the source of pain is, so you blindly bandage yourself up. And with one bandage after the other, you just hope you fix the right wound. But didn't, because fixing things with bandages is for wounds you can see. My pain isn't exactly that. With that, I began inflicting pain upon myself. Maybe, just maybe, that if I see my wound, I could have the power to fix myself. At least I could do that. It comforts me, thinking I could still be fixed, that I'm not a lost cause. But when Damos saw through me, he offered me training. I knew I needed to let my feelings out, but never knew what to do about it. And sometimes my mind is so out of sorts, formulating words will be too hard. So I began training. And I guess I can say that's the way how I bandaged myself. "Happy birthday, little pup," Damos whispered, looking at Dione's grave in front of us. Wildflowers were all over the place, reaching Atlas's grave just beside hers. Another wave of undistinguished feelings hit me, realizing I've been too busy patching my invisible wounds up that I forgot to visit my friend. I even almost forgot her birthdays today. If only Damos hadn't reminded me. With our shoes off, Damos and I felt the grass beneath us as I put a bouquet of flowers on Dione's grave. We didn't forget to bring one for Atlas, too. He'd been a huge part of our lives without doubt. He didn't deserve to die, and giving him flowers is the least we could do. We were all just the victims of a harsh system everyone called reality. Everyone only liked reality when it's convenient. "You know, if Dione is here, she'd be pissed that you're so quiet," Damos told me. And I looked up to him to see him giving me a small smile, while still staring at Dion's name engraved in stone. At that moment, I almost cried at the sight. I was so busy fixing myself, I forgot Damos needed a friend too. I was too busy feeling my pain that I was unintentionally invalidating his feelings just because he's a gamma. I know I couldn't heal his wounds when I have my own, but the least I would have done is to be with him. At least remind him I'm his friend, even if I'm still as fucked up as I am now. Damos was the one being hard on himself when he apologized to me about what Zealos did, when in fact I should be the one apologizing for being a horrible friend. I don't know what to say anyway, I whispered, looking down at the grass beneath me. It seemed like I can't look at Dion and Damos at the same time, like I feel so ashamed of myself right now. Damos softly nudged my sides with his elbow. A happy birthday would suffice, he says, also looking at the ground but smiling. He has unseen wounds himself, except he didn't begin to blindly bandage himself like I did. He just let the feelings eat him up. He didn't tell anyone about it. Since Dion died, he blamed himself like I did. But I guess we had different devils. His questions may be as many as mine, if not more. Different devils, same wounds. It doesn't matter if I drowned in a pool and he drowned in an ocean. Both are good as dead after drowning, and comparing our pains isn't going to do anything. Happy birthday, I looked up at Dion's grave, and now I feel myself tearing up like a damn crybaby. I quickly looked up at the sky to keep the tears from falling. Damos didn't say anything, but I felt a rustle of movement beside me before his hands began patting my back as if to soothe me. But it didn't make the pain go away. If anything, it only made me want to cry more. I didn't even care about crying in front of Damos anymore. I turned to look at him, tears rolling down my cheeks. "I'm sorry," was all I could say. He stopped patting my back and gave me a smile. Then I felt him pulling me close to him, his arms enveloping me into a tight hug. I let myself be engulfed into his hug for what felt like forever. And in this hug, I felt his pain. How he felt like he would have been the one more capable of saving Dion, but didn't. He felt so much like a failure, being a high-ranked gamma, but can't even kill a couple more of rogues to save the ones he loved. He didn't see the reality that it was because of him that I'm still alive. All I did was gape at the war in front of me while he did all the work. He's one of the main reasons I'm breathing until now. Maybe because of his sense of obligation to keep me alive, not just because we're friends, but like a silent promise. That if he can't save Dion, the least he can do is keep me alive. And it doesn't have to be that way. But if he still insists on doing his best to keep me alive, I'll gladly do the same. Just don't forget me now that you're mated. I felt Damos chuckle. "You're still my little pumpkin." I laughed against his chest. "I'm not even going to complain at that endearment anymore. You get a free pass." Moments later, Damos slowly pulled away from the hug but held my shoulders tightly. Like any second now, I would disappear. It alarmed me a bit as my eyes frantically searched emotions in his face. He looked like he's about to break some news I'm not sure I can handle. "You know you can count on me, right? No matter where I am or what I'm doing, you know you can just hit me up and I'll come for you, right?" He began, looking at me with both hope and sadness in his eyes. "Spit it," I said. He looked at me for a second before he sighed. "Please don't be mad." "I'll try." "I asked Alpha Dionysus for a permission for me to be one of the gammas in the Southern Pack," he said, and I tried my best not to look hysterical as I gripped at the grass beneath me, and he granted my plea. Now I began plucking the grass out, thinking of reasons why he would do this. But there's only one reason that I could think of, and that's Persephone. Why do you care so much for that pup? She's with her grandfather. She's fine there. "Listen," Damos said. "I wasn't able to save Dion. At least let me look after the pup I promised her to keep safe. Let me have at least that." I did remember Dion begging me to keep Persephone safe, ignoring the fact that it's Eris's pup. I did remember agreeing, but that was when she was alive. Since she died, I have projected my anger towards the pup, and until now, I don't want to be close to it. It reminds me so much of someone responsible for my friend's death. It's too unbearable. "I'll visit you from time to time," Damos began to explain more. "I just can't sit still in this pack, thinking how Persephone is but doing nothing. I can't do nothing." Now that I think about it, Damos has always been caring of the pup. He always had a soft spot for Persephone, even after Dione died. He never saw the pup as a monster. At first, I knew I was about to be selfish and be angry at him for wanting to care for a pup that isn't even his. But looking at him, I finally understood that this is the bandage he's been neglecting himself with. He needed to heal his wounds, like I did. And although we have different ways to heal, it's still a necessary process to move on. Different wounds need different care, after all. I can't force him to heal the way I am. So I nodded and gave him a smile, even if it pained me a little. I understand, Damos, I said. Just make sure to visit me once in a while, okay? I have to make sure you're not missing any limbs there. Damos chuckled and his eyes cleared up. He looked like he's elated, as if a heavy burden was lifted off his shoulders. Of course, Pumpkin, of course. So this is what Delta Solomon meant when you were visiting an old friend, I casually said, looking at Dione's grave. Damos' eyes darkened for a second, before he shook his head as if to rid of angry thoughts. Not exactly, he said, before he looked at me. I went to visit Kratos in the dungeon. I flinched at the mention of his name. He's already in the dungeon? I asked, trying to remember if Alastor told me about it, but forgot. But that would be impossible. Why would I forget that, of all things? Damos' expression was dim. He's the one responsible for Dione's death, and for everyone else in our pack. I stared at Dione's name, knowing that if she is still alive, she'd be as angry as I am right now. I know. Damos simply stared at me for seconds, as if waiting for me to tell him I was joking. But seconds stretched to minutes, and I didn't say anything. At that point, he knew I wasn't shitting him. You knew? Damos asked me in utter disbelief. Although his frustrations are showing, he continued to be patient with me, and you didn't tell me sooner? I know it's frustrating to feel like you're the left one out, like you know you're put in a situation, but not exactly know why. And I understand that for Damos' part, he has the right to know about these things. Especially these things, because it concerns Dione. I know that feeling, because I felt that when Alastor was hiding things from me. But now, I understand that he only did that because he felt like he was protecting me. I know that now, because that's what I did to Damos. I had to protect him somehow. Because he will still be investigated by the Deltas, being a friend of Kratos for a long time. And with Damos, he's too honest with things. He'll just spit the truth out and our plan would be done for. I knew Kratos was the one who did it the moment Alastor marked me. It was so hard to take everything in that I was so angry at everything and everyone. To think I have slept under the same roof with someone who is responsible for the death of my best friend. That day when Alastor and I took you and Zealos, I began. It was not because I was homesick and wanted familiar faces to be around. It was because I wanted to keep you safe from Kratos. When I found out about it, I knew Damos' life is in danger, so I took them both in. Then we took Zeus right after because we don't want Kratos to think we're onto him. We made him think that we were onto Zeus. And Zeus knew it was Kratos all along. He talked to Alastor already and was very cooperative. The reason he was being punched to death by Kratos that time was because Kratos is doubting Zeus already. So we had to come along and play cop, acting like we're about to arrest Zeus and not Kratos, just to loose Kratos up a bit and not make plans about leaving the pack. Zeus's life was in danger anyway, so we really had to take him with us. But Zeus and I were never best of friends, so just taking him would be suspicious. We had to act all enemies and stuff. Not exactly a hard task with Zeus. It's not hard to dislike him. Delta Solomon stayed with Kratos in the house, with the task to observe him. Kratos trusts Solomon enough to be at ease with him, so it was easy to detain him. One mind link from Alastor, and Solomon could easily tie him down. Well, if that didn't work, there are deltas roaming around outside of the house for backup, anyway. But it worked, so everything's well. And now he's in dungeon, though I do not know exactly when he was detained there. I might ask Alastor. I told Damos all of it, and he simply sighed. He was having a hard time taking everything in, but was being really patient about it. If it was me, I would have just flipped and waged war and killed everyone. Good thing he wasn't me then. Damos looked at Dione's grave and reached out to feel her engraved name on his fingertips. as if that would make him feel closer to Dione in some comforting ways, as if even if she's dead, he could still somewhat feel her. "What do you think Dione would feel if she could hear us right now?" Damos whispered before looking over at Atlas's grave beside hers. "You think Atlas would suddenly come to life to avenge his mate?" He joked. "I'd rather not have any of them hear this. They went through enough," I said. "I would have wanted them to die peacefully. They at least deserve that much." The visit to Dione's grave felt therapeutic. It's been a while since Damos and I talked about things that concerned Dione. Before, we tried our best to talk little about it, because simply remembering Dione opens up fresh wounds. But this time, it's slowly helping us heal. After that, we decided to put our shoes back and begin to walk our way back to the barracks. We did leave Adonis behind with an important assignment. I wonder how he is now. Reaching the barracks, we didn't even have to go in to hear the shouts of the Gammas watching in the circle. With that reaction, Damos and I assumed that the fight is still ongoing and Adonis is still alive. And just as we thought, we watched as Gammas cheered on Zeus as he tackled Adonis down. And as much as Adonis looked so beaten up compared to Zeus, the determination in his eyes never left him. I still see its fire. Zeus looked like he didn't even break a sweat and was being a proud jerk about it. He immediately saw me coming in and smirked at me while he pinned Adonis on the ground. Adonis is trying his best to fight back during floor brawls, but Zeus was just too damn strong. I felt bad. Well, it's about time you showed up, princess," Zeus remarked as Damos and I walked closer to the circle. Even Adonis tried his best to crane his neck on our direction. Even as Zeus pinned his neck on the ground with his elbow. "You never change," I muttered. "Let go of him, ass-face," I said, motioning my chin at Adonis. "He's had enough training for today. The fact that he's still alive at this point is progress in itself." Zeus immediately lets go of Adonis and raises his hands up in surrender. "Your wish is my command, Your Highness." He gave me an irritating smile before giving me an exaggerated bow. I simply rolled my eyes at him but said nothing. Adonis took that time as an opportunity to lift himself up from the ground. Now that I have a good look at him, I winced at his busted lip, black eye, bleeding nose, and possible broken ribs. And broken shins. And other possible broken bones that I can't see at the moment. "I'll help him to the pack hospital," Damos muttered, whistling lowly at every injury he could recognize at Adonis. Damos then went in the circle to help Adonis up when he can't bear to stand longer than 3 seconds. When they left, I watched Zeus, who was still in the circle. "I told you to rough him up, not kill him," I said. "He's alive, no?" He tilted his head with a smile. Then he put his hands down and walked out of the circle. "Missed me, princess?" "Alastor really shouldn't have released you out of that straitjacket," I mumbled. Zeus simply shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not as guilty as you think," he says, pointing out the fact that I honestly thought he was the one responsible for Dione's death. He's always been a jerk to Dione, and I back then, so he really can't blame me for suspecting him. "So Brianna, huh?" I said. And with the way Zeus stilled at her name, it was now my time to smirk at him. He didn't say anything but narrowed his eyes at me. At that point, I laughed. I know it's not good to be laughing at a wolf rejected by a mate, but his face was priceless. Who would have known that I would be able to wipe the smirk off his face? "She's replaceable," Zeus said, simply dismissing the topic of Brianna. He might be able to kiss one girl to another every night, thinking someone could ever replace Brianna. But I know he knows it's useless. He's been whoring around for a long time now, and he still hasn't settled for one. "Whatever makes you sleep better at night," I shrugged my shoulders. Zeus tilted his head to study at me for a second, before he saw something behind me and said, "I was curious why you didn't want to kill me at first sight earlier, but now I see why." Noticing that he was looking at something over my shoulder, I turned around to see what it was. My brows raised at the men in front of me, all of them shirtless with their chests glistening with fresh sweat. They all seemed to have gone from a late afternoon run around the pack, judging from their looks. With their sweat mingling together, the scent was too strong for me to bear. It smelled too much testosterone. But then I noticed a different scent waft in the air. I didn't even have to think about it. I could recognize that red velvet with buttercream scent anywhere. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I saw Alastor coming towards me from behind of the crowd of shirtless men, and he's also shirtless and covered with sweat. He looked like he's been hanging around with them. He smiled at me when he saw me before he jogged towards me. Ignoring the fact that he's sweaty and half naked, he scooped me up in a bone-crushing hug. He didn't forget to slap my butt while he's at it. That dork. What is this? I asked him as all the shirtless men increased in numbers behind him. A workout cult? Alastor looked at me with eyes shining bright as if he's about to tell me something exciting. I have made new friends, he says, and they're all like me. Looking behind him, I'm seeing at least 15 more shirtless men around the barracks, talking and laughing while completely covered in sweat. It was a sight to behold, really. So I can't complain. Who doesn't like half-naked men? Alastor then grabbed my face before he leaned down to kiss me. Eyes on the prize, babe, he says, referring to himself as the prize himself. It was as if he could read my mind. Oh, wait, he can. Why are y'all shirtless, though? I asked before I wiped the sweat off his temples using my hand. I would have brought a face towel with me if I knew I'd see him here. He then pulled away to show me the mark I gave him. As if he hasn't been showing it off the whole pack since he got it. He even stares at it in front of the mirror every morning. He's been hogging the bathroom for hours because of it. We all wanted to show off our marks, he explained excitedly, and I looked back at all the shirtless men behind him to note that all of them do have marks of their own. So we made a club for all proud-mated men and decided not to wear shirts from now on. What the? Zeus muttered behind me, sounding appalled at whatever is happening in front of him, and I can't blame him. I looked at Alastor. So basically, you made a club of dorks. Shirtless dorks, he corrected with a playful wink. Wait, does this mean you're all going to run around the pack shirtless every day? I asked, raising a brow. He simply gave me another kiss as an answer. I took it as a yes. I gave one last look from the men behind him. And although they do look sweaty, they don't look half bad as well. I'm guessing most of them are deltas with a couple of gammas thrown in. I looked at Alastor. Can I come with? Alastor narrowed his eyes at me before he leaned down to lift me up. I made a small squeal and immediately wrapped my legs around his waist. You are making my wolf go nuts, Phoebe, he says, before nuzzling on the crook of my neck. At this point, it doesn't even matter if Zeus is still watching us or if he already left. But since it has been quiet with no violent reactions, I'm guessing it was the latter. I doubt Zeus can stomach the fact that I'm getting all mushy with Alastor in front of him. I felt Alastor's hair and scrunched my nose up when I realized it's also wet with sweat. You really need a bath, I said. Alastor's ears immediately perked up, pulling away to give me one of his $1 million smile. He wiggled his brows at me and said, Is that a suggestion? Babe, get the hell out of the damn bathroom, I yelled in frustration as I lay in the bed. Alastor hogging the bathroom every morning since I marked him never bothered me, but now I have to pee, and if he doesn't get out of there anytime soon, I might have to resort to peeing on the bed. It's 7 a.m, and Alastor has a meeting by 8. If he continues at this pace, he might as well just not attend. He'll last for hours in the bathroom if he wanted to. Hasn't he gotten used to the mark yet? What's he staring at for? The moment the bathroom door opened, I quickly got out of bed and ran towards it. With a confused look, Alastor watched me as I push him out of the bathroom, close the door on his face. I told you, you should have just went in with me. Alastor yelled outside while I peed. I rolled my eyes but didn't say anything. I know for sure that if I get to shower with him, someone would end up pregnant. No doubt. Not today. Satan. Alastor kept joking about having pups for what felt like forever, even before we completed the marking process. Now that we're both marked, his jokes are starting to sound less like a joke. I'm certain there are truths mixed with his jokes most of the time. When I got out of the bathroom, I see Alastor half naked, like he always is. I didn't mind him as I jumped back to bed and laid like a starfish. Alastor looked at me. No plans today? My plans can wait. I shrugged my shoulders before narrowing my eyes at him. You better wear a shirt today. Alastor walked towards the bed and immediately positioned himself on top of me. His face immediately dipped and nuzzled on the crook of my neck. Then he began sniffing my scent like a vacuum cleaner. Pushing him away, I made sure he was looking straight at me when I said, "I'm serious, Alastor. You're going for a meeting. Put a shirt on." He frowned at me. "My name's Babe," he said. "Well, your name's Alastor today." I gave him a blank look, before adding in a tone sounding more serious than I did moments ago. "Now put a shirt on." Alastor stared at me for a couple of seconds, unmoving. He looked like he was searching for something on my face, but he didn't say anything, even as a devil's smile slowly formed on his lips. Then he plopped on top of me. I groaned as I carried the burden of all of Alastor's weight. He's so heavy, I feel like my lungs were having trouble functioning. "Alastor!" I croaked out as I tried to peel him off of me. Alastor immediately pushed himself away from me, but stayed on top of me. With both his arms caging me in, he wiggled his brows at me. "I know why you want me to wear a shirt today," he says in a sing-song voice. "You're going for a meeting. It's normal for me to make you wear a shirt." I frowned and said, although it was half of the truth, "Babe, you would have let me be half naked anywhere, even at Delta meetings, as long as Brianna isn't present." He gave me a smug smile, and I rolled my eyes at how he hit the nail on the head. Sometimes this mate bond thing is annoying. Alastor kept knowing what I was thinking. Like I can't even look at his naked self every morning and enjoy it without him knowing. I hit his chest. "Will you just wear a shirt today, damn it?" I exclaimed. He chuckled lowly at me, before he leaned down to kiss my cheeks. "Say the magic word." I raised a brow. "Please?" Alastor looked at me, his smile widening. "No, the other magic word." I looked at him, confused what magic word he was talking about. Isn't please a magic word? I stared at Alastor's eyes and realized it has become pure black, like how it always looks when he's with me. He's such a dork and a hornball, but I'm not complaining if I get to have his free half-naked shows every morning. It took me quite a long time, but looking at him, I now realized what's considered a magic word in the world of Alastor. I wrapped my arms around his neck and said, "Babe." Alastor leaned down again to pepper butterfly kisses on my face from my forehead to my lips. "How about I skip the meeting and we make pups?" he jokingly asks. But with the way his eyes excitedly looked expectantly at me, and with our current position, I doubt his words were one of his harmless jokes. And now that I'm sure even my eyes were pure black, it only makes Alastor want it more. And damn, I want it too. But I have to settle some things first, before everything else. Much to his disappointment, and even much to mine, I had to bite my lip as I hesitantly declined. "I have plans today." "You said it can wait," Alastor said, not bothering to hide the sadness behind his voice. But before I could react, there was a knock on the door. Both our heads shot up to its direction before we heard Delta Solomon from the other side of it. "Alastor," he said. At first thought, maybe he needs to talk to Alastor before proceeding to the conference room. But a certain scent wafted in the air that my eyes narrowed in suspicion. Alastor was about to get out of bed when I pulled him back to me. Surprised, Alastor's body plopped on the bed with me. "I like it when you're aggressive," he whispered before kissing me. But I ignored him, my eyes on the door. "Delta Solomon," I called out. "Are you alone?" It took him quite a while, as if hesitating, weighing up the pros and cons of his choices, but ended up telling the truth anyway. "No," he said, sounding like he's mentally ready to be seeing me lashing out of the room and start to strangle the one he's with. But I'd not be concerned if I were him. Strangling Brianna right now isn't in my plans, so she'll have to wait. I looked at Alastor. "Wear a shirt," I warned him in all seriousness. He seemed to have gotten the drift, realizing Brianna is outside with Solomon. He gave me a salute. "Yes, ma'am." Reaching the packed dungeon was a bit of a trip, since it was far from the Delta quarters. But it didn't faze me, for my goal was engraved in my mind. I've waited for this day to come, and I've not come a long way and endure shit for so long to stop now. The place was humid and dreadful. I can't believe Alpha Ares used to lock Dione and Atlas once in our own packed dungeon back then. For them to be stuck in a place like this, even just for a couple of hours, will drive anyone mad. But the dungeon wasn't so bad, as it is full of silence, save the clicking sound of my footsteps against the cold floor, some low-pained groans here and there, and some muttering. Everything else were barely audible. I couldn't even make of any of it. At first I thought that there are a lot of prisoners that were being kept in here, even with the silence. I thought maybe the prisoners were about to die anyway, lacking the energy to scream the moment someone entered. But when I walked further in, I realized that the only prisoners they have are not more than two, with faces I can see even with my eyes closed. First I saw was Zealos, who was curled up in the farthest corner of his cell, unmoving. His chin was pressed deep between his knees, his eyes shut close. Both his arms hugged himself, while he was muttering something to himself. I have noticed he looked a bit ragged and out of sorts. He also had bruises and wounds, although all of it looked old. With the amount of damage brought upon him, I bet he has a couple of unseen injuries as well. Also noting the fact that some parts of his body were covered with his own blood that has dried off for what seemed like days, I already know he hasn't been beaten up after that. And I guess I'm betting on Alastor for roughing Zealos up a little. Aside from me and Damos, he's the one who's most likely to want him dead after that stunt he pulled with me before. I guess my mate's too kind to follow up on beating Zealos again, but it doesn't matter. The way I see him now is enough for me to be contented, knowing that his torture is self-inflicted, so I ignored him and went to the next cell, just beside his, and lo and behold, my soon bloody masterpiece. Looking at Kratos, I had to stifle a giggle. He was barely standing by his own, having to be assisted by chains to keep up as his arms were being stretched by chains. His feet, however, was chained together, while his head hung low. He was also unmoving, silent. He looked like a living scarecrow. Well, doesn't this look exciting? To have him in front of me, helpless, and vested upon me is the power of decision to kill him or to let him live. With a smile on my face, I fished for the keys in my pocket. The only noise I made was the clanging sound it made when I unlocked the cell. Unlike from our previous pack, the cells in their dungeons aren't made of silver. Shame. I saw from peripheral view that Zealos flinched at the sound, but was brave enough to peek to see who it was. Seeing it was me, he uttered in disbelief, "Phoebe." But I didn't mind him. My eyes were solely on the prize. With a predatory look, I watched as Kratos slowly lifted his head to see me face to face. Gone are the days when he used to look away from me. Those days, when I had caught him looking distraught, guilty, and regretful, I thought those were mere hallucinations. What could possibly make Kratos feel that way? But now everything made sense. All those feelings were for the death of my friend. All of me was a living reminder of that person he killed, because he had no balls standing up for his mate like how an alpha should. I guess we really can't expect him standing up for his own pack as well. And now he's tied up. He has to look at me, and I'll have to make him if he so much looks at any other direction. If I had to visit him every day as a way of torture, I would, without fail. He wasn't saying anything when he saw me come in, not even when I slowly walked towards him like a cheetah circling around its prey. He obviously felt uncomfortable at my presence, avoiding eye contact at all costs. "You sly shit," I muttered under my breath as I stopped right in front of him. His head hung low, like an omega scared for a beating that is to come. "All those days of preparations you did." I trailed off, my hands turning into fists with anger. Anger is slowly cursing within my veins, active and pulsing. I remember the day Eris gave birth to their daughter, Persephone, the days she was confined in the pack hospital for having no energy left in her system, having been brought life to a child that shouldn't have been born. I remember Kratos pursuing Dione, dismissing the fact that his chosen mate is about to die and he just got a pup of his own. I remember how Dione rejected his offers countless of times. I'm surprised how Dione haven't kicked his ass before. But again, her patience were never as short as mine. Conveniently, after being rejected, rogue attacks started to appear, and Kratos began to disappear more, telling everyone he has been preparing war strategies against rogue attacks. Well, all in fact, he has been strategizing how the rogue attacks would deem successful every time, until the last rogue attack happened and Dione was gone. The whole pack was gone. The rogue attacks stopped after that. Another convenient thing happened. Kratos is alive, surviving the attack, while his parents didn't. I didn't have to be as smart as a Delta to piece it together. I reached out to grab Kratos' face with one hand and forced him to look at me. I know what you did. Every one of them, I hissed, but his eyes weren't on me. What I don't understand is why. I trailed off again in obvious seething anger. Observing him further, for someone Damos, who is a trained Gamma, had visited, Kratos didn't look like he had a scratch in his body. Even Alastor didn't seem to touch a strand of his hair. Why, you say? Kratos finally began to croak. His voice is sounding different, as if he has not been talking for days, as if his vocal cords are so accustomed to him being silent that talking is now requiring him to make an effort. Kratos tried to swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down before he added, "Because I can." And at those words, I finally understood why Kratos seemed untouched, like an antique treated to keep in mint condition. How Kratos is basically displayed like a doll made for someone to play him with. I had to smile. Surely I have never found a mate as sweet as mine who would never let anyone else touch Kratos, because he knows I should be the one doing the torture myself. Thanks, babe. I mind-linked Alastor. Now that we're fully marked, the privilege of mind-linking him has been attained. Enjoy. He mind-linked back in mere seconds, as if he already knows what I've been thinking. Another perk of being fully marked. My hand immediately went around Kratos' neck, my fingers digging deep on his skin as if it was about to be ripped off. With a sneer, I said, "Let the games begin." My ears were filled with Kratos' pained screams. It was so loud, it echoes on every corner of the almost empty dungeon, screaming back at him in such a taunting way. It excites me. Zealos, on the nearby cell, was mute as he tried his best to act like he sees and hears nothing. He was stoned into place, probably from the frightening thought that I would torture him next. Whoever tortured him first did a great job in keeping him in his lane. Well, what can I say? Alastor is the best mate ever. I finally cleared up all the misunderstandings I've been having with Alastor all this time. He doesn't want me to stop killing, per se. He just doesn't want me to kill random innocent people. But he doesn't mind it if it's torturing and killing the people who deserves it. That was his sole point. As a Delta, they were all conditioned to determine if a decision is good or bad, and maybe torturing bad people is a good thing in their book. It definitely is in mine. So basically, if someone began a rogue attack against their own pack to kill almost all of its members, but still has the nerve to live, they deserve to die. But if it's just someone who pisses you off every time you see them, or someone just falsely accuses you once of something, killing them isn't exactly the outright solution. So Zeus and Perseus can sleep well in the following nights. I won't be needing Alastor to tame me down at my impulses. Now that I realize it, it's awful to be really impulsive with killing people. Murder requires various planning, so Alastor can rest assured that I'm not going to run around the pack killing random people. And honestly, I'm not even into killing people anymore. What I've learned from Adonis is that as long as people live, they suffer, because they feel things. Dead people only feel pain once, and then that's it. Oh, but Kratos doesn't deserve that. Still holding the sharp knife on my hand, something I kept in my pocket when I entered the dungeon, I made another slice intersecting the first one I made across Kratos' face. Oh, and did I mention that the knife is made of silver? The slice cut through from the left cheek, then diagonally downwards to the right across his nose until it reached the bottom part of his right cheek. Smiling, I stepped back at my masterpiece as droplets of blood fell from Kratos' face. But no matter how much he screams or growls or attempts to escape, it was all a failure. Because his breath stank of wolfsbane, and I'm more than sure that the water that Alastor has been giving Kratos has been full of it. Although wolfsbane isn't exactly deadly, but it drowns down all werewolf abilities and lowers strength, so that Kratos could practically be a mere human at this point. Shifting to his wolf form is impossible, even if he tried. For the first few minutes that I began slashing on his left arm, he tried to bite down his screams. But then I realized, slashing won't do it. It gives too much pain all at once. So I decided to slice him in the slowest and deepest way possible on the part of his body where his skin is thinnest and his nerves are many. His face. The face that has been the fall of our pack. Well, X marks the spot, I chirped, smiling at Kratos as he was breathing quite heavily, but looking deadly at me. As if he could do anything about this. Aren't you going to tell me why Alastor found Dion's blood in your study room? I asked, tilting my head, but already knowing the answer. I know he got Dion's blood in one of the samples in Athena's laboratory in the Pack Hospital. Athena has been keeping track of every rejects that has been confined in that hospital, and she has blood samples of Dion, Atlas, Damos, and me. Kratos used that same blood sample of my friend for the rogues to sniff, because apparently Kratos' main target was Dion. Instead of answering, he just sneered at me. The nerve and audacity of this guy. Giving him a pissed-off smile, I reached out again on his face, and there I deeply pressed the knife against the bridge of his nose. I pressed it hard for what felt like forever. I made sure it cut so deep until I broke the bone on his nose. And if time comes that his nose filled with his blood began to dry up and he can't breathe anymore, then that's not my problem. Kratos' screams, together with the loud clanging of the chains as he resisted, sounded so bloody dangerous, like a horror movie. Except the thrill was different. My adrenaline isn't telling me to fight or flight. Now, tell me, I began in a sickly sweet voice as I took the knife harshly out of his nose, and his screams continued. Why would you kill your own mate? Kratos didn't look like he was planning to answer, so I twirled the knife in my hand, so its pointy edge was facing downwards. He stilled for a moment, realizing that the knife isn't pointing on his feet, but at his balls. Although I might have a hard time finding if he still has one. Now, it's really best you answer me, I said, because as you know, I'm impatient. And you do realize I'm not planning to kill you just yet, so you either tell me or you know what's going to happen. Kratos was looking deadly at me, but it didn't scare me. His face was already covered in blood, and no one could even recognize him even from a near distance. So glaring at me isn't actually doing anything. He then spat blood before he said, "You'll kill me eventually anyway." "Oh, he talks," I said, twirling the knife on my fingers, and his eyes immediately went towards it. "I don't plan on killing you. I'm just here to slash and slice, because I can." Kratos was silent once again, and I gritted my teeth in anger. Without another word, I placed my knife on his trousers and began to slice the cloth to make a hole in it. If he isn't giving me answers, I'm not giving his balls. But as soon as it was ripped open, Kratos immediately realized I wasn't kidding, and that keeping his balls is of great priority. He then screamed, "Because she rejected me." I then stopped whatever I was doing and then slowly looked at him. Continue. Kratos looked at me for a few seconds before he swallowed an imaginary lump on his throat. Then he looked away to continue. "She can't accept me because Eris was there, so I realized I had to get rid of her. But rejecting her isn't an option. So I devised a plan. If a rogue attack happened and killed Eris, her father, Alpha Anchises, won't be mad at me for rejecting his daughter. And my father, Alpha Ares, won't bother with keeping me with Eris either. When the first rogue attack was a failure, I planned for the next. Realizing that no matter if Eris was dead or if we had no pups, Dione cared a lot for Atlas, even more than she realized. Looking at her, seeing the face of Atlas in her eyes, angers me every time. So maybe the one that should be dead was Atlas. And so the second rogue attack happened, and Atlas was deeply injured. It was fine for the first few days, as I was looking forward for his death. But then Dione kept visiting him, offering help for his recovery. It angered me to the extent that I thought of killing Dione. Because even if Atlas dies, I knew she isn't coming back to me. No matter who I planned on killing just so I could win her back, she's not seeing her future with me anymore. So if I'm not going to have her, no one will. I don't plan on sharing Dione. I don't plan on being alive with her while competing against the memory of the dead Atlas. So that day I saw her insist herself on Atlas in the Pack Hospital. I took one of her blood samples and made the rogues sniff it so Dione could be the main target. After that attack, I ordered another in order to kill my parents, because if they had just let me love anyone I want to love, things wouldn't have ended the way it did. I blamed them, and they deserved to die. Rogue attacks came from one after the other, and their demands became bigger each time, until I can offer them no more but my pack. Then I told them they could kill anyone in the pack so they could keep the land. As long as they kill who I told them to kill, and after that, I wouldn't bother them anymore. And here we are now, with you having the upper arm," he finishes. "I know I'll eventually die anyway, no matter if you don't plan to make it sooner, so there's no point in not telling it to you." I stared at him. I stared at Kratos and took in everything that he is. I stared his being, his existence, his whole body. And then I wondered how such a monster could even do what he did. How could one tell a story like that without a hint of remorse in his voice, with his eyes void of emotions, and his words simply stating things as they are? How could he say everything with a blank face, as if all he answered was a question about the weather? All these questions filled my mind one at a time, and each time, the anger in me heightens. I was so angry at everything for letting a psychopath like him exist. I was so damn angry. My jaw was taut, and I was gritting my teeth. I was damn angry. I have no words to formulate. I was speechless. I didn't know how to express or how to distinguish what I was feeling, that everything began to bottle up inside me in an instant. All heavy feelings were filling me up easily, and all I was seeing was red. But I didn't know what to say. I didn't even scream. All these feelings were overlapping one another in a second that I was confused on what to do. And it all piles up until my anger slowly became helplessness, because I can't do anything, nothing at all. What will I do with that information? Nothing. All I can do is make Kratos' life a living hell as much as I can. But besides that, what can I gain? I have no idea. And this helplessness morphed into extreme sadness, and I knew I was about to cry when my eyes began to sting as I continued staring at the monster in front of me. They say I'm mad because I'm impulsive and loud and whatever it is that I was branded to be. But now that I look at it, the mad one here is Kratos, who was not impulsive or loud, but was obviously distorted in many ways I could think of. I began to stare at the man, and as the first tear rolled down my cheeks, the first movement I did was to shake my head. Whether in disappointment or disbelief, I have no idea. But I shook my head, and tears began to roll down my cheeks like an uncontrollable waterfall. This feeling was so heavy, I doubt the words to describe it has yet to be invented. And as seconds ticked by, I realized that if I can't say anything, I could at least do something. So as hard as I could, I tried to unfreeze myself. And slowly, ever so slowly, I went nearer to Kratos. So near that our faces were an inch apart. I could smell his bullshit mixed with his blood at this point. And with the silver knife still in my hands, I said in a voice I didn't think I could muster, "What's the point of having eyes if you can't see why Dione rejected you in the first place?" I didn't even let him answer. The knife in my hand automatically dug deep in Kratos' left eye. It made squishing sounds, and blood were oozing out rapidly. His screams were loud, but I don't think they were loud enough to drown the anger in my veins. So I twisted the knife around his eye. Left and right it went. I didn't stop until I was sure that a gaping hole only existed on his left eye socket, before I began doing the same thing on his right eye, just for symmetry. I didn't bother sitting on the grass. I just stood in front of Dione's grave, staring at her name, as if that would miraculously make her alive again. Being here yesterday on her birthday, I do hope she forgives me for not giving her any gift. I usually just make pancakes for her or whatever food she likes. But this time, she's not here to make food wishes. And I guess I'll have to get used to it by now. But now that I am back here, with presents in my pocket, this will not take long, don't worry, I whispered against the air, hoping Dione could hear me. I won't take up much of your time. I just can't forgive myself if I'm going to let your birthday pass without a gift from me. What are friends for, you know? Fishing my pockets, I got 2 boxes that I bought last minute in the pack market before coming in this cemetery. I leaned down to gently put those boxes on the epitaph, just below Dione's name. I hope you enjoy my gift, I said, giving Dione a smile. Glancing at Atlas's grave, I said, don't worry, I'll give you one on your birthday, too. It's in the next 3 months, right? I'll make sure Kratos is still alive by then. Paying my last respects, I bid my goodbyes to my 2 friends with a small smile on my face. Walking back to the Delta quarters, my smile never wavered. I was feeling better. I feel like the best friend at this moment. I sure hope Dione likes Kratos' tongue and right middle finger. If not, then tomorrow I might just cut another part of Kratos, but she has to be not too greedy. Kratos has to live for a while, so cutting him down to pieces should be a slow process. I did promise Atlas I'll give him a present on his birthday, too. Damn, I can't believe I wasn't there to see it, Damos mutters under his breath, just as he kept stuffing his clothes and other important things in a backpack. And before I knew it, he was done packing. Coming in this pack after having our previous pack getting attacked by rogues, we initially didn't have that many things left to bring with us. Although spending time here, we already have gotten a couple or more clothes and stuff. Besides that, there's nothing much to pack, really. And I can't believe you're already leaving tomorrow, I pouted, watching him while I laid flat on my stomach on his bed, propping my chin on the palm of my left hand with my elbow against the pillow. We've talked about this. Yeah, but couldn't you have given me an earlier notice? I deadpanned. Watching a friend leave requires my mental instability some preparations too, you know? Damos zipped up his backpack before tossing it on the floor near the door. He then sighed as he came towards the bed, and before I knew it, he plopped himself on top of me. His back was against mine, our bodies intersecting together, making a plus sign if seen from above. "I'll miss you, Pumpkin," he says, his voice soft. And with just that, I knew for myself that letting Damos go would be so easy for my part. I know he wanted to leave for Persephone, and that he already made up his mind. Besides, there's nothing else holding him back here in this pack but me, since Phobos rejected him. There's nothing much that this pack could offer him, really. So I guess he's looking for his other purposes. And maybe those purposes isn't here. Those might be on the southern pack, waiting for him to come. And as much as I hate to think that, I know keeping him in this pack would only serve as torture for Damos. And I don't want that. "I'll miss you too," I responded. Feeling his weight on my lower back, "You should visit on Atlas's birthday." Knowing full well you're about to cut off another part of Kratos for Atlas's birthday, I'm not entirely sure what to feel about this, Damos says. "What do you think Alastor would think?" "That I can cut tongues cleanly," I shrugged my shoulders, as if our conversation couldn't get any normal than this. He didn't torture Kratos beforehand. He basically gave me a blank canvas to paint on. And in all honesty, I think I've done quite a masterpiece. Damos as a Gamma had already seen countless of dead bodies all his life, so I guess that's why talking about cutting up Kratos to pieces didn't bother him that much. In fact, he was the one who taught me how to properly kill. "But why the tongue and middle finger, though?" Damos then asked, his voice lacing with curiosity, as if he can't quite grasp why I did what I did. Although I must admit, hacking his eyes was a bit badass even for my standards. I hated every word that got out of his mouth, so I had to cut off a part of him to keep him from communicating to other people, I said, Kratos' words echoing on my mind like a broken record. "Okay, but that still doesn't explain cutting off the middle finger. Fingers don't exactly talk." Then, looking at my hands, I watched as I wiggled each of my fingers. I smiled. "Oh, they do. The middle finger is the most communicative of all, don't you think?" I asked, before I flipped my middle finger to show Damos. He only laughed. "Your mind is too damned advanced. I can't keep up." I was about to say something when we heard a rap on the door, but it was not a normal knock. It sounded eager, nervous, and panicked all at once. I bet if we don't open the door soon enough, the person outside might just tear it off its hinges instead. I silently sniffed the air for an idea what kind of scent it is, just as Damos jumped off the bed to answer the door. It smelled so familiar but so distant. At the same, I have to think really hard on to whose scent it belongs to. But then my question was answered when Damos opened the door. Lo and behold, standing there my half-brother, Phobos. And might I said, he does look bothered and agitated. I didn't need to be a damn Delta to realize that this behavior is all because of Damos leaving for the Southern Pack. So giving them privacy is what I did when I decided to excuse myself and leave those two alone. Phobos and I, although blood-related, aren't exactly on speaking terms, hence us being distant with each other. But it doesn't bother me much, as long as he doesn't hurt my friend any further. Because Damos, even if we're not blood-related, is more of a brother to me than Phobos is. So I'd kill for the former than the latter. and if it comes down to me choosing between them, I'd choose Damos without even batting an eye. Walking out and down the hallway, I realized I was a bit hungry. So I went downstairs and to the kitchen while I imagined random food I can think of whipping up for myself. But before I even got to the kitchen, I was stuck in the living room. Because it was full of shirtless Delta men who are laughing and talking with each other, taking up the whole space. To reach the kitchen, I have to go through them. But damn, they're all such an eye candy, I can't help myself but appreciate the view for a second. And then there goes my favorite view. Alastor saw me, and his eyes instantly shone in delight. He didn't even have to think twice about walking towards me and scooping me up in his arms. I knew seeing too many shirtless men in one place is too weird to be a normal thing for Deltas. Of course, my dork of a mate has something to do with this. First the barracks, now the living room, I asked him as he slowly put me down. You really are running around the pack half naked. Weren't you all supposed to be in a meeting? Yeah, but it finished early, so we went to a late afternoon run. After an hour, we decided to take a break, he says as I kept my arms around his waist and my cheeks rested on his hard chest. Then I stole a glance up at him as I asked, Brianna was in the meeting with you. Did she tell you anything? Alastor shook his head. I didn't even look at her, babe. Plus, the men and I were busy talking anyway, he tells me, and I can see a sliver of excitement dance in his eyes as he said the following words. And while we were talking, we finally came up to a decision on what to name our club. I can't believe you're taking this club seriously, I muttered under my breath. And you even made a club without an initial name and objective. Alastor, although he heard my mutterings, ignored me. He then excitedly answers, the Goliaths, he says, moving his arm animatedly as he says those words. Good, huh? He asked me. The Goliaths? I asked, frowning, but still hugging Alastor just because I love it when he's naked and I can touch him wherever for as long as I want. Yeah, because our mates are Davids, Alastor answered, as if that alone would convince me that the name they came up with is the best decision they ever made yet. You know, because we're a bunch of strong men, like Goliath, but were defeated in battle by the small David. I looked up at him, a frown still on my face. I'm not following. It means our mates wear the pants in the relationship. He answers before he leaned down to kiss the tip of my nose. Like, you know, nothing can beat us up better than our mates. Realizing what he meant, I was conflicted on what exactly to feel or do. Do I laugh? Cry? Should I feel happy? Embarrassed? Then I thought, why don't I just mix it all together? Babe, that's not how David and Goliath works, I said, trying not to add the fact that David basically cut off Goliath's head in the story. Alastor just shrugged his shoulders. It does now, he says with a wink. Sorry, I don't make the rules. You really are a dork, I giggled before I gave his hard chest a light kiss. Just because he looks so damn handsome. When Alastor looks down at me with softness in his eyes, I just can't help but love him more. Hey babe, is your plan over yet? He then whispered, you know, the one you told me earlier. Thinking of Kratos, I know I was far from being done with him. But right now, I might just leave him alone for a couple of days. So I shrugged my shoulders. Kinda, I said. Then, Alastor looked at me straight in the eye so he could question me as seriously as he can. So can we make babies now? At that point, I laughed out loud. I didn't even bother minding about the strange looks I got from the men behind my mate. Besides, when they realized I was Alastor's mate, they just gave us a knowing smile and went back to whatever they were doing. Lots, I answered. And it really helps the fact that I wear the pants in this relationship, babe. I really don't want you wearing anything. With those words, Alastor's eyes became pure black. I didn't even have to say more, as he hoisted me up and carried me bridal style as he walked up the stairs. The deltas behind us are cheering us with every step Alastor took. Damn, this kind of moral support is a definite mood. Don't think for a second, Alastor began to say as I wrapped my arms around his neck for support as he began to reach the hallway to our room, that I will let you wear anything at all. I laughed. Works for me. This will be a long, loud, and victorious night for both David and Goliath. Adonis, over the past few days of training, is doing quite well in my opinion. His progress is slow, which is understandable, but it's still there, and his progress is consistently increasing as well. So training him, now that Damos left this morning for the Southern Pack, isn't that hard. In fact, training him seems to be a piece of cake. Damos didn't leave me much work here. He already went to the Southern Pack this morning, seemingly in a hurry. He just bid his goodbye, kissed my forehead, and left. He didn't even give me time to be theatrical about my sorrow with him leaving so soon. A girl's gotta be over-emotional at times, you know? Seconds later, Phobos came knocking in the Delta quarters, looking all disheveled and gruff. It was obvious he was looking for Damos, so even without him outright asking me, I told him Damos already left. Phobos didn't even say anything before he fled out of the quarters and left me without another word. I didn't even bother asking what's the deal with those two, because Damos really never talked about his mate in detail. But those two really need to talk it out, because I'm feeling too much sexual tension and frustration between those two. Speaking of tension and frustration, I know Adonis has been getting better in fighting, and he's also making progress in floor brawls. Adonis, to me, has always been about injuring his opponents and not killing them. Adonis made it perfectly clear that he doesn't want to kill, but with the way I'm seeing his facial expressions and his body language, he doesn't look like the usual Adonis I used to train with. He's not the harmless teddy bear today. He looked like a mama bear about to kill whoever touches her cubs. I'm not an expert, but I think I've felt enough anger and frustration in my heart to know the look of someone who wants to kill. And Adonis looks just that. For a moment, as I was outside being a spectator of his fight in the circle with Zeus, Adonis looked like he wanted to kill the beta. I mean, don't get me wrong. Been there, done that. I'd be lying if I said I never wanted Zeus dead. In fact, there are still times when Zeus ticks me off, and I desperately want to strangle the daylights out of him. But that's my point. I wouldn't want to kill Zeus just because I felt like it. I had my reasons. So I wonder what reason could Adonis have to want Zeus dead? What the fuck did Zeus do now, damn it? I'm honestly terrified of how much of a dick he is. Because he might end up making this whole pack want his head. Doesn't even matter if it's his head on top of his shoulders or the one below his waist. I watched for a little longer, noticing how Adonis's every blow felt more intense than normal. His jaw is taut, his muscles were tensed, his ears are red on its tips, his eyes were narrowed at Zeus. Then looking at Zeus, he didn't look like he's having a hard time with Adonis. In fact, he doesn't even have much of a scratch on him. However, he usually looks bored during his duels with Adonis, because he knows he'll win anyway. But now he looked like he caught up with something. As if even he, the ever-insensitive, knew something was off with Adonis. And although I still think Zeus could kill Adonis with one hand, Zeus honestly looked confused. As if he doesn't know why Adonis is mad, but he's aware he's mad. So basically, what I'm witnessing is the fact that Zeus fucked something up, but doesn't know what he did wrong. Cut it, I said, and Zeus immediately lets go of Adonis and jumps off him, completely putting a stop to their floor brawl. Take a break, I added. Zeus didn't even have the chance to get out of the circle when Adonis began to scream and charge at him. With quick reflexes, Zeus instantaneously blocked all of Adonis's offenses quite smoothly. In fact, Zeus didn't even look surprised of this sudden attack Adonis pulled. In just a matter of seconds, Zeus got Adonis by the neck and lifted him off the ground. "What the fuck is your deal, pup?" he spat, just as Adonis was struggling to breathe. Then Zeus looked at me, his eyes glazing with fury. "This is what happens when you give false hopes to Omegas, Phoebe. They think they can do it all. Haven't you learned enough for yourself already?" "Put him the fuck down, reject," I spat back at him, not in the least fazed about Zeus's annoying character. I got used to it by now, and I think I'm immune to it at this point. "You're a beta and can't do it all too. What's your point?" Zeus threw Adonis down, but his glare never left me. "Watch your mouth, pup." "No, watch yours. Since you can't really have any rebuttal now that you're no different from any of the rejects you've been downgrading," I deadpanned. "Now, before I decided I want to turn you into Atlas's birthday gift soon, you better get out of the circle." "Well, panini head," Zeus snapped, his eyes pure black with both frustration and contempt. If you haven't noticed, that was what I was planning to do, until this douchebag of an Omega decided to attack me, he added, before he kicked Adonis's side for added effect. Adonis was still lying on the ground, his hand grabbing his neck, as if he was having troubles breathing. I looked back at Zeus. Well, he didn't kill you, did he? What are you getting dramatic about, princess? I asked, not caring a bit for his little tantrums. Now, are you going to get out of that circle, or do you want me to escort you, your highness? Zeus flipped me the finger, and I flipped him back too. But he didn't say anything, as he finally got out of the circle and angrily stormed out of the barracks. I did note the fact that he's grumbling a lot of inaudible curses under his breath, but I couldn't care about him now, really. Sometimes, I feel like I already have pups at this point, because I get to babysit these privileged high ranks who are way over their heads. It's exhausting. I got in the circle, looking at Adonis' lying figure on the ground. I didn't even help him up as I crossed my arms against my shoulders. "What's your deal?" I asked. "You could have been killed had Zeus been an uncontrollable bloodthirsty gamma." "Zeus is a dick," Adonis muttered, but didn't say more. "Okay, true," I nodded my head, "but everyone knows that already. You have to give me more details." Still lying down, Adonis met my eyes. His eyes held so much resentment and anger, it almost mirrored mine at some point. "He was the reason why my mate rejected me," he says. I raised my brows. "What, are you Brianna's second chance mate or something?" I asked, but then frowned. "But that doesn't make sense. Brianna rejected Zeus." "Who's Brianna?" Adonis asked, looking confused. "My mate's Aphrodite." I frowned. "I don't follow. I don't think I've heard Zeus talk about a girl named Aphrodite before," I said, trying not to add the fact that we've locked Zeus up in a room for days. "So he's not been hanging out with girls lately." Adonis started to slowly sit up, wincing in pain during the process. He met Aphrodite in the forest overseeing the northern pack, then seduced her, took her home, and fucked her. When Aphrodite rejected me back then, I didn't know it was Zeus until this morning. Took her home? Trying to rack my brain for information, I did recall a certain memory, although I'm having mixed feelings about harboring this information. If this is false, then I'm clueless. If this is true, then damn. "What are you looking at?" The blonde one snapped at me with a warning growl emanating from her throat. I raised a brow at her. "Why is this bitch talking to me?" I muttered. "Does this Aphrodite perhaps have blonde hair?" I asked. Adonis looked at me, a bit shocked. "You know her?" I pursed my lips, trying my best to keep my words in. "So that was his mate? The girl who was with Zeus on that same day? Alastor talked to Kratos about letting me live with him? She looks so stupid. It's disgusting. She literally has no redeeming qualities in the physical category. And I'm guessing she has none of those in the mental category, too." I winced at the memory, then looked down at Adonis. Now, I feel bad for him. Not because he was rejected, but because he had a mate like that. I offered my hand for him to take. "On the brighter side, at least you're not going to be stuck with that girl for the rest of your life," I said. "Zeus actually did you a favor, if you ask me." I added, deep in thought. Now that I think about it, it's the first time Zeus has done something good. Although it was completely unintentional, and he's probably clueless, it's still a good thing if I think more about it. As Adonis was about to get up, someone growled out my name. The voice sounded familiar and angry. My wolf immediately perked up as she sensed a nearby danger. Looking at the figure stomping angrily towards my direction, I saw Brianna's fuming face. She didn't even waste a second as she joined us in the circle. Talk about going to a party uninvited. Now what's gotten her panties in a twist? Before anyone could say anything, we heard someone else coming towards our direction. I didn't even have to think about, because his scent says it all. Alastor, with all his half-naked glory, came jogging towards my direction when he saw Brianna in the circle with me. "What the fuck is happening here?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at Alastor, confused as to why Brianna would come looking for me. Or why would Alastor be running behind her, seemingly out of breath himself? "You filthy Omega!" Brianna growled at me, and it sounded so furious that Adonis whimpered in fright. The poor Omegas still used to being intimidated by angry higher ranks, folding up immediately on sight. "Get out of here," I told Adonis, and he looked at me with wide eyes, as if he's telling me he's not letting me be alone with this insane Delta in the circle with us. Even if he was scared, he won't let a fellow Omega fight alone. I raised a brow. Flattering gesture. But I got this. Now go. Brianna, with her glare on me all the time, didn't even spare a glance at the now timid Adonis as he fled out of the circle. Although he did look back at me, looking unsure if he did the right thing. I gave him a reassuring nod, just to prevent him from jumping back in the circle, feeling like he needed to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. I'm sure as hell I don't need saving. Now, what's your problem, Delta? I asked Brianna in a monotonous voice. We're both locked in this circle. Might as well just rile her up more. I didn't look at Alastor, but asked him anyway. What did you do? Well, I was with the Goliaths, and we were having our usual late afternoon run, and you know we're all half naked, right? Like 17 of us. And we were having fun, talking about these mate things and just getting along, he began. But before he could continue, I interjected. Shorter story, babe. And then Brianna was also having her late afternoon run, and then one of the Deltas greeted her. Then we... Shorter, babe, I snapped, impatient. Well, I didn't have my shirt on, and she saw the claw marks on my back. Then she got angry and came here, Alastor said simply. I frowned as Brianna growled at me once more. I asked, then what's your deal? Then, as if she's out of her wits, she began to jump at me. She was a bit heavier than me and strong, that she immediately tackled me down to a floor brawl without any resistance or complications from me. Although I kind of expected that, because higher ranks tend to just love floor brawls. Phoebe, Alastor yelled, sounding surprised as if he thought Brianna was just messing around earlier. As if he didn't actually believe Brianna could act so harshly and impulsively. It kind of contradicts with her being a Delta. I felt Alastor about to enter the circle and stop the fight when I mind-linked him. Don't. I got this. But babe, Alastor exclaimed as he stood outside of the circle, wanting to rip Brianna off me. The desperation in his eyes made me feel soft. I ignored Alastor and looked at Brianna. She's strong, pinning both my arms on my sides. With all her weight on my stomach, I can't move anything on my upper body. Too bad she ignored the fact that I still can move my lower part. So without wasting another second, my legs flew up and curled around her neck. Then, giving her no time to respond, I locked her neck and dropped my legs down with as much force, dragging Brianna's face with it. Her head made a thud as it met the ground, but I didn't release her yet. I began to slowly sit up, with both my legs still around her neck. Her face was full red, both by anger and by the fact that she can barely breathe. You're crazy. Brianna croaked out as she grabbed my legs with both my hands, as if it would pry my legs away. But it didn't, because as I slowly stood up, all my weight went on it. And now I can kill her with just one wrong move from her. And I know she knows that by now, because she didn't struggle too much. Checkmate. This is what happens when you attack without thinking and underestimating your opponent. You make a fool of yourself. You're insane, impulsive. Brianna still went on with her spiel. Alastor is your mate. Why do you have to torture him? You're mentally unstable. You will be the death of Alastor. Torture him? I frowned. I looked at Alastor, confused. Babe, what have you been telling her about me? Brianna, I told you already. Alastor yelled out, sounding frustrated, as if he's been saying this repeatedly for what felt like forever. She didn't torture me. It's her claw marks. With that, the rest of the barracks went silent. The Gammas stopped from their training, looking at us, looking at Adonis. His eyes were wide as saucers. Brianna stopped struggling beneath me. Even I almost had a brain hemorrhage, not able to think for seconds. Babe, did you just... I blinked, then hissed, why'd you say that out loud? Alastor realized what he'd done, but didn't look apologetic at all. In fact, I bet he would do it over again if he had the chance. Oops, he said. I looked down at Brianna, who now seemed more sane than she did seconds ago. But yeah, we did have awesome sex, hence the claw marks. What you gonna do about it, hun? I didn't even have to look at Alastor to know that he puffed his chest in pride when he heard me say that. I tried not to roll my eyes. Now that Brianna's head is finally clear, I let her take everything in. I watched her as her eyes shone in understanding, and a hint of anger and embarrassment morphed into one danced on her irises. It was amusing to watch. Bold of you to attack Alastor's mate, acting as if you're his, I added, sounding nonchalant. But I'm appalled at her blatant audacity. He was supposed to be mine, Brianna hissed back, sounding delusional. Girl, what have you been inhaling? Do you even hear yourself? I huffed before I leaned down and angled myself so I could be able to show her the mark on my neck. I don't see you wearing this, hun. You can't claim the goods without receipt. Who's mentally unstable now? You shouldn't have come here. Brianna began to struggle again, as if she doesn't care if she accidentally dies with her movements. You're nothing but a walking complication. Now, you're the one who attacked me out of the blue, and I'm the complication? I raised a brow. Then I moved so my legs could strangle her tighter. Today, I won't be the cause of death for anyone but you, hun. And with those last words, I reached out to grab her neck and twisted it until I heard a bone break. The last thing I saw was her frightened eyes before it slowly closed. Then, there was nothing but silence fleeting around the barracks. Epilogue. I can feel the soft fabric against my back as I stared up at the white ceiling. Although staring blindly at blank ceilings has never interested me before, doing so kind of comforted me every week for the last 3 years in general. But now it felt absolutely ridiculous. Remind me again why I never liked this before? I asked Hestia as she sat on a chair opposing the sofa I'm laying down on. You said I look weird. Hestia tried to deadpan, but I could see the ghost of a smile on her lips as she crossed her right leg over the other. Still does, I joked, which earned me a small laugh. The incident that happened between me and Brianna in the circle has been 3 years ago. In that span of time, a lot has changed already. A lot has happened. I'd be lying if I said my life was any easier. Adonis was right. Killing people gave this instant gratification in my system, which only lasted for a short time. After that time, a lot of other complications came knocking at my door. The Deltas held insane amount of meetings in a month, just to come up with a decision on what to do with me. And even though there are witnesses who claim that they saw Brianna attacked me first, implying that I was just defending myself, a lot of them aren't exactly convinced. Most of them thought that for it to be self-defense, I should only be able to injure her a bit and not resort to killing her, which isn't a bad idea, to be honest. But 3 years ago, if I were to be in that same position, I'd probably do the same thing over again. No regrets. I've been restraining myself around Brianna for too long. She's been around me, watching my every move with every time I spend with my mate. The first time I met her, I knew she's up to no good. I just didn't have much evidence to support that suspicion. Until the day came when it finally became clear to me how the evidence I got was pieced together. The day Brianna asked me for a favor to visit Kratos wasn't simply to interrogate him. She knew Alastor took me away from Kratos to keep me safe. She knew Kratos might have all the ability and motive to harm me when she dragged me to him, and masked that situation as something that's relevant to Dion's case. She knew Perseus was already suspicious of me when she helped me eavesdrop in their meeting. She knew everything that's happening, used it to her advantage, thinking every move I made might harm me and might damage the little bond I have with Alastor. She even planted in his mind that I'm too crazy, too mad, too unstable to fit in the role of being his mate. She tried to make Alastor and I as her little pawns of her game. Tried to twist our minds, working quietly in the background. And that day she attacked me was the last straw. I was having enough of her bullshit because I already have enough of it in my plate to last a lifetime. So I killed her. There'd be no sense, no point in denying something I did. But as someone who's not born and raised in the pack they're in, I can't blame the Deltas for being suspicious of me and my mental state, especially if they knew the fact that the previous pack I came from is basically inexistent after a rogue attack. They see me as a walking disaster, which I won't bother refuting, so I can't actually blame them to be wary of me. And I really don't blame them if they weren't too lenient on me just because Alastor is my mate. My mate did his best all throughout the process. He didn't reprimand me about my actions at all. It was as if he fully understood why I did what I did. Even so, as he attended the meetings regarding my case, he was never biased either. Actually, He was the one who had this idea of sending me to the pack hospital and make me go to a therapist every week for 3 years, as my form of punishment for killing a delta. But not too heavy of a punishment, since it is proven that it was self-defense. For some, it might not be the worst punishment of all. But for me, especially for the first few weeks, I was terrified. I didn't know what my feelings are, or what to do with it, or how to distinguish them. And most especially, I didn't want to talk about it. It doesn't sit right with me when I voice out my concerns. That's why Damos and I never actually seriously talked about Dion's incident when it's obvious we both need healing. I'm always bad with words and with my temper. I never really expressed things excellently. I'm someone who expresses anger through training in the barracks. Damos caught up with that. That's why he offered me himself to be my coach. Because the words we can't talk about will be forever bottled up, and we have to find ways to vent it out sooner or later. I guess that's why I'm always into violence, always into fighting. Because my emotions are too much, I easily fill up that I had to release them in a way that I know. And I guess that's not always healthy. But for someone who's used to that kind of norm and was offered another type of norm to express feelings with, it was scary. Like how trying new things always intimidated me. At first, there were times I came here not speaking at all. I just stared at the therapist in front of me, not saying anything, just waiting for time to pass by, then just leave after the session time is up. For a couple of weeks, that was the case. Until the day came where I just came in and began blabbering about how unfair life is just because I was getting fatter every day and Alastor just kept getting sexier. I kept complaining how pregnancy fucks up body clocks and eating habits. I didn't know I was slowly voicing out my concerns to Hestia, my therapist, until recently. I didn't know my little daily complaints progressed into me telling her a story for hours. I didn't know I might actually enjoy it and not look at it as a task or an obligation that I'll just have to get over with soon. Weeks, months, years gone by without me realizing it. Time flew so fast, I didn't even realize that this was the last session I'll be having with Hestia. I didn't even know my 3 years were up already. And I must admit that I'll miss these sessions with her. She's like my friend now. Well, someone who's licensed to diagnose me as crazy and study my responses, but a friend nonetheless. Are your conflicts already resolved? Hestia asked softly, pertaining to Zeus, who has been planning nonstop to murder me since the day I killed his mate. Understandable, though. I rolled my eyes. I can't say they're resolved, since he's probably still plotting a death trap for me as we speak, I said before I sat up from lying down so I could look at her better. Zeus and I are the same at some points, so I know he can hold grudges for as long as he lives. And what do you feel about this? Hestia questioned, but nothing changed from her facial expression. The thing I like about her is that she doesn't force me to say things. She just lets me. If I get to stare at her for hours, she gets to stare back at me the same. Bothered? Sad? I began to question myself. A little of both? Zeus can be a dick, and I might have kind of wished he felt my pain, but the pain of your mate dying must have been really hard on him. I guess when I killed Brianna, I didn't think of other consequences that doesn't directly affect me. Kind of a dick move for my part, really. Hestia nodded slowly. Is an apology to be expected? She asked. I pondered on the question seconds before I answered. Well, I might apologize one of these days when he decides he won't hack me to death at sight. Although the thing I might be apologetic about is the pain I've brought upon him, not the death of Brianna per se. I shrugged my shoulders, but I think Zeus wouldn't be looking for an apology. In fact, he might even challenge me for a duel sooner or later. Who knows? I might kill him too as self-defense and come back here for another 3-year weekly session, I laughed. Hestia was looking at me dead in the eye. I'm joking. Sheesh, I added. Maybe making her think that I'm not normal in this last session in the last minute isn't a good idea on my part. But then again, I was never a person with good ideas to begin with, so nothing new there. But I'll really miss these sessions, though. You have my number, Hestia says casually. You can still book an appointment if you wish to have one in the future. I frowned. Damn, I have to book appointments to see friends now? I muttered. But then a certain face of a friend popped into my mind. Speaking of friends, did I tell you that one time Damos visited 6 months ago? That dude has to visit me more often. Sometimes I feel like he forgot about me. How was he? She asked. Well, I guess he's doing good, gained a couple of pounds. He looks really happy. It makes me happy, I said, smiling at the memory of Damos giving me a bone-crushing hug. Then two other people from the same memory popped in my mind. I frowned. Oh, and he brought Phobos and Persephone with him, too. With infinitesimal movement, Hestia's brows rose up. What feelings of yours were dominant during those moments? I shrugged my shoulders. Phobos and I really aren't on speaking terms even until now, and I have no idea what's going on with him and Damos since Phobos followed him down the southern pack because Damos had his mouth shut. And Persephone? I leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at the hung painting behind Hestia. It was a painting of wood slowly burning in fire. I kind of felt guilty I wanted her dead. I mean, the pup didn't choose to be born, really. It has no idea what the fuck is going on with everything. It's unfair to be wanting someone dead out of irrational anger. Although I might admit, I'm still having troubles being with her. She's grown up now, and she really looks a lot like Kratos that it gives me chills. I don't mind her existence, but I think it's best I'll never see her again. Alastor and I both moved out of the Delta quarters since I got pregnant for the first time. We built our own home just near the southeastern side of the pack, beside the forest. As I was going home from that last therapy session with Hestia, I was feeling a little light, as if there were no burden on my shoulders that weigh me down. I might even consider booking up a lot of appointments with Hestia after this. I was feeling inner peace, as if nothing could ruin my mood. And the moment I reached our front door, I was feeling optimistic about life in general. But that optimism was frozen as a ceramic plate flew over my head the moment I opened the door. With wide eyes, I looked at the direction where it came from and saw the twins looking startled like a deer caught in the light. I immediately got in, closed the door behind me, then looked at both Hades and Apollo. Hades looked shocked at the fact that I was almost hit by a magically flying plate, while Apollo looked shocked at the fact he was caught making plates fly. I put my hands on my waist. Apollo, I began, sure that it was him who made that throw. If it was Hades, I don't think Apollo would make this guilty face on me. But Apollo pointed at his twin brother. It was Hades, Mom. No, it wasn't. Hades glared at his brother, looking like he was about to punch him squarely in the face. Apollo, I said in a warning tone. But Apollo ignored me and glared back at Hades. It's your fault for being annoying. I thought Hades was about to bite back, because his eyes held fire almost similar to mine. And usually, he makes that face when he's stubborn enough to make a point. But nothing came from him. He just glared at his brother for seconds. And I thought that was the end of it, until Hades' fist came flying towards Apollo's nose. And now the latter stood frozen in shock at the contact, before he began wailing seconds after he recovered from the shock. I said it's not my fault, Hades muttered, ending the argument in one punch before he stormed upstairs. Mom, he hit me, Apollo yelled, ugly crying while pointing accusatorily at Hades as he ascended the stairs without a care. He hit me! Well deserved, Hades simply says, as he reached his room and slammed his door shut. Well, doesn't this look optimistic? I sighed as Apollo kept crying so loud, rubbing the sides of my temples in stress. Can't I have inner peace for more than a minute? I might have survived rogue attacks and a couple of death threats in my life, but my own kids will be the death of me. Alastor! I yelled over the loud cries of Apollo. I walked further in the house, straight to where my son stood. I then gave my 2.5-year-old son a hug, just so his cries will be muffled against my clothes. Alastor, come down here. Apollo kept wiping his tears and snot on my clothes just as the master's bedroom opened. I looked up to see Alastor, his eyes having bags underneath, carrying sleeping babies in both his arms. The sight was amazing at first, when I gave birth to the twins. We looked like a happy family. But last year, after giving birth to another set of twins, it has both tired Alastor and I out immensely. I mean, it's still fun, but with too much going on at once in our house, Alastor and I are outnumbered, and we could only handle much. But looking at him now, even with bags under his bags, he looks really happy to be taking care of Demeter and Dione. Though I bet he probably got tired trying to make them sleep in the past 3 hours. "Hey, babe." He smiled at me as he gingerly walked down the hallway to get closer to me. "How was your last day?" "Was good," I said, then leaned down to scoop Apollo in my hands and lifted him up. He stopped crying at this point, but he still sniffs loudly, wiping his face using his small, chubby hands. "But babe, who let Apollo have the plate?" "A plate?" Alastor asked, confused himself, just as he reached me and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. "What plate?" How Apollo got a hold of the plate in the kitchen counter, or how Alastor took care of our year-old twin daughters, I didn't bother asking. As long as we won't be having more twins in the future, I don't mind living as messy as this. "Look, babe, look," Alastor then said, urging me to look at Demeter sleeping soundly on his left arm. I looked down at her and saw her brows furrowed a little. "Look, she's frowning. I think I already know where she got the facial expression from." I narrowed my eyes at Alastor. He only smiled at me. "See? The resemblance is uncanny," he says, and that's the only time he noticed something in Apollo's face. "Your nose is red. Did Hades hit you again, pup?" At that question, instead of Apollo getting over the fact that Hades hit him on the face, it only made him cry again. His lips quivered, and a new set of tears came rolling down his cheek. And then he started wailing, only louder this time. And with that, Demeter and Dione in Alastor's arms began to wriggle and frown from their sleep. And seconds later, the two of them joined Apollo in their crying contest. I gave Alastor a look. "For someone who wanted twins, you sure do know how to make them cry." "I think they're just sad because they don't have more siblings." Alastor simply beamed at me, despite the fact that the cries in our house is practically deafening. "How about another twin?" I raised a brow, then flipped him the finger. "How about no?" At that moment, Apollo paused from his loud cries and looked between me and Alastor. Then Apollo showed me his small right hand. To my horror, he slowly began to fold his fingers, all but his middle finger. He then proudly showed it to both Alastor and I. "How about no?" Apollo repeated with a giggle just as his middle finger was pointing up into the sky, practically mimicking what I did moments ago. I was in shock, but Alastor just chuckled. "Well, he makes the rules now, I guess." This parenting thing is so hard.